contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hope you had a great weekend. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Collectively, we are the aforementioned Payne and Pendergast. How was your weekend, my friend?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was filled with, I don't know, just me pretending that Friday and Saturday didn't happen for the Astros, and then another magnificent performance by Ryel Blanco to sure. And listen, tell your kids don't hate him because he didn't get 2 no-hitters in a row, but he did pretty damn well.
I was fortunate, and then I had an event Friday and an event Saturday, so I didn't, quote, get a chance to watch the Astros on Friday or Saturday. I just followed my push notifications, and I'm like, oh, good. I'm glad I didn't forego these events that paid to watch the Astros tonight.
You were at that event on Saturday night, and I texted you. I feel bad that I did it, but I texted you like, hey, hope you're having a good time, but just so you know, Altuve just got picked off at first.
That was funny. So, I laughed. I showed it to Amy. She's like, I'm glad we're here. Glad nothing out of the ordinary is going on while I'm gone. Yeah.
But to be clear, he didn't get hit by a batted ball or anything, at least.
That's good.
He just got picked off at first, and it wasn't. I know it was a classic conventional pickoff. Uh-huh. It wasn't like he was completely, out picking dandelions on the first base path.
The best part about that is it was a classic conventional pickoff, and those things actually only happen like once every 45 days. It feels like.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but it's just so you know, it wasn't as bad as some of Altuve's previous gaps.
As 5 days ago or whatever it was. Yeah. So let's focus on the positive. Yeah, Ryel Blanco, man. Ryel Blanco earning his spot in this rotation. He's the ace right now. Ryel Blanco. He's given up 1 hit now all season long in 2 starts. He's the man.
He's wiped people out with his changeup. Didn't work as well last night as it had the previous time.
Walked a bunch of guys last night.
Yeah. It wasn't 100. It wasn't 100% a dominating performance. But still very, very encouraging. There's part of me that wonders how much of it is the fact that he just had a kid, because we've seen with various athletes through the past that they get a baby bump. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the little baby bump that the women's mags talk about.
That's right.
But they Alex Bregman all of a sudden just was jarred out of his slumber when he had his first kid a couple years ago, and he did great. J.J. Watt had double-digit sacks after he had his kid a couple years. That was in Arizona, unfortunately.
Yeah, but still, we like JJ.
He couldn't be bothered to knock knock his wife up in Houston.
Houston, yeah.
Jeez, JJ.
Yep.
So Blanco, we'll have to wait and see how all of this endures as the thrill wears off.
Jalen Green, the most notable one.
Oh, that's right.
Pre-Blanco,
But that's even before he's had the baby. That's just knowing that he's going to be a father.
That's conception. Yeah.
By the time he has a kid, unfortunately, it'll be in the off season.
Yep.
But still.
44 outs without a hit to begin a season for Ryel Blanco. He did end up giving up a hit last night, in case you missed it. In case you're just waking up, the Astros did win last night, 3-1. So they're 3-7 on the season. Longest streak of the expansion era, post-1961. 44 outs without a hit to begin a season, and he ran it up on what the record was. The previous record was held by 3 different players, including Josh Hader in the COVID season. 35 outs. So 44 outs for Ryel Blanco to begin a season without giving up a hit.
Josh Hader had a nice stretch going there, huh?
Back in the COVID year, 2 teams ago, yeah.
So who's the No, I didn't. I knew it wasn't this year. I knew it wasn't. Chaz McCormick saved Josh Hader in the 90s. Chaz had a young George Springer-like game yesterday. Because early in the game, he crashed into the left field wall / bullpen, where I was afraid that he might end up going through a bullpen window or something in that wall there too. So he did a great job. I'm assuming is that the bullpen there at that park?
I'm not totally sure.
Okay. Anyway, there's windows there.
Yeah.
So Chaz crashed into the wall. It's not like it would have been a hit, but it was a really nice catch by Chaz. But then in the ninth inning, too, there was a fly ball to left center, and Chaz came rocketing through for a diving catch. And Josh Hader did not dominate in that inning. So it's everything feels off right now, Sean, as you know. Everything feels a little bit
Everything feels 3-7 on the season. So where are we right now with the Astros on the, hey, it's a 162-game season scale right now? You know, like the hey, it's a 162-game season is sort of is kind of like the anxiety medicine that you give to somebody to kind of calm them down. The hey, it's 100. Where are we on that right now?
This is where you have to fight the urge to want to be right. To all the people who arrogantly say it's 160. You guys are dumb. It's 162 games. There's an urge to want to be right, just so you could if it really goes downhill for them, then you can say, I told you so.
Yeah, I panicked for a reason.
It's okay to be concerned about poor play. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is okay to be concerned about poor. You just don't be like the various world leaders in the 1930s who are like, you guys are making too much of this Germany thing. Don't be that guy, okay? Every time you try to tell me it's 162 games, all I can think is you're just about to get steamrolled. About to get steamrolled. Yeah.
What do you think the chances are that Jose Abreu is on this team at the All-Star break?
Well, what are they going to do with him? Trade him for 17 picks?
No, dump
or
him.
something?
Dump him.
Just dump him completely?
Well, Seth, it reaches a point. I know that'd be an expensive dump. It reaches a point where it makes more sense to pay somebody their money to not be on the team at all than it does for them to be, A, in the lineup and failing miserably, or B, just occupying a roster spot. For a team that, let's face it, for a team that is now trending towards being a little bit older than it used to be, may have some injuries along the way here as we go, and you may need that roster spot occupied by somebody who can hit better than .077.
Espada said that he started Singleton yesterday because he liked the matchup against Dane Dunning, which honestly, this is the second time we've heard Espada say that he likes Singleton as a matchup against anybody.
Right.
I don't get it or understand it.
So half a season of at-bats.
There's something about he's got to say something, I suppose. I don't think he genuinely believes it. I think he likes the lesser of two evils. Yeah. Abreu is 5 for 19 again with 4 home runs against Andrew Haney, who's starting tonight. Okay. So if Abreu doesn't start tonight, then it's certainly not a matchup decision.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. They play the Rangers against them. That's a weird 4-game series, Friday through Monday.
On a Monday,
it's strange. Okay.
Gives the Astros a chance to salvage something, though.
Yeah, they can get a split out of the whole thing. Okay.
In that weird stadium.
Okay, gotcha.
Where it just feels like you're at a convention center or something. Am I looking at RVs or playing a baseball game here? I don't know.
Right, exactly. Justin Verlander pitched for Sugarland yesterday.
Oh, I bet he killed those minor leaguers, Sean.
Well, let's.
I bet he destroyed them.
Let's play Verlander's audio first here. How did you feel out on the mound, Verlander?
Physically great. Obviously not the best result, but I don't think that's the most important thing today. Came out of it the way I would have liked physically.
Okay, the results are jarring when they show up in a tweet. I will admit that when you first see it, 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 earned runs, a walk. 6 strikeouts is good to see in 3 innings, even against minor leaguers, because that's, the 2 strikeouts per inning shows that he was, the velo was probably up where it needed to be. So that's not good. That's an ERA of 21. Now, that said, obviously he's working on some things. Threw a lot of changeups. Greg Rajan of the Chronicle pointed this out. Threw 9 changeups in 3 innings. He only had a couple of outings last year where he threw more than 9 changeups.
Changeups are this year's black with the Astros pitching staff. They are going through a changeup revolution.
They are.
Like Blanco obviously is, now he's a guy that needed a third pitch. But I do wonder if maybe part of that is also like just one little step or one little effort at avoiding Tommy John. I don't know. People don't want to necessarily frame it that way, but man, with the alarming number of pitcher injuries mounting up, it's anything and everything you can do to not throw the ball as hard all the time.
Maybe
I'm cool with that.
Maybe, yeah. You saw the same thing I did then this weekend. Like the number of Tommy Johns surgeries that are popping up now and post pitch clock versus before. It's pretty jarring,
pitch clock. Yeah, it's all. The other theory though too is that it's a culmination of not throwing with as much sticky stuff. That there's the spider tack was way too far, but that, without being able to use like the preferred mix of sunscreen and rosin or what have you, or whatever, or using as much that guys are just really having a harder time gripping the ball. I don't know.
Yeah, sure, it's a combination of things. It's just the number itself. Like, you look at it, you go, wow. It was like 31 last year, and it's up like in the 40s or 50s this year of guys that are, affected by Tommy John surgery right now.
You know what Luna would have done? Luna would have gotten ahead of the trend by having nothing but knuckleballers and change-up specialists and all of that.
Yes, soft tossers. Yes. Let's do it.
Chicks dig the knuckly ball.
Let's do it.
Boy, that sounds wrong out of context.
It's really.
Chicks dig the knuckleball.
They do. Verlander said that they're going to figure out what's next today.
See how I bounce back, see how I feel, and have a conversation with the team, and hopefully set up another rehab start. I think you'd have to talk with them about what they ideally want to see before I step on a big league mound. But today was a great step forward for me.
Okay.
Can I tell you a weird thing about major league pitchers that I admire?
Yeah.
Their ability to go to rehab starts and genuinely not worry about the results.
Yeah, dude.
It takes a lot of self-confidence to go up against a bunch of young guys who it's like their dream to hit a home run off of you or what have you. And for some of them, because this is the way dudes are, to totally for the rest. Some of those guys that got hits last night are going to talk for the rest of their life about how they owned Justin Verlander.
Yep.
And I got to tell you, I'm not as good a man as Verlander.
No.
There'd be a part of me that are like, oh, these little punks.
Dude.
No, I'm going to throw it as hard as I can with the best pitches I have and destroy them.
You're reading my mind. That was my next question. I'm like, how many hits or runs in a minor league rehab start does it take before you're like, all right, I got to start trying here?
In front of people,
my number's way below 7. I will tell you that right now.
It takes so much. Honestly, I don't think people appreciate how much self-confidence that takes to, in front of thousands of people, just be able to, get shelled like that because it's part of the process. It's impressive, man.
It is. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we're off and running, I should say, on a Monday. Man, we got a lot to get to. It was a busy weekend. If you have your own big board for the Houston Texans, I'm guessing this name is on it. I have no idea if it's on it for the Texans. If it is, it just dropped yesterday for one of the dumbest things that you're ever going to hear leading up to the 3-week period before the NFL draft for an NFL prospect to do. Allegedly, yes.
There was I'll explain why it needs to be alleged.
Allegedly, yeah. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway exits Kirk.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a little bit of news popping yesterday afternoon, NFL draft related. Dandre Sweat. I think there's a lot of Texan fans that would like having Dandre Sweat on the Texans. In fact, Seth, when they traded back with Minnesota, that was easily the name that popped up the most on Twitter and the text page about, oh, okay, well, now the Texans are in a range where it makes sense. You know, you start shopping on a different shelf for certain positions, and we know that the Texans are going to be shopping for interior defensive linemen and other positions. Dandre Sweat made a lot of sense. Makes sense, too. A lot of UT fans probably listen to this show. Well, here's the news from yesterday, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Former Texas football player Dandre Sweat was booked into Travis County Jail on Sunday and charged with driving while intoxicated, according to jail records. Records show Sweat, 22 years old, was arrested by the Austin Police Department and booked into the jail at 2:12 p.m. Sunday while driving while intoxicated is a Class B misdemeanor. Posted bond was released. The video has surfaced of him leaving the Travis County Jail. He's got the towel over the head game pretty solid right now, I would say.
He does, yeah. He walked out. I got to say, I couldn't not evaluate his physique as he walked out wearing street clothes because I've only ever seen him mostly in athletic gear or a football uniform.
Give it to us.
He put together pretty damn well for a 360-pound dude.
I agree.
Which is what's so intriguing about this guy. He should have moved.
Could Dandre Sweat benefit from the perp walk video that surfaced after his DWI arrest?
I got to tell you, it looked like he worked out in prison. It looked like he'd been doing his workouts. He's got those jail muscles. The question is, a lot of times guys, they get out of jail and they kind of deflate. Yeah. So I don't know if that 4 hours of jail time
picturing the little holding cell they have at the Travis County Jail having like 3 tiny dumbbells in it or something like that.
I listen, Sean, you know I always enjoy these things when immediately something happens and the overwhelming sentiment immediately on social media is, well, he'll never work again.
Right.
Yep, that's it for him. 7th-round pick at best. When just last year there was a defensive lineman who, and I'm not trying to make light of this, he killed 2 people while driving and ended up getting drafted in the 1st round still. And I don't know if Jalen Carter maybe, where he would have gotten drafted overall. Maybe he ends up dropping down several spots in the 1st round. But it certainly wasn't the end of the world for him.
I think 9th.
He was picked 9th overall.
10, yeah.
And there were questions about, so just like him, just like Jalen Carter, who ended up being 2nd in the defensive rookie of the year.
Really good player.
Voting.
Yep.
There were questions about his maturity, questions about just how committed he was, all that, just as there are with Dandre Sweat. Yeah. So I don't know how much it's going to hurt him. I think the fact that people were already worried about his weight and that, the discipline to control it with diet, they probably also now really wonder about his discipline to control himself in general with just a couple weeks before the draft getting into this issue. Now, it's all alleged at this point. Remember, Ed Oliver was arrested for a DUI. I can't remember if it was before the draft or before this. It was before the draft, I believe.
I'm not sure.
And the charge ended up being dismissed.
Yeah.
That was like the charge was dismissed, but there were some weird circumstances still. But it obviously it does happen. I think that this could very well knock Dandre Sweat. I would say out of some teams that might have been like looking at him as like, you know what, I'd like to take a swing on him in the 2nd round. It might cause a few teams to say, all right, no, this guy's 3rd round. If we're gonna take a chance on this guy, I don't want to risk a 2nd round.
I think this is one of those things, honestly, Seth, just because of the sheer stupidity of it and because of the calling into question, what's this guy's discipline level? Because reportedly, Dane Brugler of The Athletic, he tweeted yesterday that Sweat had been very upfront about his partying days when he was younger with teams, and that he said that was all in the past. This is proof that at least he's still out running around on Sunday afternoons. What it is, we'll see. I think this is one of those things that Dandre Sweat is a level of prospect where there might be some things like he's just off of our big board. We just don't want to mess with it. Because you start to dip to a certain point, he's already thought to be a day 2 guy. You start to dip to a certain point. All right, is this guy worth taking in the 5th round? Like, am I going to have a headache for a guy taking the 5th round of this draft? Is he worth that? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing for me. Like, there's certain, I don't want to say there's levels of stupidity. I mean, there are levels of stupidity. And again, like comparing it to Jalen Carter is a dicey thing because people passed away and that whole thing. What's dumb about this is, dude, the finish line's in sight. Yeah. The draft is 3 weeks away. Watch Netflix for 3 weeks and go get drafted. What are you doing running around on a Sunday afternoon, allegedly, driving after you've had something to drink? Like, what are you, like, you can see the finish line from here. It's 2 weeks away.
No, and this is where I honestly, and I'm not just saying it as a technicality with the allegedly without having further details. I mean, sometimes people will just refuse to take the breathalyzer or what have you for whatever reason if they've had just one beer, or refuse to do the sobriety test. So I don't know exactly what the details are. I'd imagine now on a business day we'll find out a little bit more of that. But yeah, like just even putting yourself in those circumstances when he's like, this is the thing that concerns me about Dandre Sweat. Two things. One is that at the combine he just flat out said, "No, I like this body weight, 360 pounds." So I don't know how he says that to teams that might say, "Hey, we want you to weigh 340," and he's already said like, "Nah, this is a good body weight for me." Because I'll tell you honestly, it's not a good body weight for him. If he wanted to be a first-round pick, there are just too many times on film where, man, he destroys people when he's not tired, but when he's tired, he looks like Paul Blart trying to chase a perp.
Yeah.
You know, like he'll be like 5-6 feet away from a ball carrier and he just can't move.
Yeah.
So his endurance is an issue. And that alone, even with or without the DUI, is going to keep him out of the first round. Because there's some guys, like Vince Wilfork is a huge dude. Vince Wilfork went sideline to sideline. He was a menace. Like, he was absurdly good for a big man running sideline to sideline. Yep. You know, Gilbert Brown back in the day, not so much. But Gilbert Brown probably would get drafted later today because there's not a room for old school run stuffers the way there used to be.
Yep.
Vita Vea is a good example of a guy. Like, Vita Vea plays his ass off, you know, and I think it's a shame because Dandre Sweat has that same ability. It's just he needs to be a little bit lighter, and it doesn't seem like he's committed to keeping his body pure, especially if I'm basing that just on the food, not to mention this.
I wonder what Dandre Sweat, like, I don't know who Dandre Sweat's agent is. I don't know who represents him. Like, I do wonder, I mean, we are down to, like, the draft is 2 weeks from this Thursday. The date Dandre Sweat would get drafted is 2 weeks from this Friday, if at best, I think, even before this, probably. But I wonder, there's one thing, like, for Jalen Carter and his representation to do damage control on something that happened in January or February. You've got the whole draft season to do it, and he's a prospect that the balance sheet is going to skew towards him on is he worth the trouble than Dandre Sweat. I just wonder, like, what sort of damage control you go into. Like, you're an agent and you're calling up front offices where Dandre Sweat has had sit-down interviews or sit-down meetings at the combine and stuff. And if I'm a GM or a personnel guy, I'm like, bro, we're working on so many other things, and your client, like Jalen Carter's one thing. He might have been the best player in that draft, you know, or close to it. Yeah. You know, Dandre Sweat, like, Dandre Sweat's people are on hold. Tell him we'll get back to him. We've already crossed him off of our big, but just an insanely stupid thing. He seems like a nice kid, you know, from all the interviews and everything. Just so stupid.
I'm depending on the circumstances.
Yeah.
I'm like, honestly, Sean, people like it's depending on the circumstances. All we know at this point was that he was arrested. Is it profoundly stupid if it turns out to be just a complete whatever? He was advised. Maybe he called his agent up and he said, "No, don't take the sobriety test or what have you."
Maybe.
And it turns out
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, if I would say even if he's out drinking on a Sunday afternoon, it's pretty dumb. Like 3 weeks before the draft, when part of your balance sheet, a red X against you, is your partying days from back when you were a younger player. You know what I mean? Like, stay home, watch the women's final on a Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, if he was having, like, if he had a mimosa at brunch or something, I
think that's mildly stupid. Am I crazy? That would knock him off my board, a mimosa at brunch.
Again, no, but you're painting an image of him, again, like, without knowing any details.
I said
you're painting an image. Right, I know, but like, you're painting an image of a guy who's out boozing hardcore on a Sunday or something.
Right.
Where we just don't know that. Like, yeah. I don't feel comfortable calling him stupid yet. I will in the future.
Okay, let me make clear one thing. I'm not caling him stupid. I'm saying he did a stupid thing. Yeah. But he's a big guy. Like, I think this would be interesting because this is what happens. Which makes me think he had to be drinking something to have even suspicion.
For him to have that much.
360 pounds. He had to have had something to drink for there to be suspicion.
Okay, so the Ed Oliver incident, I forgot how weird this was because it was during COVID. So he had gotten pulled over in mid-May The draft in 2020 was in late April still. They remember they managed to pull it off. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was a big deal. Everybody thought the NFL was being insensitive for having the draft on time. But meanwhile, we're like, what the hell else are we going to do, okay? We're going to have a draft. So Ed Oliver got drafted by the Bills and then got pulled over because somebody had called this in that they spotted a white Ford Super Duty pickup hauling a trailer with a dune buggy on it through a construction zone, and they said the driver was failing to maintain a lane and driving dangerously. He got pulled over, had an open container between his legs, and ended up having the charges dismissed based on having blood tests that had zero, nothing found in the blood test.
He'd already been in the league a year. He got drafted in 2019.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He'd already been in the league a year.
Well, that's a whole that has absolutely zero bearing on this whatsoever. Then
it was a good pull by you. I had totally forgotten about it.
Yeah, not quite. It was almost a good pull. It was like an Abreu swing and miss. So it was. It wasn't quite a good pull, except that there was a circumstance where, okay, he got a DUI. It turns out I don't know what happened or how, but he had that dismissed and thrown out.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see what happens with Dandre Sweat.
We'll see. Now, this is a fair point here on the text page. Look, Sean, Sunday Fun Day is a real thing, and bottomless mimosas are too hard to pass up with Eggs Benedict. That is true. That's where
he might have only made like $500,000 in NIL this year. How is he supposed to afford an Uber home?
That's true.
I will say, like, there's never been an excuse for drunk driving.
Right.
And yet, it used to be more common. I would say now, just especially with ride sharing being so available and easy, that there's fewer excuses than ever to drunk drive, no matter who you are. I always, because this is another thing, Sean, when you say it's stupid like a few weeks before the draft, is there ever who in society is in the position where it's like, you know what? It's really dumb. It's really dumb for the potential second-round pick to be out drinking and getting in a vehicle. But for everybody else, it's only kind of dumb.
You know that's not what I'm saying.
The potential for killing somebody is only stupid for NFL players.
That's not what I'm saying.
Sounds like you want to give carte blanche to anybody that makes less than $1 million a year.
If I tell you what, if one of my kids was 3 weeks away from securing a job that paid 7 figures, and they were out just trolling around on a Sunday and decided to get behind the wheel, I'd be mad at them if they did it any time, to be clear. Apparently, I got to make that clear, that I hate drunk driving all the time. But, there, again,
dude, you
levels
never
of
shut
stupidity.
up about how much you love it.
Stop. Someone's going to hear that and think you're serious.
That microphone turns off, and you're all about these damn folks over at Mad.
Dude,
I'm talking about Mad. How about me?
There's 3 people that think you're serious right now.
I know. They're writing a letter right now.
For those 3 people, Seth's kidding. He meant Ben. Okay. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. How much? Yeah. How much did the guy have to drink to get a DWI? 360. It's alleged right now. It's alleged.
This is honestly though, and I'll go back to some Texans history for those of you that need convincing. This is the classic kind of thing that knocks somebody into the third round. The third round is the absolute best place for folks you just don't know about.
Purgatory.
That maybe have like late first round ability. I would say. Now, these are all different than, this isn't necessarily, these guys didn't have substance abuse issues or anything like that. But the 2014 draft was the class. No, the 2013 draft was classic for the Texans because they got DJ Swearinger in the second, and who was like a first-round talent, but like,
head case.
Just kind of off in some ways, or immature.
Yeah.
Brennan Williams and Sam Montgomery, same thing. Those guys go in the third. Brennan Williams, within a couple of years, would be a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
And Sam Montgomery would be off playing in one of those minor leagues or Canada or something like that.
Yep.
They were both guys who were potential first-round talents, but people just weren't quite sure either what was up with Sam Montgomery or did Brennan Williams even actually really like football.
Right. And then Lewis Nix the following year was supposed to be a first-round pick. The late Lewis Nix dropped to the third. Turned out he really didn't like football very much at all.
He was more about the social media life and everything, and not to be insensitive to him, he ended up passing away in a vehicular incident too.
Yeah.
So, the third round is where you take swings on guys like that, and I'm guessing a lot of teams out there, just with this alone, and I don't mean to beat you up with the alleged part, Sean.
No, I know.
But I do think though that teams look at it like, okay, this is one more thing.
Yeah.
And regardless of the circumstances, just one more thing for a guy who we already had things about.
Right. With Jalen Carter walking out of the county jail with a towel over his head, it's like, that's a cool towel. Kid looks good. With Dandre Sweat, half the teams are like, don't need a guy with a towel over his head walking out of the county jail in the third round. We're good. We're good. There's other guys.
Championship towel that he's got over his head. That would be the.
I don't know. Yeah, man. All right.
That'd be my favorite. That's my next NIL thing. Put that in the book of business ideas, Sean.
Google
I
sheet
created
of
a Google
business
Doc.
ideas?
Yeah, licensed perp shawls.
Shawls.
So you can
Yeah.
by Gucci.
Yeah.
So you can look sophisticated
That's
walking
right.
out.
That's right. I like that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We've got a lot of headlines to get to. We haven't touched on the Rockets yet. Astros, we'll circle back to them. A whole lot to get to here in headlines. Before we do that, it was a Prize Picks weekend for me, baby. You had women's college basketball, men's college basketball.
Network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with Ryel Blanco and the Astros. The Astros had two horrible losses Friday and Saturday. In 2024, who are you going to call when you need a win? You're the Houston Astros? Ryel freaking Blanco, damn it. That's who you're going to call. 44 outs he's recorded now without a hit to begin the season. He wins last night. He wins last night. He did end up giving up a hit. He had a no-hitter into the sixth inning. They win 3-1. All their runs scored on a 3-run Yordan Alvarez home run. That was nice to see. But Ryel Blanco, man, 2 starts in. He's 2-0. Giving up 1 hit in the 2 starts combined. And yes, his 44 outs without a hit to begin a season is the longest streak to begin a season of the expansion era. Post-1961, the prior record was 35 outs. So he sailed past the record. One of the 3 guys to have that record, current Astro Josh Hader, who did get his first save as an Astro. Gave up a run, but did get his first save. On paper, he got his first save last night.
That was also courtesy of a really nice play by Chas McCormick in the 9th inning. He had a couple of really nice plays in that game, Chas McCormick did. Blanco, who we add to the list of athletes who have performed like animals immediately after having a child. Alex Bregman is probably the most notable and related to baseball, so good for him. Good for him developing his changeup, which is wasn't as much a nightmare yesterday as it had been in his previous start. But it's look, we've been spoiled around here with guys who come out of nowhere to end up being awesome pitchers. So it probably maybe we have too much confidence in this. The way that Hunter Brown looked awesome for a little while, and Hunter Brown was going to be like the next Verlander or something. But I'm open to it. He's not. The other part of it is that's unique with Blanco is how old he is, because he got such a start.
30.
He didn't start pitching until he was 18 years old.
That's right.
Didn't get signed until he was 21 or
22 years old. Yeah, 22 years old for 5 Gs. He got signed out of the Dominican Republic. I'd feel better about it if Brent Strom were still the pitching coach, honestly. Like, if Brent Strom were still in the dugout, I'd be like, all right, we might have something here. It's just been so inconsistent since Brent Strom. This is not to throw shade at the law firm of Miller and Murphy that are coaching all the pitchers. Neither of them are Brent Strom.
I guess there was part of me I was watching when they ended up pulling Blanco after he gave up a hit. I felt kind of relieved on behalf of Espada. Because, Blanco had already gone more pitches than they had hoped that they had planned for him when he pitched the no-hitter.
Yeah.
Then he's out there, and he started to look like he might have been losing it a little bit in the 5th inning. And, like, the decision, perhaps the correct decision would have been to not send him out for the 6th. That's hard right there in that moment.
Yeah.
I'm all for going for the storybook moment.
Yeah, no, he was still at a reasonable pitch count, though, then. Now, added to the fact that he threw probably 15 or 20 more pitches in the previous outing. Your point is a good one. I mean, like there was, I would guess even if he had the no hitter and he was still like in that 80 or 90 pitch range in the 7th or 8th inning, he might have gotten pulled this time. Like you do reach a point in this day and age where we know more about arm trauma and things like. And he's been a long reliever every time he's come up with the Astros.
And especially when you're on a team that's known for the committee no hitter.
Yeah,
and B has felt the cold, the sting of injuries to your pitchers right now. I don't think you could risk it at this point. But it ends up becoming a moot point.
Yep. So the Astros 3-7 on the season. Now they got one more tonight against Texas. Then they head to Kansas City to face the Royals for a 3-game set. Then back here against Texas next weekend. So they see the Rangers quite a bit here early in the season. Speaking of those pitchers who've been injured of late, Justin Verlander, he was in Sugar Land yesterday. The stats were ugly. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 earned runs. A walk, did have 6 strikeouts in the game. Here was Justin Verlander. How do you feel after the outing in Sugar Land, Justin?
Physically great. Obviously not the best result, but I don't think that's the most important thing today. Came out of it the way I would have liked physically.
This is where, 2 things on the numbers, which, Justin Verlander, if it mattered, he would have a 21 ERA right now. He gave up 7 runs in 3 innings. I think, one, he was clearly working on some things. Threw a ton of changeups. Never throws as many changeups in a full major league game as he did, rarely, as he did yesterday. He threw 9 changeups yesterday in 3 innings. He rarely does that in a full game. The other thing is, if his stuff were truly like his regular stuff were this bad, to where he's getting shelled by minor leaguers, he wouldn't have been in a rehab. They would have seen that in this day and age. You know what I mean? With all the high-speed cameras and everything else they've got to do. They would have known it was this bad.
Well, yeah, he would have been. It's almost one of those things where if you see that the stats are this bad, they would have pulled him after the first inning if it was a surprise somehow.
Right.
So it was more just a matter of predictability and. Much like his protege Hunter Brown, when the Rangers know that he's going to come out and throw fastballs, then just like, hey, let's eat.
Boom. Yeah. So Verlander, he
could being a bad influence on your protege.
That's right. God, it is amazing. It is just watching Hunter Brown this week. I mean, he pitched horribly this week, and he was terrible on Friday.
Just like his mentor.
Yeah. It was Justin Verlander. It was an homage to Hunter Brown's outing on Friday. But it is crazy how similar their deliveries are. Like everything is the same about their delivery. It's wild.
Don't you kind of wonder, like, okay, if you're a young player and you're emulating this guy that you admire, because Hunter Brown grew up in Detroit and watched Justin Verlander, that might not be the best biomechanically for Hunter Brown. That there's some parts of him where he's just mimicking Verlander, but that's not necessarily maybe that needs to be tweaked and adjusted.
Maybe,
a little bit.
Yeah, maybe so.
Start emulating somebody else.
Yep. Dandre Sweat. We just went through this in the previous segment, but if you're just getting in your car, Texas Longhorn NFL draft prospect. I think for Texan fans he's on the board. I don't know if he's on the board for the Texans or not, and certainly after Sunday afternoon. Dandre Sweat was charged with driving while intoxicated. He was booked into the Travis County Jail at about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon and was released on bond. So we'll see what happens. We'll see where this goes from here. Certainly, at the very least, Dandre Sweat going to have a lot of questions to answer for some teams that were interested in him or are interested in him.
We don't have any details at all, so I don't know how much this is going to hurt him. I think there's different varieties of what the circumstances are. Like, he could have gotten pulled over and just on the recommendation of his lawyer not done the sobriety test or what have you, or he could have been actually intoxicated. So we'll see. But I think this is a guy that there's a lot of question marks about him, and not just him as a player, because as a player, I got to tell you, Sean, his technique is awesome. The defensive line coach for UT ended up getting hired away by LSU, and I can see why. They paid him a boatload of money. Those defensive linemen like Byron Murphy and Dandre Sweat, they've got freakishly good technique by college standards. I love watching those guys. So it's hard for me to then also see Dandre Sweat at times looks like he's just completely gassed.
Yeah.
And like he does a lot of things the right way, but sometimes his physiology just catches up to him and he weighs too much. This is a dude who said and claims that, nope, I'm going to play at 360. He should not be playing at 360, not if he wants to play in the NFL, because he doesn't, not for the modern NFL. It would have been awesome back in the 1990s, but not in the modern NFL. And if he wants to get drafted in the first round. So I think that there's a really good chance, that this knocks him perhaps, if he was going to go down in the second round, he could, depending on what the circumstances are, down into the third round. I wouldn't be opposed to taking him just because I know that there have been talk about him being too hard of a party, or that's, you know what, Sean, that's what we haven't brought up. Like, according to Dane Brugler, he's been honest and open with scouts about his partying ways of the past. So this doesn't look like perhaps he's moved on from those partying ways, and that's what's going to make people nervous.
The Rockets lose yesterday to the Dallas Mavericks. This would have been, if the Rockets were still mathematically in a good position to make the play-in yesterday, they were mathematically still alive, but realistically not. This would have been a loss that would have been a killer yesterday. They were up 129 in a game they led all afternoon. They were up 129 to 1. They led by 22 at one point in this game. They were up by 3 with 8 seconds to go, and all Jabari Smith has to do is make one free throw, and he misses them both. At that point, all they have to do is foul and not give up a three-pointer. They give up a three-pointer not to Kyrie Irving, not to Luka Doncic, to Dante Exum to tie the game, and then the Mavericks boat race the Rockets in overtime. This would have been – it does suck already because it's the Mavericks. It was in Dallas. It would have been a nice win. It was a good effort for most of the day. Like, hey, this team who really doesn't have much to play for is really putting up a great fight against the Mavs. Mavs do have stuff to play for. But, boy, that was a tough one to watch, man, yesterday afternoon. That was tough.
It was like Kid made that lineup change. We put Derek Jones Jr. in and like they just all of a sudden just took off and just exploded on the Rockets for that. This would have been a nice one to get. I'm kind of glad that the season went the way it did, in that during the weak point of the schedule, the Rockets could see what they were capable of and what they could do. Now they face the tougher portion of the schedule, and they've been slapped down to earth a little bit. I feel like they learned their lesson about being slapped down to earth. This is they should have won this game, and yet you blow it like this. I feel like this is a little too much, basketball gods.
Yeah.
Don't dial it back a notch on the comeuppance, okay?
All right.
Jeez.
Payne and Pendergast. Yeah, exactly. Settle down, gods. All right? We got the message. They lost 6 in a row. They lost the heartbreaker. We got it, okay? Don't have them lose to Utah and Portland, please.
My favorite scene of Survivor this year was when that sweet, wholesome Banu was shaking his fist at God.
That was good stuff. Oh, Banu.
Why did you put me here? I was like, whoa,
smited.
Banu, back off a little bit, man. You're like,
that's Banu. Yeah, that's Jalen Green.
Everybody loves you, and now you're shaking your fist at the one person that you don't want to screw this up, man.
Amen Thompson. Like my first name is Amen, by God. And now you're doing this to us. All right, we got some Stefon Diggs leftovers from the weekend. Stefon Diggs is playing with his new friends already.
That's right.
This is good stuff. And the anecdotes that are still trickling out of Buffalo, are these unsettling to you if you're a Texan fan? We'll have the audio for you coming up next. But first, soda weight loss. I still step on the scale every week. I know I've been on maintenance now for 3.5.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Stefon Diggs. I like it when a kid, kid's parents move. He shows up at a new school and he makes new friends really quickly, and he's out on the playground playing with them. That was Stefon Diggs this weekend. He was at UCLA, out there on the field at UCLA, playing with his new friends CJ, Tank, and Metch, and Sketch, the streamer. Yeah.
Sorry, I got that. CJ, Tank, and Sketch was hard for me to process this early in the morning for some reason. Tank Dell, John Mechie, and Stefon Diggs were at UCLA.
And CJ Stroud, too, their quarterback.
With CJ Stroud. Yeah. And I at first I was confused. This came across my timeline via so many different fan accounts of the Texans that I didn't know who was filming what and where they were, and I saw multiple people say that they were in Houston. So I on my YouTube channel, I just did a video and said that they were in Houston without saying where they were because I was embarrassed that I couldn't recognize the stadium. It was UCLA, which I learned through research is not in Houston. but is in fact in
Good for you, Seth.
Los Angeles.
Good job.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
good job. Good job. This is good, right? Like, this is good. Stefon Diggs already acclimating to his wide receiver room and building chemistry with his quarterback. This is good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. Tank Dell, there was at least one shot at Tank Dell running routes. Whoever was covering him was clearly not an NFL defensive back.
I think it might have been Stefon Diggs, actually. I'm being serious.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, Diggs was wearing a white T-shirt. Anyway.
There was at least one video of Diggs and Dell running routes against each other.
Oh, yeah. This one I was watching a different, again, like it came from 29 different sources. But Dell looked really, really good.
Yes.
When he was genuinely running routes. And, like, we've already seen some footage of him doing agility drills and everything. And he looks like he's just as good as ever. It was a broken fibula, which usually shouldn't have to be that big a deal. It's just a broken bone. It heals. Sometimes you never know if there's, like, extra screws or something. But so far, he looks every bit as athletic and as explosive as he ever has. So that's good. And, yeah, just to have Stefon Diggs, who I think it's important to point out, nobody that I've ever seen or heard has ever questioned his work ethic. So it's one of those classic situations where it's other stuff that perhaps has rubbed people the wrong way. A lot of it maybe based in social media. But I have no doubt that he's going to work his butt off and try to get on the right page with C.J. Stroud. I guess one of the big questions is he didn't always reportedly like going to the OTAs or other events in the offseason like that. So, is he gonna do what the Texans liked? Are the Texans concerned about it at all? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And if it is an issue, 99% of Texans fans will actively and angrily deny that it's an issue. Just like
right.
Bills fans up until Tuesday of last week were screaming from the rooftops that there was nothing to see here with Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen.
We'll get to that for sure. Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen. I would be curious along those lines. That's interesting, Seth. Like the voluntary stuff.
Yeah.
Is to go, well, it's tough because the year that Stefon Diggs got traded to Buffalo was the COVID year, so a lot of that stuff is non-applicable for that year.
Right.
Like, OTAs and minicamp, like everything was so strange, and they weren't doing stuff at the facility until training camp. So it's tough because that would be the one year I would care about what did it look like in 2020. You know what I mean? Behind the scenes, his first year there, honeymoon period, because that's what he's in now with the Texans.
That's true. Yeah, he got to do so he had a 2-year honeymoon period right up until the playoffs in 2022, where most of us thought that there might be some kind of we didn't know there was any kind of a potential rift until after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that 2020 season, there was not even an off-season program.
Yeah. The other person that was out there at UCLA with C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, John Mechie, and Stefon Diggs was a very famous streamer by the name of Sketch.
Yeah, very, very famous. So famous that you and I just learned about who he is.
Famous by, honestly, like I had a conversation about this with somebody this weekend about the different categories of fame now.
Yeah.
Some of which you and I are still getting kind of plugged in on. And the biggest, probably the most stark education for me on this, we'll get to Sketch in a second here, was the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game this year. I was so excited, like CJ's playing in this, man. I can't wait to see what big names he's going up against in this Celebrity All-Star Game. Oh, there's Micah Parsons. All right, that'll be cool. Those two have the same agent. That'll be fun to watch them go against each other. And then everyone else, for the most part, were like 2024 categories of fame.
They're content creators,
internet fame. Yeah. Which is cool. Like the market wants what the market wants.
I don't deny that Sketch is famous. And after I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole watching him and with various other super famous people I'd never heard of, but I recognized from like on my Instagram feed. I like this guy. I see what his appeal is.
So
when I first saw the picture of him working out with these guys, I thought, oh, what have the Texans done? Yeah. This kid, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this, a D3 linebacker or something? I don't know. What the hell?
I thought you drafted all Power 5 guys, Nick. What's going on here? Sketch he's a famous streamer for, he's on Twitch. He's a gamer. Does a lot of Madden stuff, which is where the football has kind of bled into this thing. So he's out there. He had these guys working out on his Instagram Live. He's got 512,000 followers on Instagram. He's got nearly 660,000 followers on Twitch. He's got nearly 300,000 on YouTube. So this kid's built up. He's a teenage kid, built up a big big following.
He's actually in his early 20s. I
think. Is he?
Okay,
okay.
I was on a rabbit hole. So he wouldn't disclose exactly, but it sounds like he's in his early 20s.
Okay, gotcha.
His skin looks magnificent because I think he spends a lot of time indoors. So that's the whole thing.
A lot of sun hitting his skin. Here's a little of what Sketch sounds like on his Twitch.
This is him playing FIFA.
FIFA, okay.
Come on, that's a grown man with the soccer ball. You should have to fist fight me for that ball. Is that not offsides? Is that not offsides there? Here you go. Why don't you just pick the Avengers as your first team?
The Texans, I'll give the Texans credit. They were posting the pictures of them with Sketch, of the players with Sketch, and they were posting them with his catchphrases. They had like, "What's up, brother?" which is one of his catchphrases, and Tuesday.
I've never understood the appeal of watching people game.
Same.
While streaming. Sketch might bring me in. Sketch might bring me into the fold.
Okay.
I find this kid entertaining.
I might need you to do this and report back on it just to see what the experience was like. But I'll say this. When Sketch started showing up, because he wears Stroud jerseys on a lot of his streams. He's a big C.J. Stroud, and I think a Texans fan too. I think he's a Texans fan also. My two sons, who are in there, they're right in that sweet spot of where streamers like this are on their radar. My sons are 26 and 24. They're like, "Pops, you got to get Sketch on the show. He would give you guys a big rub." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, man. Like, we get the rub. Like, it's not us. Like, rub is a phrase for like elevating somebody's fame. You know what I mean? Like, it's so who knows? Maybe does Sketch have a publicist? We'll reach out to him and see if he's doing interviews. Tim Graham.
Sketch tried to run a route versus Tank Dell, and Tank Dell displayed remarkable recovery speed after Tank let Sketch dust him off with not off the line, but with a move, and then I think like he had that moment where he's like, "Okay, no, I'm not going to let this guy. I'm not going to let this guy do this to me." And he caught up to him.
Pride kicks in. Tank Dell is no Justin Verlander. Verlander would have let him catch it the same way Verlander let a bunch of minor leaguers tee off against him yesterday. Tim Graham covers the Bills for the Athletic. Let's get back to the football stuff here. And on his podcast last week, he recounted a story that he saw with his own eyes of discord after the Week 1 loss to the Jets. That was the game where Aaron Rodgers got hurt 4 plays in, and the Jets still went on to beat the Bills in this game.
Partly because Josh Allen did some horrendously stupid, like old Josh Allen things, like throwing into triple coverage and stuff.
Yeah, it was bad. It was a low-scoring game. The Jets were able to eke out the win. And I'll let Tim Graham tell the story about what he saw in the locker room after the game, the Bills' locker room after the game.
Josh Allen was sitting there in full uniform with Kyle Allen trying to console him, and a stream of players coming up, patting him on the back, dapping him up, saying, "Hey, we'll get him next time, man." And I quoted Deion Dawkins in the story, and he said, 17 for life. I mean that. They were trying to pick the guy up. He had a towel draped over his head, and he just sat there. One thing I didn't include in the story was Stefon Diggs coming up to him after the game. And I didn't include it, I think, because as I recall, I didn't include it because I didn't know what Stefon Diggs said to him. But Josh Allen snapped at him. And he said, "It's one game," and kind of motioned like, "I'm not talking to you here." And Diggs walked away, and Josh sat there.
All right, Tim Graham went on to say in that he regretted, in retrospect, not reporting that. I don't know if that's in the realm of what guys should be Like, I feel like in the locker room, it's basically pretty much if you report what guys are saying to you, and as opposed to things you observe in the locker room?
He said that, I watched that whole episode of his podcast. He said that it's within their purview of like things that happen audibly, but I don't know. I think other writers feel differently about that.
Yeah.
He also, I could tell he's a little bit scarred from over like a year of writing about like these issues, potential issues with Stefon Diggs, and having readers like DM him, find his home address and write him letters or what have you, and like tearing into him about just how unfair he was being to Stefon Diggs and the Buffalo Bills by saying that there's any kind of a rift between Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs, when it turns out there was totally a rift between those two, which was acknowledged by one Josh Allen himself.
Yeah, here, let's do, this is Let's get to, before we dig into how we feel about this, if we're a Texan fan, let's get to these bits of audio quickly here. Here was Josh Allen on the Rich Eisen show prior to that game between the Jets and the Bills.
Stefon Diggs and you needed to have a hug out this past summer after a spring in which you guys didn't really communicate with each other. What do you say there? You did hug it out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You hugged it out, and this thing is too bad, whatever the thing was. Was there a thing?
There was, but it's whatever it was, whatever the media made it, it's way back there.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm part of that media, and I felt, when the coach said he was concerned, when he actually said that into a microphone during the June OTAs, that's what raised my level of concern.
Keyword June OTAs.
You and Diggs, we're same page, reading from the same book.
We're reading the same word right now.
What is the word you're reading then? What's the word you're reading together?
Win. We're trying to win, and that's our main goal, is to win football games. And it starts Monday night against the Jets, and they're going to be fired up.
So that was before.
That was before the Jets game. So to refresh everybody's memory, in January of 2023, Diggs blew up at Josh Allen on the sideline. Then in mini camps, Stefon Diggs goes home. And then right before week 1, Josh Allen is saying, well, yeah, there was something, but don't worry. We're cool now.
We just want to win.
And then that, whatever happened in the locker room happened there. And then Stefon Diggs. This is the thing that makes me concerned, Sean. Pay attention closely. As a team and a fan base that have dealt with cryptic tweets from athletes before, listen to Stefon Diggs after that Jets game talking to Von Miller.
On Monday, it was love between you and Josh. Over the offseason, there's a lot of rumors, a lot of trade rumors, a lot of chatter. This was a different picture than what we saw from the last time that we played last season. Do you feel like there was any misconceptions or anything that happened between you and Josh over the offseason?
Yeah, because after a 20-game season, your last image of me and Josh was after the 4th down. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So you can garnish whatever you want from that image and create a narrative behind it, and it'll fit. Offseason, there's no football being played. It's just a lot of commentary, he or she say. So for me, I feel like the common misconception was that I wanted to leave, but it was like, I never said that.
It's just a tweet that said, come and rescue me.
I'm like, damn, I thought we all listened to Drake at one point. You know what I'm saying? It's social media. You know what I'm saying? You use it how you want, but at one point, some people dive too deep into things or take it however they want to take it. Also say I'm not responsible for how people react to things. I'm more so responsible on how I carry it, and I'm just happy to have my quarterback.
Yeah, he's got to stay the hell off Twitter, because I don't need any of this. I don't need any of this cryptic tweeting and then acting like the cryptic tweet didn't mean anything. All I was doing was quoting Drake. Come and rescue me, and then with no explanation, just like, wow, no, you guys are reading too much. You know what that is, Sean? That's what a psychotic girlfriend does to you.
Yeah.
So like, why are you reading into this? Oh, I can't have friends.
Right.
I walked in on you. Oh, he can't give me a massage? Yeah.
This sequence of audio we just played.
Yeah.
Does it increase, decrease, or is your concern level of getting the dramatic version of Diggs the same? Like increase, decrease, or the same?
I think it doesn't change at all. I think that Stefon Diggs is a highly competitive, but perhaps sometimes a little too vocal or out there on social media, and that makes everything worse. I used to criticize my generation of coaches, the Gen Xers, for being too soft in dealing with disgruntled players. Because it used to be back in the day, at any given time, there might be 2 players who literally wanted to murder the head coach. And the head coach would be like, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just deal with it. The problem is nowadays that as soon as everything gets put out on social media, the people that might be involved, Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs, have Trayvon Diggs and Josh Allen's mother and whomever else all weighing in on it. And it's really hard to keep things in-house. And I think it spins things wildly out of control. And then you combine to that the situation in Buffalo where they had Ken Dorsey is the offensive coordinator, and I don't think Stefon Diggs trusted Ken Dorsey as an offensive coordinator. By the time they brought Joe Brady in to swap him out, I think everything had probably progressed too far. And I'll say we can get into more of this later. I watched a good amount of Stefon Diggs this weekend. He's fine athletically. They were trying to make Josh Allen into a more complete quarterback last year, to the point where there were times where the go-to read would have been throw it to a wide-open Steph Diggs, and yet they were working too hard on trying to spread the ball around, which is fine. It's good for Josh Allen, good for the Bills in the long term. But I've heard some people wonder if maybe Steph Diggs just wasn't getting open. He was open plenty downfield. There were just times where he was curiously passed by.
Acknowledge me. We will acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend, from the past week. We'll acknowledge the big performances from the last time we acknowledged people. Last Monday. We do that coming up next. West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land, westpointsales.com. That's the first thing I want you to
SportsCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we acknowledge on the very day after the person whose voice is on the Acknowledge Me hotkey, Roman Reigns. We'll get to that in just a second. Nearly 4-year title reign over at WrestleMania yesterday. We'll get to that, but let's acknowledge. Yeah. We'll get to it. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend, from the past week, et cetera. Let's start with the man who is saving the season. Well, they're 3-7, so it's hard to say he saved the season. But where would the Astros be without Ryel Blanco?
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge Ryel Blanco.
They'd be 1-9. If you want me to answer your question,
they'd be 1-9.
They'd be 1-9, which is that's a tough one for the it's a 162 game season.
Well,
people to swallow,
I'll meet in the middle on it. They'd probably be 2-8 because they did give him 10 runs of support in his no hitter. There were probably a lot of guys that could have won that game.
Pretty confident of you, Sean. To
That's
just
true.
say, just dismissively say, 10 runs, ain't no thing.
Good point. But in a vacuum, who cares what the run support was? Ryel Blanco finally gave up a hit yesterday in the 6th inning. He went 44 outs in his first 2 starts without giving up a hit. That's the longest streak to begin a season in the expansion era, post-1961. Prior record was 35 outs by 3 different players. So Ryel Blanco is he is making a very, very good case that when they start to get some guys back, he should be going nowhere. When they start figuring out, they're gonna get a point where Verlander's gonna come back soon, and Jose Urquidy is not out for the season. He's gonna be back a little later this summer, August. Maybe even earlier, Luis Garcia comes back. We'll see what happens with Lance McCullers. There's a lot of guys here that are going to be coming back at some point.
Well, I mean, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Making a case.
I mean, he's got a brand new changeup that nobody had seen before.
Yep.
Everybody has film on it now. They'll be looking at their iPads and they'll be in their simulators, and we'll see about that. So, but if it holds up, yes, very, very promising.
Yeah, big time.
And honestly, it has a certain maturity about him and the way he operates that has just been really fun to watch. So yeah, hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
I'm not taking anything for granted with this damn team. My goodness.
No. But fingers crossed. He has been easily the best story of this team so far. Like, it's not even close. There have been some other guys who played well.
Yiner's been a good story.
Let's acknowledge Yiner. Yiner's had a good first 10 games. We'll acknowledge Yiner Diaz.
Altuve's still up over 1,000 on his OPS.
Yep, we'll acknowledge Altuve.
He hasn't undone all of it with his bad base running.
Janky-ass base running. No, he's hit the ball real well. So, no, there have been a few guys. Jeremy Pena has been solid. We'll acknowledge Jeremy Pena for this team. So there you go. But Ryel Blanco has been a really, really bright spot. All right, this is our first chance to do this since the Diggs trade. Nick Caserio.
Acknowledge me.
The one person who Ben?
What?
The one he dropped the
Oh.
The one person who probably gets most excited about getting acknowledged by Roman Reigns, Nick Caserio, he was getting acknowledged a bunch last week for this offseason that the Texans have had. They are putting together the textbook of how you attack an offseason when you've got the benefit of having not just C.J. Stroud, but really there are a lot of young guys on this team who are going to get paid at some point. Like, it's not just C.J. Stroud's contract hovering on the horizon. Like, Will Anderson's hovering on the horizon. Derek Stingley Jr., if he can stay healthy, hovering out there. Nico Collins might be imminently getting an extension here. And Nick's just I think he's done a masterful job of going and getting the big hits, the big home runs here.
Getting the big hits, but also doing it where you're very specifically spending in that window where you've got some breaks. So you're spending on veteran players, but you're doing it with 1- and 2-year contracts, so that presumably if those guys keep developing and they're going to get paid big time, then in the meantime you've drafted to replace some of these veterans that you have to spend a lot of money for. Hopefully some of these young guys are coming along. You've got more rookies on rookie contracts. And then everybody eats, damn it.
Yep. So good job, Nick. Got to be awfully fun to operate in this environment as opposed to the environment he was in pre-D'Amico and pre-C.J. Stroud, I would say.
Will there be who will be the George Springer of this bunch of Texans rookies? If things work out and you got to say goodbye to a free agent that hurts.
That's a great topic, dude. That's a great topic.
My prediction is it's going to be Tank Dell.
Do you see? I have a hard time knowing how much CJ likes Tank, and knowing how much Tank's got that local appeal.
I know. I'm just thinking though, with the staggering of contracts and everything, that it might come up like one off season where, it would probably be like with Tank Dell getting franchised and maybe traded or something. If I had to guess,
I'll give you one.
Okay.
If he continues to ascend the way he did last year, and he gets into that category of player, Christian Harris.
Oh,
Christian Harris might be it.
Yeah.
Might be it.
The only thing about Christian Harris is he won't have had as much time as a high performer in the organization for people to be inordinately upset about.
Let's see.
It'd be a little bit of a late to the party type of scenario.
Let's see. He's got 2 more years, and if it's 2 really good years, Seth, we know how attached people get to players that play for championship teams.
That's true. Okay, that's true.
Like if the team is really good, you get attached to all of them.
That's true. Good point.
Yeah. So Nick Caserio, we acknowledge. Cody Rhodes.
Acknowledge me.
Ended the 1,314-day streak of Roman Reigns, the man who requests acknowledgement, last night at WrestleMania in a main event that was wild. We had a texter say, "Are you going to talk about the crazy main event at WrestleMania last night?" I will. Cody Rhodes and Cody Rhodes. The Texans can claim some good karma here. They tweeted out a picture yesterday before WrestleMania, Seth, of Cody Rhodes with Hannah McNair and Cal McNair, and wished him good luck at the match tonight.
Really?
On the Texans Twitter account, they wish Cody Rhodes good luck. They were backstage at Monday Night Raw like last summer and met Cody. I met Cody. He's a great dude.
Who's the
son of Dusty Rhodes, the legendary Dusty Rhodes?
So who's the heel in that matchup? Is either one of them
Roman, the big heel in the matchup? The Rock, who wasn't even in the matchup. The Rock The Rock is Roman Reigns' cousin, and he kind of inserted himself into the storyline and was doing some wild things like to Cody leading up to it, like just on Monday Night Raw, like bloodying him and beating him up. Yeah, it was
that's not presidential.
For wrestling fans, if any wrestling fan is listening right now is going, "You're right, Sean. This is one of the greatest storylines they've had leading up to a WrestleMania." They popped monster numbers. Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson showed up at WrestleMania in luchador masks and interfered in one of the matches last night. And took the masks off, and the crowd went crazy. And
it was Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey?
Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson.
And Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in Philadelphia. It was at the Link in Philadelphia. So
who's done more steroids, Lane Johnson or the WWE wrestlers?
No comment. Let's just say Lane Johnson would fit in perfectly.
He's tested positive more times.
Probably. So yeah, man, Cody Rhodes, we acknowledge you. Way to end the Tribal Chiefs' reign over WWE. Acknowledged again. Yep. Solar Eclipse Day. I'm going to acknowledge the solar eclipse today. And I have a question. And John Lopez, if you're listening, do you think that John Lopez is taking the day off today to observe the solar eclipse that is set to take place in the middle of In the Loop?
Oh, is he off? So
I don't know if he is or not. That's what I'm wondering. Because the last eclipse, it was a lunar eclipse, not a solar eclipse. But the whole Lopez family went out to a field somewhere with those funny little glasses and tailgated for it. Like they had a tailgate open with coolers and everything and lawn chairs, and they sat and waited for the eclipse. And John chronicled all of it on social media, and they put the little glasses on and everything else. It's not the full totality of it is not supposed to hit Houston, but if you can get it, apparently Kerrville is like a big gathering spot to watch the total solar eclipse today.
When was it that we had the eclipse that was observable in Houston? Was that like 2018 or 19?
The one Lopez was going to look at was pretty recently. Like it was within the last year.
Yeah, like everything got kind of Twilight-like for a little while.
It was it was a little more recent than that. It was within the last year and a half.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm completely out on that one. Yeah, I would say then, I'm sure he's cruising off to the path of
totality. You think he's taking a day off? Okay.
He should, if he's a real man. What time does it come through? What's the...
it's supposed to hit Dallas at 1:42. Dallas is... There's like a line that goes right... Like
it's
a
the
line
path of totality.
The path of totality kind of goes diagonally down the country. It goes through like Buffalo and Cleveland, down through Tennessee, and then into Little Rock, and then it hits Dallas. It hits Dallas at like 1:42 p.m.
Probably, if we act quickly enough, we could convince a lot of people in Dallas that we actually control the moon and the sun. and use it to exert influence on them. We'll threaten them. We'll threaten them. Like, listen, we'll take the sun away.
Yeah.
Okay. Southern Oklahomans, we will take the sun away, and then the sun will start to disappear, and they'll be like, "Yes, we'll give you Micah Parsons. We'll give you Micah Parsons. Yes, whatever we want. We'll pay his salary.
We'll get the Rangers to lay down today in the final game of the series against the Astros.
Here's the silver boot. Just take it. Take it. Whatever. We filled it with gold, with liquid gold.
Exactly.
Just take the silver boot.
I think it's probably like 50-50 Lopez comes to work today. I think he's in eclipse mode.
Don't stare at the eclipse, everybody. It genuinely, it's not like an old wives' tale that it's bad for you.
It's bad for you.
It's really bad, yeah.
You need those goofy little 3D glasses to look at. Not they're specific glasses, not 3D glasses you have from a movie that you watched like 20 years ago, all right?
Don't look at it with 3D glasses. Yeah. That eclipse will look like it's really coming for
It'll feel like your face is getting burnt off.
Yeah.
All right, that was acknowledging the big performances from the week. I would say the most accurate assessor of quarterbacks, in my mind, has weighed in on one of the top 3 guys from this draft, and he is not a fan. Boy, if you want to express how somebody is not a fan of a player at all,
oh no,
this is the way to do it. You will hear it coming up next.
You know what I'm not a fan of? Property taxes. I mean, like, I understand the obligation, but sometimes they just run roughshod with some of these with some of these assessments, and it's unfair. Like, it's one of these things you learn about. I tell rookies.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. We got a lot of stories from over the weekend to get into at 8 o'clock. Draft is coming up 2 weeks from Thursday is night one of the draft. As of right now, Texan fans, you're just going to be sitting back and watching everybody else pick. We'll see if something changes either between now and then or the night of the draft, in the draft, within the draft, if Nick Caserio decides to move up into the first round. But as of right now, it should be a very interesting draft. A lot of quarterbacks at the top. Started to get to the point now. Yeah, quarterback, that's some sexy stuff, man. The quarterbacks, last year, 3 of the top 4 picks were quarterbacks. This year, it could be 4 of the top 4 picks are quarterbacks.
It's theoretically sexy, Sean, but it feels more like kind of like when somebody tells you about how one of these old these burlesque stars from the 1920s were super hot, and you're like, ah!
Yeah.
Oh, no, she was just willing to take her clothes off at a time when nobody else did. She wasn't super sexy. Just like Kenny, there ain't nothing sexy about like Kenny Pickett or Zach Wilson or one of these people.
No. It's definitely some niche stuff going on for sure.
Ooh, sexy. Oh. Almost assuredly a bunch of busts taken in the first round. Awesome.
Okay.
Those teams are probably super excited to get their crappy quarterback. They all suck.
Merrill Hodge, former NFL running back, former ESPN analyst, who has had some of the more noteworthy, somewhat contrarian quarterback assessments over the years. Most notably, Johnny Manziel. He was the one guy pre-draft who was saying, I don't know if he's draftable. I'm day 3 maybe for Johnny Manziel. And he got excoriated for that at the time.
Yeah, he's been wrong too, just like everybody else. But he has been. But I think sometimes I get the feel that Merrill Hodge is willing to go there when it comes to stuff that he might be. For one, he's basing a lot of it on what he looks at and what he sees. Mm-hmm. But also, like with Manziel, the undraftable part wouldn't have been because of his play on the field. The undraftable part was because of what people were saying behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And that, there were teams. So, like, we've gotten into this weird era where nobody wants to print the really negative stuff because they fear they're going to get run out or canceled.
Sure.
So, like, a lot of the read between the lines stuff, Merrill Hodge he's not afraid to go there.
He's not. Although his assessment of Manziel had plenty of football stuff in it too, but you're right.
Yeah. As far as being undraftable.
Yeah.
Like Manziel might not have been a first-round pick based on his football stuff, but, like, yeah.
Yep. C.J. Stroud, Merrill Hodge was one of the ones shouting from the rooftops that C.J. Stroud was the only quarterback he would have taken really, really high in that draft last year. So he was on that C.J. Stroud bandwagon. This year, before we get to the specific one, here is his overall assessment. Keep in mind, this is a draft class that could have 4 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks of the draft.
I think it's okay. Let's put it this way. There's no C.J. Stroud in this draft, and there's no Joe Burrow. And that's kind of been the only 2 guys really in the last years that have been, drafted that high that translated for obvious reasons, which we could get into if we have time. But there's nobody like those guys. There's nobody that has that initial skill set that helps you transition to the National Football League.
And some of you may be saying, I was told Caleb Williams was a generational prospect. What are you talking about? Merrill Hodge has already weighed in on Caleb Williams, and he's not that. He likes Caleb, but he's not generationally high on Caleb Williams. Caleb's not the one we're about to hear his assessment of. We'll hear this in just a second. We'll tell you who it is. But I like, as a Texan fan, hearing a respected NFL voice say C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow. Those are really the only 2. And he's right. Like, those are the only 2 guys from the last handful of drafts who've really shown that next level of acclimation to the NFL.
Well, I think Merrill Hodge in some respects is just because he's not like in the league, and he's actually he's not doing as much media as he used to, right?
No.
I think he's still from a time where to get drafted in the first round as a quarterback, it meant you were a really good quarterback prospect. Where now it's guys that would have been drafted in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th rounds are getting drafted in the first round just because people are so desperate to take a chance on quarterback because it's such an important position.
Yep. This hit that you're hearing the audio from was on WCCO, which is a station up in Minnesota. So the host on this particular program wanted to get Merrill Hodge's assessment of Drake May of North Carolina because We know Minnesota's sitting at 11th right now, but the Texans are entwined in this storyline. They're the ones that traded the 23rd pick to Minnesota, so they're doing their best to try to maybe package these picks to move up and get a quarterback. They signed Sam Darnold, who's, I don't think, the long-term answer there. So this host wanted to know, what do you think of Drake May?
Drake May will get you fired. Drake May's the kind of player that gets you fired. And especially you draft him in the top 5, top 3, he's going to get you fired. And let's use the process and accuracy. Malik Willis might be the only guy I could think of that is as erratic as Drake May. I studied him for 2 years, and I am telling you, I have yet to find, actually, I'd say probably his best game. I watched every one of his games last year. It's probably the Pitt game, and that was an average football game. His last game, the NC State game, was the most embarrassing display I'd ever seen from a guy who's supposed to be an elite franchise quarterback. When you talk about accuracy, it is erratic everywhere.
So there you go, Minnesota. Yeah. Package those picks.
Did he say? He said if he'll get you fired if you take him in the top 5. Is that what he said?
Top 5, top 3. He said. Yep.
I disagree with him on that, just because I'm old enough to remember one Trey Lance or one Zach Wilson. Those guys haven't gotten the head coaches or the GMs fired as of yet. Obviously, the 49ers are a little bit of a different circumstance. But you go down and through, various guys that have been busts or disappointing. I think that owners and GMs in general are more understanding that, all right, we are, it's a huge gamble and we're taking a swing at it, but we'll be able to move on if we don't.
That's interesting. Yeah, boy, that's a good thought. Going back through the last handful of years and how many of these guys who didn't pan out in the top 5, quote, got coaches fired.
Baker Mayfield got people fired, right? Stefanski wasn't there when Baker Mayfield was drafted.
Stefanski, no, that was he was not. He got there in 2020.
Trubisky got somebody fired.
Trubisky got Nagy fired. Yeah, Matt Nagy fired in
Deshaun Watson got somebody fired.
Well, that's a different can of worms. That's fair. Now, he was 12th overall. I will say that, not top 5, but yeah. So Drake May, buyer beware, according to Merrill Hodge. You're right. Just thinking this through of Caleb Williams. I'm not as high on Caleb Williams. I'm kind of with Merrill Hodge on that. Caleb Williams is obviously a highly skilled player, but I've never understood the whole generational thing with Caleb Williams. He tore up the Pac-12 in Lincoln Riley's offense. Okay. I'm not saying he's not good. Generational is a different category.
He does some things with his arm, I think, that are rare for guys with an arm as strong as he has. His ability to throw with touch, but also just be able to gun the hell out of it. It does feel like he's a better version of what you hope Josh Allen's arm would be in a lot of respects. So that part's intriguing to me. There was the one stat that I saw. I think Albert Breer brought this up. Maybe this is too nerdy, but I don't care. Damn it, I'm gonna nerd off here.
Do it.
So. Most quarterbacks, when you take the difference in speed between their fastest throw, when they're throwing really hard, versus when they're trying to throw with touch, there's a 4 mile per hour difference. It might be from 47 miles per hour up to 51 miles per hour. With Caleb Williams, there's a 10 mile per hour difference.
Oh, really?
To where he can throw it with feather touch.
Yeah.
He can just layer the ball in there in the intermediate stuff, but then he can gun it like hell downfield. And I think that's what's so intriguing to a lot of people, and his ability to kind of create when his offensive line isn't there. So I understand the upside and the appeal, but it was the same way I was with Pat Mahomes. It's impossible to think that, okay, you're going to do that. You're going to do that consistently in the NFL, and a lot of it's just going to come down to what kind of coach. What does he have? Does he have that Pat Mahomes stuff? And B, does he have the coaching around him to really fully actualize
this is going to be a keep the receipts draft. If 4 quarterbacks go in the top 4, ain't no way all 4 are panning out. Just no chance. It doesn't happen. Should be fun. Dude, it is so refreshing to just be able to sit back and watch. It was fun last year because you knew the Texans. It's exciting taking a quarterback, but if you're taking a quarterback that high, it's because you've endured some pretty bad seasons. This to me is more fun. Enduring a really good season and then watching other teams have to grab bag for a quarterback when they've got like a 20% chance of him working out.
What's been the best draft class since 1983 for quarterbacks?
For quarterbacks, I would say, boy, just kind of I'm shuffling through in my head here, Seth. 2000,
sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
2004 was the Eli, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger draft.
That's pretty damn good, Sean.
They all went in the top 11 in that draft, if I'm not mistaken.
All like frequent Pro Bowlers.
Yes.
And at least all three of those have been an All-Pro at least once.
And 4 Super Bowls among those 3 guys as well.
Roethlisberger may have never been an All-Pro, but yeah. But obviously, Super Bowl championships and Pro Bowls.
Yeah.
Matt Schaub in that draft as well, Sean.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I like Pro Bowls. You know,
sure.
If you're gonna stack up like total number of Pro Bowls garnered from a single draft class, Schaub might put them over.
He might. He might. I'm thinking strictly first round because that's the context of the conversation you and I are having right now.
Yeah.
Like big time. I'm like literally going through them in my head. 2011 was Cam Newton, but then it was like Jake Locker and Blaine Gabbert and Christian Ponder. Probably. I would say probably 2004. And probably 2017 was pretty good.
Almost.
I know Trubisky went 2, but Mahomes and Deshaun Watson went 10 and 12 in that draft.
Yeah.
If the wheels didn't fall off on Deshaun, we'd be talking about that one. 2020, real quick, Seth. 2020, Joe Burrow, Tua Tagovailoa, Justin Herbert, and Jordan Love in the first round. That's pretty good.
That's got the makings of being the best one since '83. If a couple of those, that's pretty damn good.
Yep.
I'll tell you, the Bears, I feel for them if Caleb Williams isn't the guy because they passed up C.J. Stroud last year. Could have just plucked him right there if they wanted to. But their GM is a genius, as we've been told by various other writers that have been invited in to get inside information from Ryan Poles. So there's that. But they passed on C.J. Stroud, and that is the same team that passed on Pat Mahomes and Deshaun Watson for University of North Carolina star Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad, man. That's more cursed than the Browns in some respects.
Oof, man. Yeah. 9 teams passing on Mahomes.
If Caleb Williams doesn't work out.
If he doesn't work out. Right. 7443. You seem like a lot of fun. Don't drink too much Kool-Aid. 1 year does not make around the best of all time. Could be or make Stroud the best of all time.
I wasn't aware of that.
Could be
I
a
never knew
sophomore
that.
jinx.
Nobody's ever once alerted me to that. Yeah.
You text a warning to the show like, "Hey, slow down, slow your roll." No, we got it. Guys have gotten worse over time. Here's the thing. I don't think it's going to happen to C.J. Stroud, and guess what? I'm not paid to be right. So I think C.J. Stroud is going to be a perennial Pro Bowler and be really, really good for a long, long time. And if he's not, 7443, you can come back and tell me 4 or 5 years from now that I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Man, am I just going to let that sit with me for a long time? All right.
No, it's 100% true. Look, Deshaun Watson had a very promising rookie year.
True.
And then went on to become Deshaun Watson went on to be a very good quarterback with the Texans until stuff happened. And now he's just barely seen or heard from, except every now and then with somebody. You have to hear a bunch of Browns fans talk about how, like, well, if you actually know football and you actually watch the games, you know that him completing 38% of his passes was one of the more heroic efforts this weekend.
Oh my God.
You just got to watch the game. Yeah.
He's a cheesesteak entrepreneur, man. He's a cheesesteak entrepreneur and a travel influencer. Pretty damn good one.
So you think he's more cheesesteak than pigskin these days?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as of right now, till I see otherwise. He is a cheesesteak entrepreneur, respectable business, and he is a travel influencer, respectable business. I'm not begrudging him for either of those things. He's not my quarterback. I don't care. Do what he wants.
Did you see the coach for South Carolina that was sitting on the bench during the women's game yesterday that had a T-shirt that said, I think it said Gucci, I love you, or something like that?
No.
Yeah. Like, I wonder, now that was a coach. I wonder if the coaches are getting some of I wonder if the NIL people are jumping in on not just players but coaches as well.
Using them as billboards for things?
I know that there's got to be a story behind that. It was an assistant coach for South Carolina, if I remember correctly. I don't think it was Iowa. Yeah, and it said Gucci, I love you. Like, that's some pretty bold branding, and not a very normal basketball thing to wear.
No.
Yeah, I hope she was getting some money for that.
Do we know was she definitely a coach?
I mean, she was. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Maybe not. I don't know. It was like a team mom or something. She's sitting on the bench right there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's sometimes people sit. Yeah, I don't know, analyst or something. Like maybe
she was right next to Don Staley.
Okay,
so whatever she
probably
was, she works for the staff.
Yeah, probably a coach. Yeah. I just wasn't sure if she was like all the way at the end or something like that.
No. She was like, if I recall correctly, she was directly next to Don Staley.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then my question is moot. She was definitely part of the staff.
Somebody text in. I'm sure one of you knows the answer, or many of you. Text in someone 357.
I can't wait to read the fake answers we get now. I'm sure one of you knows the answers or can make something up. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. One. Rangers series with the Astros, not over yet. They've still got a game left tonight in Arlington. But 2 horrible losses on Friday and Saturday. But let's focus on the positive. That's what Lovie Smith would do. Let's focus on the positive. O.J. Howard. Ryel Blanco is the O.J. Howard of this story. He is magnificent. Another spectacular outing. Not a complete game, no-hitter this time, but 5 2/3 innings of no-hit ball before he gave up a hit. 44 outs without a hit to begin a season. That's the longest streak of the last 60-plus years. And most importantly, they get a win last night, 3-1 over the Texas Rangers. A Yordan Alvarez 3-run home run was all the runs that Ryel Blanco and the bullpen needed to bring the ship into the shore, Seth. The Astros are now a robust 3-7 on the season.
3-7, which is look, you gotta make up 4 games to get to 500. Not that big a deal for the Astros if they just start playing the way that they're capable of playing in previous years. I don't know if they're capable of playing the way they were previously.
That's the thing about it being the first 10 games. You know what I mean? Like, there's no evidence. We can't point to anything.
The biggest problem now. There's some things with the. There's some things in the batting stats that should be really encouraging. You do have numerous individuals that are playing really well. Altuve's hitting. Is he still over 400? I think he's hitting 375 at this point.
He's
still got over 1,000 OPS.
Yeah.
Yordan has very much looked like Yordan. Like, there's a lot of stuff because the strikeouts at least go. Like, the strikeouts are amongst the lowest in the league. Like, they've been making good contact. Some of that stuff's just going to balance out. It's that the relievers are still a huge question mark as they were beforehand. That's why I can't get on board with just dismissing it by saying, oh, it's 162 games, just because with like the known problems are still problems, and the starting pitching, even though the starting pitching hasn't been a problem, it's not like I feel rock solid about it.
No.
Even Blanco, I love that Blanco has done what he's done, but it's a very small sample size.
Yeah, the starting pitching, I know statistically going into this Rangers series at least it had been good ERA-wise. Yeah, but Hunter Brown's not really been good in either of his starts. He was horrible on Friday. Fromber's had one good start, one bad start. We'll see what happens. He's going tonight. The problem with Javier's been very good. The problem with Javier is he's a 5-inning guy. Like, his pitch count just gets too high.
Yeah.
This is where, and actually this is a good lead into number 2 here real quick.
2. Physically great. Obviously not the best result, but I don't think that's the most important thing today. Came out of it the way I would have liked physically.
Yeah, and that's Justin Verlander. They need Justin Verlander back. J.P. France was not good in his outing against the Rangers. It's statistically the starting pitching's been probably like overall like it's if you have a good bullpen, you can survive with the starting pitching that you've had. So survive with you've had the starting pitching you've had so far. But I'm with you, like Seth earlier. I mean, I know I was kind of tongue in cheek saying Blanco's the guy. He's your. I'm joking around like he's your ace. But he's been very good in 2 starts. But it's 2 starts for a guy who's pitched very little in the big leagues. They need Justin Verlander back. They need some of the more experienced guys back in this rotation, I think.
Yeah.
To compete.
Yeah.
To compete. Verlander, what he's alluding to there, statistically not a great outing in Sugar Land yesterday. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 earned runs. He did have 6 strikeouts. Threw a lot of change-ups, which is uncharacteristic. So he's probably working on some things. Verlander said, we accomplished our goal.
I did accomplish goal number 1, which is throw 65 pitches and feel healthy. The second goal, obviously, in an ideal world, you go out there and your timing's right and everything's right where you want it to be, but that's not super realistic. So timing was a little off. Some of my pitches were a little erratic, and that's one of those things that just time on the mound is the only thing that can really help resolve that.
Did say later in that media session that we will probably get one more rehab start from him, it sounds like, before he comes back to the big club.
Yeah, so I don't know. Just don't worry about the results. I'm always afraid that I'm going to run a skew of the 162 game folks too. When if you express any concern at all about your age
rehab
picture
results,
yeah, like the rehab. That's just like spring training or anything else. The key in baseball is to never express any concern or alarm over anything whatsoever. If a man is run over by a train, on his way into the stadium that day, you're not allowed to be concerned about whether or not he might pitch well.
Right.
So everything will be fine. Everything's fine, everybody. Everything's fine. Just based on nothing but superstition.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
3.
Dandre Sweat, Texas Longhorns defensive tackle, thought to be a fairly high draft prospect, right? Second round kind of grade on him. Got arrested and charged with DWI yesterday afternoon. Around 2:00, was made bond, got out. We'll see where this goes. But Seth, he's a prospect who there's a lot of good with Dandre Sweat to see when you watch the film. But prior to this and whatever this ends up being, the episode on Sunday, he already had some question marks with respect to just his weight. Early in his career, Dane Brugler, the Athletic, had said that he had. A lot of the meetings he had with NFL teams, he had to kind of explain his partying habits early in his career, and that he's kind of he's come around on that, and he's serious about his career now.
This would be something that will knock him from the second to the third round if he was supposed to go to the second round at all. There's going to be a boatload of coaches and scouts out there who also figure like, okay, you know what? I still like the kid, and this will give me a chance to get him in the third round because he's a hell of a talent. He's way too big. He gets too tired in games, but when he is fresh and available, he's just an absolute force. And I would be A-okay with it. I don't know what all the behind-the-scenes stuff is. I don't know what the story about this DUI is. This case could get thrown out depending on what the circumstances are. I have zero clue about any of the details of this DUI. If the Texans took him in the third round, I would be super excited about it as long as he's just got his life in order off the field because he is an absolute menace on the football field.
If you had to guess, purely a guess, if you had to guess just based on scheme, the type of defensive lineman that D'Amico has had in his defense, both here and in San Francisco, what we know outwardly about what Caserio looks for in players and things like that. If you had to guess, where do you think he is as far as the Texans go? Do you think?
I think they'd be interested and intrigued by him, but he's also a guy that, when you're drafting defensive linemen in the upper rounds, you don't want a guy that the opponent can keep off the field simply by putting a different personnel group in.
Yep.
And if the opponent decides to go up tempo with 3 wide receiver sets, it's hard to keep Dandre Sweat on the field because he's going to get gassed at a certain point. So that's the thing that would keep him out of the first round because I trust that in limited doses. Even at 365, he's going to be a good pass rusher in the NFL. It's just how much can you really expect out of him? So I think that D'Amico would be intrigued by him because there would be a level of physicality and just potentially physical domination against the run that the Texans just flat out don't have right now. So I would guess that if he slips into the third round, he still might be a Texans target.
Someone said, "Great, he's going to be a Raven."
Right, exactly. No, that's it. Thank you. That's somebody after my own heart. That's exactly what they would do, especially if, maybe it ends up being. Sometimes people get the advice that if you get pulled over for DUI, just don't take the sobriety test at all.
Yeah.
Maybe he fell into that category, and when we find out more circumstances around it,
we'll see.
Then so be it. For a guy that apparently there were questions about his maturity or his off-field habits beforehand. Any smoke is a bad sign for him. If he had been a choir boy his entire life and there were never any hints of weight control issues or anything, then it's a little easier to overcome something like this, but it's a little bit more complicated.
This feeds the narrative about him, not runs contrary to the narrative about him. You know what I mean? The allegations do at least.
Right. So am I drafting Tommy Boy here? What the hell are we getting into?
Right.
Well, not Tommy Boy, but Chris Farley.
Chris Farley, right. Yeah.
Tommy Boy himself could control himself to a certain
Tommy
degree.
Boy saved the company. Yeah. Number 4, the Rockets, they lose. It felt like they were about to beat the Mavericks. That's why it's so ingrained in my brain. I'm like, hey, the Rockets are going to win this thing. They didn't, and it's a shame because this was a game that they led by 20 led by 22 at one point in the first half. The Mavericks came back in the second half. Really a fun game down the stretch. I mean, two teams went back and forth, and they were bombing away. And the Rockets were up 129 to 126 with 8 seconds to go in the game. Jabari Smith at the free throw line. He makes one of these free throws, and the game's probably over. Misses them both. And then the Rockets, I guess, I don't know if Ime Udoka is a foul up 3 in the waning seconds guy or not, but he didn't yesterday. And Dante Exum ends up hitting a three-pointer to send it to overtime at the buzzer, and then the Mavericks go on to steamroll the Rockets in overtime. They wind up winning by 11, the Mavericks do, 147 to 136. Seth, if the Rockets were still mathematically a possibility, which mathematically they were yesterday, but like realistically a possibility to get into the play-in, this would have been a gut punch, because this probably would have been a loss that really would have affected drastically. You know, if they're a game back of the Warriors or something like that.
Yeah, this is a hard one to be philosophical about. Yeah. This is a hard one to just say, like, well, young team, I thought they were beyond being a young team. All right, this was a tough one, but also a reminder that, look,
they're a young team.
What's that?
That they're a young team.
No. Also, yeah, a reminder that like having a big man can make a difference. I get that you can't blame Şengün not being in there for exactly what happened at the end, or that Şengün himself would have been the antidote. It's just that they've still got some team building and/or coming of age to do before they become a genuine threat.
They got more bumps to take for sure.
Yeah.
5.
Key date for you Houstonians who want an NHL team, and I'm all for an NHL team here, by the way. But it would seem that the Coyotes, Phoenix, Arizona, whatever they're called these days, the Coyotes, the NHL team in Arizona, would be the logical target for a purchase for Tillman Fertitta, let's say. And bring that team to Houston because they've had all sorts of issues securing a new arena. They're playing in an arena that holds like 5,000 or something right now. The key date here for you is June 27th because that is when an auction for a big chunk of land in the northern part of Phoenix is up for. That's the auction date. And the owners of the Coyotes are putting in a bid for that parcel of land. And their plan is to create what Seth would probably call a Coyoteopolis.
Yes.
Like a one of these newfangled, hey, we're building an arena and we're also building 50 things around it as well.
Multi-use community with like apartments and condos and shopping,
retail,
and commerce and all that.
The whole thing. And they'd be responsible for all the highway adjustments that need to be made, the whole thing. So June 27th is the date of that auction. If they're able to get that land, then it may be full steam ahead for a new arena and a hockey team becoming unavailable for Houston.
It's I watched the promotional video for this with their concept.
Yeah.
I don't buy that the people who own the Coyotes are going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah.
But B, if they did, I want to live there. This looks like one of these fantasy cities that they're building out in the desert in the Middle East.
Yes.
Where you hear about like stuff that blows your mind.
They build like these long tracts. It's like in a straight line of buildings, and then there's just desert all around it.
Yeah, that's the Middle East one. This one's a little bit more like looking like a normal city, but like just greenery on every balcony and everything, covered walkways, so you get a little bit of sun, but not the direct Arizona sun. It looks like there might even be air conditioned parking for the hockey game.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of good stuff there. I don't feel like anybody's actually going to trust that they can pull this off. So there's still a chance that Houston ends up with a hockey team at some point.
We'll see.
6.
All right, we got to rapid fire these. Derek Brown got paid. Derek Brown, the defensive tackle, who I think we thought there might be a chance that when the Texans were clearing out all that Titus Howard cap space a week or two ago, that I know you and I fantasized about Derek Brown being a Texan a little bit. Like, wow, this might look really good. He's going to be a Carolina Panther. 4 years, $96 million, $63 million guaranteed. Seth, the interior defensive linemen are getting paid this offseason.
They should be.
Yeah.
It's one of the
your people.
They're the salt of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
They're the big men who weren't so cowardly that they played offensive line, and for a long time they were underappreciated.
Yep.
The guys on the edge were getting all the attention, and now the defensive tackles are getting their due.
That's it. So Derek Brown got paid.
7.
Turns out Rashee Rice had weed in his Lamborghini that he was driving in the crash that took place in Dallas about 10 days ago. 10.8 grams of weed found in the Lamborghini that Rashee Rice had been renting for nearly $1,800 a day that got messed up badly in that crash. So
reportedly, allegedly, somebody had taken like a sack full of guns out of the vehicles. That's probably the better move, depending on what their registration status was.
I would have taken both if it were me.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I think that when in a hurry, perhaps.
Yeah.
The 10.5 grams. So this was misreported by some outlets as a felony level of possession, which would be absurd because it's not. That's not an offense. Like 4 ounces is the felony possession amount, which is 113 grams. So Rashee Rice had, or at least somebody in the vehicle had 10.8 grams, which is so 10% of what a felony amount would be. So this seems to be, I don't want to say the least of his problems, but probably not a huge problem for him.
If we were power ranking the things about the Rashee Rice story that are going to get him in the most trouble with the NFL, is it the accident itself? Is it the walking away from the accident? Is it the weed? Is it and understanding it might not have been his weed? What do you think the NFL is most distraught about?
It's either going to be the walking away or if there is anything to the story about the weapons that were in the vehicle, depending on just what the nature of all that was.
Yep.
They don't. If it's unregistered firearms, the NFL does not take that lightly at all.
No.
I have zero clue or evidence that it is. That's with all the unknown things about that. Walking away from the accident is a big one, and firearms are a big one.
All right, real quick, just a few college basketball bullet points. South Carolina beat Iowa yesterday 87-75, so the career of Caitlin Clark has come to an end in college basketball. It's on to the WNBA for her. UConn and Purdue tonight in the men's national championship game, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. John Calipari is about to become the head coach at Arkansas.
Of course.
Leaving Kentucky.
It's exactly what I expected to hear yesterday.
That was wild. I got to go ask George, one of the DJs on the Morning Bull, is a huge Kentucky guy. I'm guessing the Kentucky people are cool with him leaving. I think a lot of the Kentucky people wanted Calipari kind of gone anyways, but he's got a $34 million buyout.
Yeah.
If they were to fire him or let him go, like they'd owe him $34 million. My guess is they get out from under that now. If they're just allowing him to walk and go to Arkansas, like maybe this is just an amicable divorce going on right now.
Yeah, it might just be one of those things where like Arkansas, he can theoretically help elevate Arkansas up a level, whereas like Kentucky's got a certain standard, and that John Calipari's attaboy efforts over these last few years just simply aren't enough for Kentucky, but he can be transformational for Arkansas.
I think bingo. I think you nailed it. I think it's exactly it. All right.
I wonder if there was with some basketball coaches, if you get to a point where you're kind of like, yeah, I'd kind of like to go to a place where at least a few of these guys will stick around for a few years.
Yeah.
It's nice having all these future NBA All-Stars, but I'd like to actually I'd like to do some coaching somewhere along the way.
Well, and the NIL gives you a chance to do that in a much more, I think, probably an environment where the players are a little bit happier, at a place like Arkansas. All right, a good 8 at 8. Get you 8 stories to get your day going right there. All right, so the Texans, it came out this weekend, the way the Texans structured this 1 year, air quotes, of Stefon Diggs' money. Could Nick Caserio still be cooking some things up? I don't know that this is the way I expected them to structure Stefon Diggs' deal. Is Nick still cooking? And if he is, what are we looking at here? That's coming up next.
If you've been involved in an accident and it wasn't your fault, like maybe some psychotic professional athlete was racing one of his buddies, and you.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Now this is an interesting chess move right here. We'll get to Caserio in a second, and is he cooking some stuff up here based on how they structured Diggs' contract. But as far as the hockey team goes, potentially here, you know, we know that the most likely scenario, if we were to get hockey, would be Tillman Fertitta purchasing the Coyotes out of Arizona. Yeah. And they've got in June, late June, there's an auction for a big tract of land in Arizona where the Coyotes could potentially stay with a new arena. 7208, Fertitta should put in a bid on the land.
Ooh, yeah, block them.
Yeah, cost of doing business if you want to own the team. Yeah, and put a bunch of restaurants out there. You know, just build a Fertitta-opolis out in Arizona for no reason at all, other than to get your
Landry's type stuff.
Yeah,
out there.
Landropolis.
Big,
yeah,
the Landropolis.
The Landropolis.
But then it doesn't still. I mean, it doesn't. From what I understand about Phoenix, is there's a good amount of open. I mean, the very promotional piece for this new development that they're building out there in Phoenix brags about how there's nothing but wide open desert that they can build it on. I feel like just if they miss out on this one plot of land, they can find another somewhere.
Yeah,
it's
maybe.
like Houston keeps adding toll roads and
That's true.
Like rings in a tree.
Good point.
You know, 1,000 years from now, people are going to look at like rings around the city of Houston to figure out how many decades it was.
Yeah, like a tree. Yes, I love that. I love that. Tillman, he's just going to keep doing it. He's going to wind up owning all of Arizona just to block a hockey move. It's an interesting thought, though, Texter.
They claim, the owners of the Coyotes claim that it'll be non-taxpayer funded as well.
Yes.
So it's hard for me to reconcile what the Coyotes have been as a franchise with, their owners are going to get this mega deal done.
Yeah, dude.
With, Jerry, say what you want about Jerry Jones. The fact that he was able to build that megalopolis around the training facility and everything, that doesn't surprise you. Jerry's really good at stuff like that.
Right. No, this is like Fredo Corleone taking over the Corleone family and promising that the Corleone family is going into the new century now in all these businesses. Like, no, you're Fredo, dude. You're like the least competent of all the Corleones. So the Texans contract with Stefon Diggs, I'm going to lay this out in a way that's hopefully not too contract nerdy, but just know that they did the thing with Stefon Diggs that you do with guys where you're trying to park a bunch of cap money in the future and keep it out of this year, which is push it into future years. And some of you may go, well, it's a one-year deal. What are you talking about? You can tack on these dummy years, and the Texans have done it. Every team's done it. Texans are doing it with
Dalton Schultz last year.
They're doing it with a few guys now, I can guarantee you. It just doesn't show up in a lot of the news items. If you go to Spot Rack or Over the Cap and you want to go look, it'll show you. They call them voidable years, and the Texans basically have given almost all of Stefon Diggs' money to him up front. He's getting paid $22 million. About 20 and change he is getting in the form of a signing bonus, and they're spreading it out over 5 years, 4 of which are voidable, which means that it's basically like a credit card. They're taking $16 million of the 20 they just paid him, and they're parking it in future years. When Stefon Diggs is no longer a Texan, that 16 hits your cap. But in 2024, it doesn't. He counts $5.7 million against the Texans cap this year.
I know many of you listening had these in the 2000s, the 2000 aughts. It's basically like a no interest mortgage with a balloon payment.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, sure. Oh, I'm paying nothing but interest. My payments are low as hell. And then all of a sudden, 5 years later, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta.
Piper comes calling.
No.
Yep. The Grim Reaper standing at the door, waiting for you.
Well, I saw when we had tweeted out one of our segments from the week about Stefon Diggs being here on a rental. Somebody responded to the tweet saying, like, how come you guys keep calling it a rental? The Texans could re-up him after this year. Or he could come back next year. Well, yeah, it's a rental because it's a one-year deal, basically. Yeah. Like, this is a one-year deal. That's usually that's the common thing you say when it's a one-year deal.
Sure.
Because you haven't locked a guy down long-term. So it feels more like a rental. And, yes, they could, if everything goes well with Stefon Diggs, they could sign him to a new contract or extend or whatever. Did you say goodbye?
I said they could buy him. Sometimes you rent. Sometimes you rent to buy.
I think Stefon Diggs is a guy that, especially maybe just let's say it's because of his age, best off on one-year deals from here on.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I thought that same thing this weekend. And who knows? Like, if this thing works out, then if this thing works out to the highest potential it could work out, it means the Texans won the Super Bowl this year. And that's not a crazy thing to say. And if Stefon Diggs was a significant part of that, he's going to be 31 or 32 years old or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He may settle into a point where he would just, he wants to see how far you can ride being part of a, potential multiple Super Bowl winner at not an unreasonable wage, not like a total hometown discount, but, taking $15 million to stay here instead of hitting the open market and getting $23 million. The days of Stefon Diggs getting $25 to $30 million are over. He's never getting that just because of his age and his priors. You know what I mean?
It's interesting, Sean, though, because Stefon Diggs is at a point in his career where he'd been talked about as a potential Hall of Famer, and I think that. And he's had very productive seasons in Buffalo, and everything just kind of went awry or askew this year there, or over the course of the last year and a half. I wonder, if I'm Stefon Diggs, I'm trying to put myself in his position. He's right at 9,995 yards receiving.
Wow.
So 56th all time.
Dude, that's going to be his first catch as a Texan. He's going to pass 10,000 yards.
He's going to catch 10,000.
That's sweet.
Yeah. If they do a bubble screen like they did in Buffalo so much, you could end up losing it on the next possession.
That's true.
Too.
That's true. Yeah. What are the odds they stop the game? One catch hit.
But in terms of him, in terms of where he stands on the record books, if I'm Stefon Diggs, in my mind, all right, if I have 3 more 1,000-yard seasons, I'll be in the top 20 of receiving yardage all time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a big deal. We talked about this last week. It's very, very rare for a team to have 3 1,000-yard receivers. The chances of Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Stefon Diggs all having really productive seasons from a yardage standpoint or from total touchdown standpoints is probably, they're probably not that great, the odds. What does Stefon Diggs, how does he envision himself right now? If he's on an awesome team, but he gets 800 yards receiving, maybe a bunch of touchdowns, but he's viewed as an integral part of that team, is he going to want to come back? I don't know. I have zero clue. If you're pushing for a Super Bowl, and I think this might be the important thing, if he's playing with C.J. Stroud, who's doing all the right things, making all the right reads, all of that, because there were times after Stefon Diggs' production started to trail off this year, talking to people up in Buffalo, watching games myself just over the past few days and what have you, Stefon Diggs still was getting open downfield. Stefon Diggs still would have had opportunities. If Josh Allen were still, I wouldn't even say forcing the ball to Stefon Diggs, but I think Josh Allen was really trying to spread the ball around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it wasn't always perfectly the way it should be, but it was a better offense once Josh Allen started to do that. I think a lot of it might come down to, all right, how often does Stefon Diggs feel like, well, wait a second, I was the number 1 read on that. Why didn't I get the ball?
Yeah. How does that affect him?
If he's the number 3 read and he's wide open, I don't think that he's going to be like, I can't believe I'm not getting the ball. I think it's those moments where, wait, I was wide open. I should have been the read here, and I wasn't. You forced it to a tight end into double coverage.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Stop doing that.
And how does CJ react to that? How does that whole, whole dynamic work?
Well, I think the thing is CJ going to be more advanced than Josh Allen when it comes to actually playing in structure?
Sure. Okay, so Diggs is only counting $5.7 million, something like that, against the cap. Do you think that Nick Caserio still has another big move up his sleeve here? And that's why they parked $16 million of Diggs cap money in the future?
According to Over the Cap right now, the Texans have $23 million in cap space.
That sounds about right, yeah.
So that's the 9th most cap space.
Yeah.
Which, as we know, that doesn't last as long as you expect. But if they do something creatively.
Yeah, it doesn't. And yet $23 million at this stage of the game is enough to where if all you're doing is just filler on the roster and planning for your draft class, you shouldn't need to push $16 million into the future.
Yeah, I think Justin Simmons maybe would be one.
I think that's the one everybody's hoping for. When I was at the event I was at on Saturday, and people were talking to me about the Texans during the cocktail hour, that was the one name that continued to come up. Like, hey, do you think? Because I think to me he's easily the biggest. Well, not easily the biggest name. I mean, Xavier Howard and Stephon Gilmore are still out there. He's the biggest name that feels like has the most left in the tank, possibly, Justin Simmons.
Yeah, I guess the other side there, too, would be like a Stephon Gilmore or somebody like that, if they just want either, a 1-year deal, even if it's technically a 3-year deal or what have you, that might make sense. I am curious about Steven Nelson. I wonder what Steven Nelson is thinking right now.
Yeah.
Is there potentially just soft negotiations going on between him and the Texans because he believed he was worth a certain amount and that money hasn't been out there in free agency, but and this is pure conjecture on my side. I'll put myself in Steven Nelson's situation. If I made a big stink and insulted the GM on social media last year because I wasn't getting the money that I felt I deserved, then I get out into free agency and I'm still sitting here. It takes a little bit of pride swallowing to go back to the place that you just accused of not paying you well enough. Without
knowing everything, you and I only know what's out there publicly about the relationship between Steven Nelson, the Texans, good and bad, and what Steven Nelson thinks of himself. And he thinks very highly of himself, which is good. You should, Now, you need to be realistic about what you're going to make. If I had to guess, I would say the last conversation the Texans had with Steven Nelson before free agency was, yeah, man, go test the market, see what's out there for you. And depending on where we are with the cornerback depth chart, we may still be here for you. We might be. We might not be. We can't wait for you, though. You know?
What if Nick is just cruelly waiting?
Letting him twist?
They're like, kind of like, oh, yeah, boy, yeah, sure, yeah.
Sitting there looking at himself in the mirror in the very vest that Steven Nelson posted on social media and nodding his head, going, mm-hmm. Can't trust someone who wears this vest, can
What
ya?
if he makes that part of the terms of the agreement that he'll be paid in vests?
That's it.
You're going to be paying vest futures. Yeah.
Or he's got to do like vest commercials with Nick, like wearing Texans vests and things. No, sometimes you get players like posing in some of the gear, like on social media and in the catalog and stuff. Steven Nelson, sometimes some guys it's a jersey, some guys it's a stocking cap, maybe receiver gloves or whatever. Nelson, you got to do the vest, man. You got to wear the vest, and you've got to do the photo shoot with it in the sweltering hot heat of the summer.
You have to wear a vest every day at training camp.
July, yes.
Like one of those lambs, like those sheep's wool rancher vests, you know,
the hottest ones. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I got 2 bits of audio we need to get into here. A hated rival of the Astros did something that I think is deplorable, the way that they handled a certain situation, as does one of our favorites that we'd love to play audio from. So we'll get to that. Another play-by-play guy of a team in the Astros division was making a lot of great points about baseball and then got super dramatic. So we've got that for you coming up next.
I'll give you dramatic. Bayway Chevrolet challenges you to find a better deal in this.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. The Astros did not have a great weekend. They lost Friday and Saturday to the Rangers. They win 3-1 yesterday. They play again today against the Texas Rangers. A couple other baseball stories. We didn't get to this one last week, but anytime Mad Dog Russo weighs in on something over the weekend, it'll find its way back onto the show on Monday, for sure.
Yeah, I think sometimes you worry that that like you don't want to play too much Mad Dog Russo because you knew him when you were a younger man, and not everybody like here did. I never knew about who Mad Dog Russo was or anything, so just trust me. As somebody that didn't grow up knowing about Mad Dog Russo, I can't get enough of him in small bursts. In small bursts.
Sure. So
I could have done without him when he was explaining how the Texans did Curry wrong. He's talking about David Culley, but how the Texans did Curry wrong. Well, he and Stephen A., who, as far as I know, have never once recommended David Culley for another NFL coaching job.
Not that I've seen, no. Yeah.
Somehow believe that the Texans have done David Curry wrong.
Right. Now, but when he's crushing the Dodgers for the handling of a certain situation, we're here for it. Let's just lay this out first, though. You'll hear from Mad Dog in a second. I think this is something independent of the Mad Dog audio, because I had this in the rundown last week. We just never got to it because Stefon Diggs got traded here. But the Dodgers security, if we ever had the segment the opposite of Acknowledge Me, we would recognize the Dodgers security. Shohei Ohtani hit his first home run as a Dodger at Dodger Stadium last week, and a woman caught the ball. A woman was at the game with her husband, and I'm opening the article right now just so I can get her name. The woman's name.
Her name is Roman. What is it?
I think her last name is Roman. The husband's last name
Amber
is
Roman.
Amber Roman, and the husband's last name is Valenzuela.
Yeah.
They were at the game. She catches the ball. Like, the husband went up to catch the ball. Nobody caught it. It's rolling around on the ground, and it ends up at her feet, and she picks it up. She just stumbles into this ball. So now she's got what is a ball that collectors estimate would be worth about $100,000 on the open market if it were authenticated. That's a key here. She immediately gets swarmed by Dodger security, gets sequestered from her husband. They, separate her from her husband, and they take her to a spot where they can negotiate with her to get this historic baseball. Shohei Ohtani's first home run as an L.A. Dodger. And she got kind of strong-armed into really settling for a bad deal on this thing.
Yeah, which because they said, listen, if you don't, we're not going to authenticate the baseball. If you don't, you can either accept this deal or you can have the ball. We're not going to authenticate it.
Right. And they said the first offer was 2 autographed Shohei Ohtani hats. Like, that was the first offer, and thankfully she didn't jump at that, but she didn't get much more than that. This whole story is coming out after she made the deal with the Dodgers. So they separated her from her husband, so the husband wasn't able to get in her ear and say, no, don't. And I don't know if they were able to text each other or whatever.
What the hell?
Dude.
I know. It sounds like a police investigation or something.
As it reads, it's a crazy story. Now, this is her side of the story, but still.
Yeah.
So she ended up getting 2 signed hats, a signed bat, and a ball. The other key here is she never got to meet Shohei Ohtani. That's normally the normal course of action with this is you do get to at least meet face-to-face the person who hit the home run ball.
She should have offered some good action on a future Dodgers game.
That's it. Shohei would like a 5-team parlay in return, and we need it now.
You want this ball, Shohei?
Right.
I got some tanking you need to do.
It's a bad. To me, I'm like, boy, that's a bad situation. Now, she didn't get to meet with Shohei. There's some conjecture that Shohei lied about meeting with them. that Shohei says everything through a translator. I think as we've seen, like, we don't know what's real. Like,
this is what the interpreter said.
Yeah.
I was able to talk to the fan and was able to get it back. Obviously, it's a very special ball. A lot of feelings toward it. I'm very grateful that it's back. Those are supposedly Ohtani's words.
Right.
But who knows? I don't know.
Right. So it's at the very least feels like a somewhat sketchy situation here. A ball worth $100,000. She's walking away with 2 signed hats, a signed bat, and a ball. Didn't get to meet Shohei. Yeah. And now she's talking publicly about it, and the Dodgers have reportedly come back and said, well, we're still open to more negotiation. I don't know where it's gone with this. Mad Dog Russo crushed the Dodgers for this.
That is an absolute unmitigated disgrace that the Dodgers did this nonsense. How about the Dodgers? This is a franchise that is worth billions and billions of dollars that you can't even watch the games in your freaking town, and the Dodgers are going to make the woman be smart. Give me the damn ball. When the lady doesn't have any damn money because Ohtani's got to have a stupid ball. Let him pay for it. Boy, I tell you right now, I hate the Dodgers. I'm sick of the Dodgers. I hope they never win. I'm sick of them. And then this poor couple has a ball out there on a home run, and Ohtani wants the damn ball for his memorabilia collection. So the Dodgers, wanting to protect Ohtani just like the Angels did, never talks to the media, 9,000 people around him. You never get access to him. So the Dodgers basically send, freaking Al Capone's crew out to the right field, and they harass this poor woman. They separate him 30 yards away, and she says, geez, I don't need the hassle. Take the damn ball. Give me a couple of hats. Oh, yeah, I like to meet Ohtani. No Ohtani. We'll give you a hat or two. Get the hell out of here now. What a freaking disgrace.
It is a disgrace.
You know what? It reminds me the way that these NFL or the MLB teams handle the baseball stuff or individual athletes themselves. They try to prey on people's sentimentality. Oh yeah, and it reminds me of John Matusak in North Dallas 40 when he's flipping out on that Dallas the Dallas football coach where he said, "Every time I say it's a game, you say it's a business. Every time I say it's a business, you say it's a game." These fans catch these balls. And all of a sudden, these billion-dollar organizations are like, "Hey, what about the love of the game? Yeah. Hey, whatever happened to just the purity of baseball?" Meanwhile, the athletes making $25-30 million a year are like, right. Wow, this is all just what about the sentimentality and the beauty of baseball?
And they're saying it to someone sitting in a $300 seat, probably holding a $22 beer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love the game, yeah.
Honestly, man, look, I say this as a former professional athlete. Screw them, fans.
Yeah.
You grab that ball, you take it, and then you damn it, all but extort the team and that player for whatever he wants it for. But you do whatever the hell you want with it. Don't be guilted in the moment out of keeping that thing which is yours.
I'd have been live tweeting the whole thing with the security if it were me. If I'd have been getting Dodger security has me sequestered. I would have had my live camera out. We would have been IG living the whole thing on the station account, maybe. Hey, one other story about Southern California baseball. Nolan Chanel, who is a rookie in name, he was up with the Angels last year, which is when his 30-game on-base streak started. The guy had a 30-game on-base streak that was extended earlier in the week by a play that was kind of marginal, an infield single. Major League Baseball overturned the infield single 6 days later. So the streak kept going for 6 more. His streak was still alive when Major League Baseball ruled on this. They went back and said, nope. Not a hit, it's an error or whatever it is. So the streak retroactively ends, which I think sucks. That's a little.
This is way, like in basketball when they'll go back a few possessions and be like, "Oh, actually, that didn't count."
Yeah,
I've never really been comfortable with that.
Yeah,
this feels really weird.
It does. Now this is Wayne Randazzo, the play-by-play guy for the Angels. I think it's stupid what baseball did. This might be an over-dramatization, though, of just how egregious it was.
Negative story after negative story, scandal after scandal, a fiasco in Oakland. You have these ridiculous-looking jerseys. You have the MLBPA challenging the league about the pitch clock today because of constant pitcher injuries. And yet, not to mention your global superstar is embroiled in a betting scandal. But on top of all of that, you have a young player trying to make a name for himself who has come up and reached base safely in every single game that he has played. And the league allows this scoring change to go on to end his streak. kill this story, a positive story that's happening in Major League Baseball. It is an absurdity.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about all the positivity from all over the social media world, how it impressed everybody to start your career. He was just in college last year. He was still playing college baseball at this point. And then to have that taken away on a base hit. It was a base hit.
I just love that they're equating it to the Ohtani gambling scandal, the A's moving to Sacramento, the strife within the players' union over many things, including the pitch clock, and Nolan Chanel's on-base streak. It's not even a hitting streak. It's an on-base streak. Like he's actually batting horribly this year, but he's got like 7 walks or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't. This is not. I mean, this is on par with the AL home run record, right?
Right.
Where like all of a sudden, okay,
acting like
or us, you know what? Like us with Framber in his quality start.
Yeah,
streak.
yeah.
Like where it's never when you have to explain what the streak is and what a quality start is. Like, all right, it's not actually that big a deal. Yeah.
The stupid part,
an on-base streak.
The stupid part is them doing it 6 days later. That part's dumb. I will agree with that. But like the false equivalency of this with all the negative scandals going on in baseball, settle down.
Which was he talking? Was he talking about? Do the Angels have an ugly jersey this season?
All the teams do.
I know they all do. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know if he was. He said this jersey, so I didn't know if it was like a particularly.
I
ugly
don't.
one of the
I
Angels.
can't say. I'm
Okay.
assuming he meant like the crappiness of the jerseys has actually been a fairly large storyline in baseball.
Oh, and the revealingness of the pants.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
The anatomically correct.
That might be strategic, you know? Like all of a sudden we're seeing female viewership spike up.
They made these pants like Ken was going to be wearing them.
It's true.
Hey, what is that?
The most handsome eunuch of all time, the Ken doll. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. All right, more Stefon Diggs. Would you do what Chad Ochocinco said he would do in order to become a Houston Texan? He recommended this for Stefon Diggs. Fortunately, Diggs didn't need to do this, but some funny audio that we've got coming up for you next. But first, you were involved in a fender bender this weekend or anytime recently. You've got some damage on your car. Think about the
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Stefon Diggs is a Texan. Chad Ochocinco, I think he's Chad Johnson again, but I like calling him Ochocinco. I think more people know him as Ochocinco.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I think sometimes, like on social media, he's still Ochocinco, whatever he is.
Yeah.
He's Chad Ochocinco Johnson.
He'll always be Ochocinco to me. He has a podcast with Shannon Sharp. How good an opportunity is this for Stefon Diggs in Houston? So good that this is what Chad Ochocinco would have done to become a Houston Texan if he were Stefon Diggs.
Diggs is very passionate, as was Randy Moss, as was AB, as was me. Is a player that wants to win. So I understand where his frustrations come from. Well, damn, this mother went to Houston. I'd run through the streets of Houston butt-ass naked if I was Stefon Diggs, because I'm going to an even better situation, because now I got Nico Collins, I got Tank Dell, I have a rookie quarterback that had one of the most historic seasons of all time, and that's where I'm going to play.
Okay, so I think he's saying Stefon Diggs should run through there out of celebration butt-ass naked. I didn't know if it was butt-ass naked for celebration. When I heard it the first time, I'm like, is he saying that that's what the Texans should make him do to sign there? Like, okay.
Or if you're like, you would do anything at all.
Yeah.
I don't – listen, when you say you would run butt-ass naked somewhere to get something, I'm like, okay, unless you have anatomical deficiencies, I'm not all that impressed. You know, like it's
right. A lot of these guys
Chad,
showing
like
off.
There's not – Yeah, it's just okay. Just settle down on your acts of heroism to try to go play for the Texans. But I think that, it's weird. It's weird that the Texans have become this team in such short order. That last year, I mean, it was how many months ago? 14, 15 months ago that people were saying, oh, wow, D'Amico's going to the Texans? Ooh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
And now I would run butt-ass naked through the streets of Houston.
It's wild.
And
I don't even think that I'm saying this because we've observed it up close and we've not watched other turnarounds like this. Like I can't remember in sports a team flipping its image and its culture and everything else in a year like this. Like in one year, in week 18 of the 2022 season, the Texans were getting mocked for winning a game against the Colts. Winning a game against the Colts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And like they were like everybody was trying to virtue signal by talking bad about the Texans because that meant you were a good person that stood for what's right and all. Like just a whole bunch of the Texans being the easy scapegoat for all of the NFL's problems and what have you. And then those same people, I'm not saying Chad Ochocinco is one of those same people, but a lot of the same people that were just so besides themselves with just indignation over the Texans and how they were being run, that now they're the destination place for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Which I'm cool. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, checking receipts or anything like that. I'm just enjoying the moment for what it is.
I am too. I'm excited to see Stefon Diggs working out with his new teammates as he was over the weekend, it looked like, with Tank Dell and John Mechie and C.J. Stroud. They were getting some workouts in that there was plenty of video floating around about it. They were reportedly working out at UCLA. There's a thread that I saw this weekend on Twitter from someone named Brandon at 17 for 8 or for 17 for 6, which I'm guessing is some sort of Josh Allen reference, like Josh Allen for 6, like a touchdown. Anyways, he's clearly a Bills fan, has a thread in here. And as I read this thread, assuming everything in here is true, I got to feeling pretty good about the chances of Diggs fitting in, succeeding, not turning into the Buffalo version of Diggs when I read this. And I'll read this and I'll try to go through it quickly. But Brandon tweets a timeline of the deterioration of the relationship between Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs. The earliest known point of the Allen-Diggs friction was the 2022 divisional playoff game against the Bengals. According to Eric Turner, founder of Cover One, Allen had been repeatedly missing Diggs on a play the Bills were working on leading up to the game. During practice, Allen told Diggs, quote, "Just get open and I'll get it to you." However, during the game on a 4th down, Diggs released differently than what had been practiced due to his matchup using outside leverage. Allen went on in his progression because of this, and he missed Diggs. Diggs later outbursted Allen was him asking Allen what his excuse was, because during the week you said, "Just get open." The blow-up is because Allen wasn't taking the time to figure it out in practice, and it showed up in a big spot in the game. Allen and Diggs put the outburst aside, as Allen kind of mentioned in that audio we played earlier when he was on with Rich Eisen. After all, this is something that happens. When Diggs didn't report to mandatory minicamp, though, the team was together without him present. Allen said some things.
Yeah.
The bottom line with all this, I mean, I can keep going. There's 3 or 4 more long tweets here. It paints a picture of Josh Allen being a big part of why Stefon Diggs was feeling the way he was feeling in Buffalo. I, Seth, feel confident that the things I'm reading here about Allen and just in general, I don't think C.J. Stroud is Josh Allen when it comes to this.
No, Sean, I've gone through and I've kind of looked at, if you just do statistical analysis, it's easy to look at Stefon Diggs' year last year and say, well, he really dropped off after around it was really around the Bengals game, which was the week before that Broncos game, which got Ken Dorsey fired. And there's way more to it than that, because Stefon Diggs was getting open. I think when Joe Brady, the new offensive coordinator, took over, they were making a concerted effort to turn Josh Allen into a more professional quarterback, a guy that could play within structure, that could spread the ball around, that didn't have to play hero ball all the time. You had just mentioned that quote, that thread was from the Cover One podcast founder. This is another member of the Cover One podcast talking exactly about how it's not as clear-cut as, Stefon Diggs fell off in the second half of the last season.
You know, we had spent a bunch of time on this show diving into the film and kind of seeing where the disconnect was, and everyone's talked about it, like the usage change with, under Joe Brady, but some of it was positive. Other guys getting involved, and the offense was still clicking, the emergence of the run game, a bit of a different focus. The wins were coming. And when you watch the tape, there's plenty of opportunities where Stefon Diggs is getting open and working downfield, and Allen just wasn't hitting him on those deep shots like he had in previous years. And I know for people, some of his tweeting and social media presence and how he acts, I think that was a large frustration source point for a lot of people, in addition to the, missing day one, in the offseason for training camp, and then yelling at Allen during that Bengals game. And I think a lot of people kind of put that blame on Stefon Diggs.
I honestly, I can totally see a situation where it's like any human relationship. There's a lot of complexities to it. And I think Stefon Diggs probably had some reservations or concerns, or he was flat out angry about some of the ways that maybe Josh wasn't progressing the way that he thought he should be. Did he handle it properly by cryptically tweeting? I would say, hell no. That's the exact wrong way to handle it. And honestly, the social media component of this is huge. When you look back and look at how everything degenerated over the course of a year, so much of it is that it's just hard to move on from things when somebody gets upset in a private moment and tweets about it, and all of a sudden it becomes a news story that you have to answer questions about. And it's hard to let go of some of those things. Not to mention, as soon as you do that, then all of a sudden everybody's all the friends and family members on their side of things get involved in it, and it just makes things on an exponential level. It makes things more complicated than they used to be, and that's why I think the NFL coach these days who can get people to shut the hell up on social media about the things that they're upset about has a huge advantage over teams like last year's Bills, who by the way, we're in very good position to beat the Chiefs, in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I think it reads to me in a lot of ways like one of those things that was getting bad, was getting ugly, all of a sudden got too ugly to claw your way back from. And I think that Stefon Diggs, C.J. Stroud, and DeMeco Ryans would be foolish to not address that and have a conversation about it. And I hope that they do. I think that DeMeco might be very well suited to handle guys like Stefon Diggs the same way Andy Reid is very well suited to handle a guy like Travis Kelce, or other guys that might be kind of difficult at times. So, but it's got to be talked about.
Yes.
The social media component, and the one interview that Stefon Diggs did where he acted like him tweeting, "Get me up out of here," didn't mean anything to anybody, and people were reading too much into it. Come on, you can't. Don't be Southern Belle. There's too many guys like Deshaun Watson with his cryptic tweeting, or anybody else that cryptically tweets. I feel like they think, like when a kid hides in hide and seek, and they're too dumb to realize that hiding behind a pole doesn't cover everything up.
Everybody can see you. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. That's how I feel like a lot of guys who cryptically tweet are.
Great analogy.
How stupid do you think we are?
Right.
That that we don't see what you're doing. Stop cryptically tweeting. My God.
Bill Barnwell brought up an interesting point. As we're talking about Stefon Diggs and second half of the season when it started to go sideways again, he wasn't getting his touches. Here's Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com. He was on TV over the weekend. He likes what the Texans have done, but he's got questions about the Texans now with Stefon Diggs in the building.
Everything looks great on paper for Houston, but Adams' news about Stefon Diggs has me thinking about the fit there in terms of what they're going to do on the offensive side of the football. Last year, even though C.J. Stroud had a great year, they were still a pretty run-heavy team on early downs, wanted to take some of the pressure off of Stroud, maybe get the play-action game going. Kyle Shanahan's offenses in San Francisco, where Bobby Slowick comes from, were typically run-heavy offenses. But now, this is a team that has plenty of playmakers at receiver in terms of Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Stefon Diggs. And two of those players are now eligible for extensions. And Stefon Diggs, who's entering a contract year now per Adams News, and Nico Collins, who's now eligible for an extension. So are the Texans going to throw the ball more and get those guys enough targets so they can get the contracts they deserve next year?
Okay, I think his points up until the last 5 seconds I thought were all valid. At the end, I don't think Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans care about the number of catches guys in contract years are getting. I think they want to win football games. My main thought with this, Seth, because he's looking at the Texans of 2023 and saying, despite having C.J. Stroud, very run-heavy ball club, DeMeco Ryans has stated we want to be a run-first team. Could the acquisition of Stefon Diggs be an acknowledgement that maybe we're just not equipped to be a team like San Francisco that is a run-first team? Maybe we don't have the offensive line that, by the way, we're hyper-committed to contractually and draft capital-wise. Maybe we don't have the personnel to be that. But as you've pointed out many times, Seth, there are different flavors of the Kupchanistani offense depending on what personnel looks like. Could it be that the Texans are now trying to maybe pivot and go to more of like what the Rams under McVay were in the year they won the Super Bowl, where they had all those good receivers and the run was there to kind of – the pass was there to set up the run sort of thing?
Right. I don't think it doesn't have to be either or. I think that ideally in the NFL, if you've got a really good offense, you can be in multiple different modes. And there's times where it's awesome to run the ball and set up the play action, or it's awesome to run the ball to grind out clock when you have a lead. But there's also times where you want to go lightning fast. And there's also times where you want to take advantage of teams that might have a good run defense but a horrible pass defense. So just spread them out there like that. And I think that this gives them that opportunity so that I think there's still going to be a healthy amount of the run game on first down. And I'm okay with that because that does set up the play action. And whether you're running the ball well or not, it does set up the play action really effectively. It's a lot nicer if you also happen to run the ball effectively. So I don't think, as far as what Barnwell's concerned is, hey, you've got all these receivers that want to get their contracts. Yeah, that's great. In an ideal world, you don't let that dictate exactly how you're operating. But in an ideal world, you have the ability to go fast and to spread it out and to go with 3 wide receiver sets where all 3 of your guys are threats, and guys can eat that way. So I think that's probably what it is just an ability to be a more complete and total offense. And I think maybe, Sean, they feel like they can get the run game figured out and fixed without doing anything more than just bringing in a Joe Mixon and then improving the offensive line play, the offensive line coach having an extra year of experience in this matter. The fact that a lot of other Kubiak-Shanahan systems have shown a marked improvement in the run game in year 2.
Yeah.
So the part that just needs talent and guys who can separate, that's a little bit harder to do just by getting better at running the scheme. So that's somewhere between doing nothing at all and what Barnwell suggests, I think is probably the fact of the matter.
Mainstream media, this is a text. This goes back to the Ohtani story. Can you believe the horror? They only got 2 signed hats, a signed bat, and other bleep for giving back a ball that is meaningful to the one who hit it, end quote. What I would tell you, Texter, is that possession is 9/10 of the law. Because Ohtani made the ball meaningful doesn't mean he gets the ball back.
Yeah. I don't know, like, why are you sticking up for people that are trying to bully people out of the things that are rightfully theirs? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Oh, you just want the jackbooted thugs to come in and take all your personal property? I didn't realize we were dealing with the comrade Dodgers who just don't believe in personal property. Okay.
3523, doing the Lord's work. He's the voice of the voiceless, the billionaire athlete. Actually, I'm tired of billionaire athletes being screwed out of taking other people's personal property. Yeah, man. Like, that's the rules. Like, you catch that ball, it's your ball. All right?
I feel, that's honestly, if you're listening right now and you catch a baseball and anybody ever tries to guilt you out of keeping it for yourself, you should take that person's name down and send it to me.
Okay.
And we will excoriate them on air endlessly.
Yes.
That's yours, man. Do with it whatever you want. As a person who's been guilted out of many good things in my life because I was too much of a sucker, I'm a mark for people's either sob stories or what have you. No. Those people can go die. You don't know anything to them. Okay?
That's what I was waiting for. For. Are you guys going to acknowledge Cody Rhodes? We did in a segment called Acknowledge Me 2 hours ago, but we'll do it again. Cody Rhodes.
Acknowledge me.
New world champion, beat Roman Reigns last night at WrestleMania. His 1,314-day reign of terror is over. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. New mock draft out. The Texans are still finding their way into these, even though they're not picking in the first round. Some of these will go ahead and say, hey, these 4 teams aren't picking in the first round, but this is who I've got them taking. This is Bruce Feldman of The Athletic. I'm going to read a handful of names to Seth, and we'll see which of these he would want to take. Does it line up with who Bruce Feldman, I think some of the people locally are going to be happy with this, and it's not Dandre Sweat. We've got that coming up for you next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic, top of any big board for me.
Apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. So Bruce Feldman of The Athletic has the Texans. Oh, Ben, give me a little sounder here just to set the mood. A little mood music. Thank you. He's got a mock draft, and he's got the first round, and then he's got the 3 or 4 teams that don't have a first-round pick, which include the Houston Texans. He has who they would be taking if he were the one making the pick. And at 42, with the 42nd pick in the Bruce Feldman mock draft, the Texans select Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker from Texas A&M. And this isn't the first person we've had that has had the Texans taking Texas A&M linebacker Edgerrin Cooper. He's been in a few of these for the Texans. I guess my question, Seth, would be the Texans, I think, have probably a more acute need at interior defensive tackle maybe than linebacker for this coming season?
Yeah, I think so. Especially since they went out. I'm curious. I see a lot of people projecting or talking about linebackers of the Texans, and I'm curious about it just because the Texans play in nickel a whole lot where you only have 2 linebackers.
Yep.
And they just signed Alshire, who I'm guessing is going to be the green dot guy, the guy that actually is the signal caller. He's out there on third downs. Christian Harris tends to do better when he can just go play football. And that's, I think, why they got Alshire. So if they were to take Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker, I think that it would be because they really are just that high on him, but not necessarily because they feel like they need him right now. But with somebody like that, they might wait and see if he falls out of 42 and instead take a wide receiver or somebody at 42.
Because they do pick at 59, and they got the ability to maneuver.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. They could move back. No, they could, but they could take somebody else at 42 and then take Edgerrin Cooper at 59.
At 59, yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah. So Cooper. Cooper would be a fine addition to the team. There's a handful of defensive linemen sort of floating in that area right now. Would you take, of these guys, which of the ones would you take ahead of Edgerrin Cooper? I'm going to put Dandre Sweat to the side for a second. He's the one that the consensus mock draft has the Texans taking at 42. So a lot of people may be adjusting their boards. We'll get into that today. If you're wondering why Dandre Sweat arrested for DWI over the weekend in Austin, Sunday afternoon, we'll talk about that in a second. So we'll put him to the side. But you've watched a lot of these guys. I know you were watching a lot of film over the weekend. Braden Fisk of Florida State, Mason Smith of LSU, Chris Jenkins of Michigan, and then Michael Hall Jr. of Ohio State. Those are the 4 non-Dandre Sweat interior defensive linemen that are floating around in that area of the draft for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like if are any of those a better pick than Edgerrin Cooper right there?
I worry about all of them in that they're all lighter than ideal and don't look like they necessarily hold up to punishment really well. So then you get into that battle of Braden Fisk looked incredible in some games, but then versus LSU, he just got manhandled, couldn't get off the line of scrimmage at times. Chris Jenkins, in holding up the double teams, I just don't know. Mason Smith is very, very raw, and I don't know if that's. I like him, and I like I like some elements of what he could be. I don't know if they look at him as a second round guy or not.
Yeah.
But maybe for the second pick in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
So I like all those guys, but they're all second rounders for a reason. I don't get as excited about them as I think some people have. So the other thing about Mason Smith was he's been injured twice. He had a shoulder injury in 2021. He had an ACL tear in 2022. Was healthy last year, but that's a lot.
He tore his ACL in 2022 in Week 1 against Florida State, celebrating a teammate's sack or teammate's TFL. Came over jumping up and down, and then all of a sudden he just crumbles in a heap. I I don't say that to make fun of him. I say it just because it was bad luck. It was unfortunate, but that's what I remember him for.
Like, and that's the shame of it is, like, he's a guy that's a bigger guy that's like, he's 6'5", 310 or so.
Yeah.
And you could see him even like putting on more weight. And yet at the same time, you got that conundrum of, oh, he's the huge guy, but also he might be the most fragile.
Yeah.
So I like the upside. I honestly, like, as long as you can accept that, all right, this is no different than taking a gamble on Ross Blacklock or anybody else in the second round, that there's downsides to these guys, and that it's not just as simple as like, oh, wow, he was destroying those kids from Louisville. Like, yeah, but it's a little bit more than that. Like Johnny Newton I like a lot, but he's going to be going in the first round.
He will, yeah, he will. There was a mock we saw last week that the Texans taking him at 42 that felt optimistic. Okay, so Tavondre.
But if I had to, so between, I would take Braden Fisk. Like between those four that you had mentioned, though, I would probably take Fisk, just because the upside and some of the polish on some of his pass rush. Looks like there's something there, and it might be just a matter of learning. Some of these guys, like Will Anderson, had to learn this. You got to learn when your power is insufficient. You know, like you got to learn that sometimes this bull rush is not going to be working. If you can't bull rush a dude in the first quarter, you're not going to be bull rushing him in the fourth quarter. So get a different plan. And I feel like Fisk, once he learns that, has maybe a lot of potential in him. It's just that he's got to figure it out somewhere along the way.
I feel like the fallback for the Texans at 42 is going to be like if all the defensive guys that are there that might fit for them have some sort of flaw that just makes you a little uncomfortable about taking. They're just going to say, we'll just take one of these wide receivers.
Yeah, that's where
we'll just take one of these guys.
That's where I keep kind of coming to is that with the wide receivers,
there's going to be a first-round talent sitting there at 42.
When you start looking at guys who might project more to the slot, then yeah, the second round is the perfect place to take those guys. Mm-hmm. And then now that's a play for the future, obviously. But you're also, I get the sense that I think the Texans have plenty of pass rush. I think Danico Autry coming inside to rush the passer is going to be great. They've got journeyman-type guys at defensive tackle, but the defensive tackles available to them in the second round project to be more pass rush guys and less lead pipe barroom brawler types. So I don't know how much you gain by taking one of those guys in the second round compared to the guys you already have.
If you were a GM, how would you be handling the Tavondre Sweat situation, right? If you were a GM who had Tavondre Sweat on your board as a green arrow guy next to his name, a guy that you like, a guy that you're looking to take, how would you be handling the situation right now?
I'd want as many details as possible about him getting charged with a DUI over the weekend. For those of you who didn't know, Tavondre Sweat charged with a DUI. He's gone to the Texans in a lot of mock drafts. He's not really technically a scheme fit, but to be honest, he's not really a scheme fit for any team in the NFL anymore these days, including because he's not Vita Vea. So he's a 360-pound guy who doesn't seem to give a single damn about losing weight. So that's going to scare a lot of teams off. He's got incredible technique. He's physically imposing, but he just doesn't have the endurance. At 360 in college, he didn't have the endurance to put out the same effort for heavy rep usage in a game. So I think that's exactly why he fell to the second round. The DUI is I think there's some coaches and GMs that aren't going to care as much as others. I think there's some.
I was going to say, let me workshop this with you for a second. What if it turns out that it was nothing and he just refused the breathalyzer and it's dismissed, then that doesn't change much for you at all, right?
I don't think so, because everybody knows, people that are interested in him know that, according to Dane Brugler, he's got a partying history, a history of partying. Hey, guess what? Lots of GMs and personnel folks and current scouts have had or currently have partying habits.
True.
It just depends on how much. I mean, back in my day, Sean, a 360-pounder who could down a couple of beers here and there was something that you enjoyed having on a football team.
Dude,
now, if you don't know how to do it and drive responsibly, that's a whole other story. So the details of this particular DUI will matter quite a bit.
What if he do we know that he took a breathalyzer or not? Did it say?
No, we don't know anything.
We don't know anything.
As of this morning, there were very few details that I could find about the specifics.
What if it turns out he blew like a .14 or something like that?
Is that a lot?
That's nearly twice the legal limit. He's
gonna fall down the board a bit.
Would he fall down your board?
I don't think he falls past the fourth round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would he fall on my board? Yeah, because if I've got reservations about him and it's 2 weeks before the draft, and like if that was the scenario, where it's clear cut, he's drunk. Yeah, 100%. I would just be like, all right, well, I'm not going to go to the owner 2 years from now after he's gotten another DUI and God forbid somebody gets hurt or something, and explain again why we drafted him in the second round.
That's the danger. Yeah, that's the danger for Dandre Sweat is for a lot of teams. Not all of them, but for a lot of teams, maybe some that might have been interested in him. He's floating in that area where if you do something like this and the details turn out are not flattering for him, they're just going to cross you off their board. They're just not, they're just going to go, no, we're just not going to take him. We'll take somebody else.
The part of the combine that really has stuck with me is when somebody asked whether he planned on losing weight, and he just acted like,
laughed.
Nope, this is where I'm meant to be. This is my body weight. I'm just a big guy. If I'm a team that feels like he needs to play at 340, I don't know if he's going to be committed to do it. And I don't want to deal with that. There's nothing worse than having to check up on somebody about whether they're on, because then you know what happens, Sean? The dude's in the sauna on Friday mornings. He's like losing weight the unhealthy way so he can get down to his weight limit. And then he ends up getting leg cramps in practice on a Friday. And it's a constant headache. So that part of it, if this is an actual, if he was drunk driving, then it's really tough to take. I would take him in the fourth round.
It'll be interesting.
And he's probably, somebody else is probably going to take him before that.
Yeah. It's 32 teams. Like some team's going to gamble on him. If indeed it's a gamble, we'll see what the details are that come out about Dandre Sweat. But man, that was a crazy story yesterday, man. Right in the middle of a Sunday afternoon. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Justin Verlander. The box score was not flattering for Justin Verlander. How worried are you? How worried is Justin Verlander? We'll let you take a listen. Is Verlander worried he gave up 7 earned runs in 3 innings yesterday? We'll do that coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll ask Lopez. Lopez is here, spoiler alert. He didn't take a vacation day for the solar eclipse. I went in and asked him, I said, why are you here today? And he said, I'd have to go all the way up to Dallas to really see it in its totality up there.
The path of totality.
Path of totality, yeah. But
it's hard, man. There's there's porta potty shortages all over America. Airbnbs are maxed out. Like people are getting themselves in the path of totality, kind of like Iowa in the path of totality. The University of South Carolina Gamecocks were forging this season.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big deal, Sean.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal. So yeah,
I've tried to use path of totality as a nickname for various athletes, and the fact of the matter is, nobody actually reads any articles or anything, or watches the news, so they don't even know what the path of totality is. You
gave away during the antibodies on Friday. You mentioned something about the path to totality. It blew us away.
Path of totality.
Path of
Sean.
totality.
It's a path of totality.
Yeah, it's really stuck with me.
I got blank stares, so I just it's such a cool phrase. How is it not more common? It's the path of totality. Like Tavondre Sweat. It's a Tavondre Sweat bull rushing his way through human bodies on his way to his quarterback. It's a path of totality.
I love it. I love it. Justin Verlander, his path of totality, a rocky one thus far.
Path of humility.
It is a path of humility. Justin Verlander, we're going to hear from him in a second. Sugarland yesterday, the numbers are jarring when you see them on a tweet. I will say that. And when the tweet includes a video of him being removed from the game during an inning. It's okay, he's pitched 3 innings, he comes back out for the 4th and gives up a hit, and they come out and get him and pull him off the mound. Just purely in a vacuum, like baseball-wise, if you didn't know anything about Verlander's situation, you'd be like, well, this is jarring. He gave up a bunch of runs, and they're pulling him here. What a bad day. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 earned runs, a walk, 6 strikeouts for Justin Verlander yesterday. His ERA as a Sugarland Space Cowboy is 21.00. However, he said afterwards, I feel pretty good.
Physically great. Obviously not the best result, but I don't think that's the most important thing today. Came out of it the way I would have liked physically. 65
pitches. So,
yeah, that's a big. Honestly, the best part of it for me was 65 pitches.
Yeah,
that he's going to work on everything. He's working on his changeup, which is a new thing too. So you're really taking that out for its paces against AAAers. So I'm A-okay. Obviously, every single time. I don't know if I've ever been. I can't remember ever getting excited about a pitcher's rehab start, because if the numbers are good, it's in the minors. If the numbers are bad, you've always seen it. It's it happens all the time. And then guys come back in and they're lights out. So is there any part of this that I should be concerned about, Sean? I guess the thing that I'm most optimistic about was the 65 pitches, and that they plan on him going out and having his next rehab start in schedule.
Yeah. Well, the 6 strikeouts too in 3 innings, that's indicative of there being some juice there at least, even though it's against AAA guys, but they're professional players. Verlander said, let's skip to 3 here, Ben. Verlander, when he was asked what's the next step, sounds like they're going to figure that out today.
See how I bounce back, see how I feel, and have a conversation with the team, and hopefully set up another rehab start. I think you'd have to talk with them about what they ideally want to see before I step on a big league mound, but today was a great step forward for me.
Okay, so who I feel for a little bit, Seth? I don't know. Do these minor leaguers, until recently, they've been paid horrible wages, minor league baseball.
Yeah.
That was a big deal a few years ago, is how underpaid minor league players are. I don't know if they ever fixed it or not. But
they did partly. Yeah, they've well, the Astros anyway. Yeah, the Astros were actually kind of led the charge in some respects.
Good for the Astros. Okay, good. I like that. If the minor leaguers get any sort of bonus for, the AAA playoffs, something like that, or finishing in first, I feel for them 1.6%, because yesterday was basically just a throwaway game. That's how you're playing in a league that's not really truly a real baseball league. There's at least a portion of the games that are just set up for, especially when it's a pitcher involved.
Yeah.
That are set up for, like that whole game was set up for Justin Verlander to experiment with pitches and shake off the rust. And in the process, he gave up 7 earned runs and gave your team a very minimal chance of winning that baseball game yesterday.
Oh, so as far as the actual win in the game,
standings, they keep track of the standings in this league.
Yeah, that's no, I don't feel too bad.
1.6%. Well, just 1.6% bad. I feel for the guys on the team.
Okay, this
Slightly
guy comes
bad.
in. This guy's supposed to be the big hero. He comes in and he botches an entire game.
Yeah, we just know he's there. Like this is basically his playpen for the next 3 hours, is for him to work on his pitches, and we're out here.
I feel like if you're just some. I don't know. Yeah, you got some sprint car at the local dirt track or something, and then a great NASCAR driver decides to just drop in and they'd be like, "Hey, you mind if let me drive your car?"
Yeah,
and you're like, "Hell yeah!" And then he destroys it.
Yeah,
he just crashes it into a wall because he's drunk. Yeah,
exactly.
Like, oh, great.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Feel bad for those other 8 guys out there. Just grinding away in the heat out there, man. So there's that. So Verlander, they're going to figure out what he's going to do. It sounds like he'll get one more rehab start. If it's with the Space Cowboys, he has just won an all-expense-paid trip to Albuquerque, New Mexico to play the Isotopes. They play in Albuquerque. Amy and I went to the Albuquerque ballpark on our road trip 2 years ago. It was nice, man. It's a nice minor league park.
Yeah, I remember you did that.
Yeah.
You can Albuquerque. I've been into Albuquerque.
Yeah.
Why the hell was I in Albuquerque? A fun town. Now, wait a second. Is Bregman from Albuquerque?
He is.
Okay.
He is, yeah. He can recommend some places for Verlander to go eat. Hopefully he doesn't recommend the same place that people recommended to me and Amy, where I think I might have gotten COVID.
Bregman will probably give him his own, like, hey, they've got pretty good Mexican food there, except it doesn't have my salsa, so here you go. take my gringo salsa with you to Albuquerque.
That's right. That's right. So, yeah, he gets to go to Albuquerque if it's the Space Cowboys he's pitching for.
So, Verlander, everything's A-okay. We feel fine about that, except for the fact that he is also old. Like, the fact that he's where he is right now, late in the rehab process, is partly because he's old. You don't feel awesome about Hunter Brown right this moment. You feel incredible about Blanco. You feel pretty damn good about Framber, or no?
Better, because and recency has a lot to do with it. Yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, do you look at games 1 and 2, or do you look at game 1 as okay, just getting warmed up? Game 2 is the real deal.
No, more the former. I'm still a little. I still need a few more starts like the last one out of Framber before I feel totally comfortable. Like I'm not anti-Framber. I'm not in the same universe as to how I feel about someone like Jose Abreu with Framber. You know what I mean? Like I think he'll be fine, but I need a couple more starts before I feel like totally comfortable with Framber Valdez again.
What's the ideal path for Abreu if he's not? I know you want to just get rid of him.
Out the door and down the street. That's the path.
What's the fix or solution? Like just an IL stint or something? Like force him onto the IL? Or just some kind of paid vacation. I don't want to sit around waiting 3 months for all of a sudden for him to look like, hey, look at this. He can actually do some okay things.
They can't. They can't do this again. We can't do this thing again where we've got these random Abreu stands coming at us saying he's a slow starter, and then he gets a few hits in June, and people are acting like he's Ted Williams all of a sudden. That's how people are acting. Some people, not everybody. But there's a faction of Astro fans that like to point to the second half of last season as if he just tore the cover off the ball, and he didn't. He had some better games. He drove in a lot of runs. I guess the one thing I'll say about Abreu is like he did have for most of the year, maybe all year. He had a decent batting average with runners in scoring position. Like the guy did wind up driving in 92 runs last year, so there's that. I'm trying to draw positives. He looks so overwhelmed at the plate. Like, if he wasn't on a $19 million contract, I don't know that he'd be in the major leagues right now. He's not a good defensive first baseman. He's made some crucial blunders in the field this year, and he's batting under 100. And this is not a when Bregman first came up and he went 1 for 30, batting less than 100. Like, when Bregman came up in 2016, he went 1 for 30 to start his career. And I remember saying on the radio, I'm like, I know he's 1 for 30, but the guy's had a lot of really good at-bats. It sounds like a crazy thing to say. He's made good contact. He works counts. You can see that this guy's a good hitter. There is nothing about a Jose Abreu at-bat in 2024 that indicates to me he should be batting in the major leagues for any of the 30 baseball teams.
Sean,
Seth?
The path of totality.
Yeah.
Our listeners right now, if they want to get up to the path of totality, and it passes across Dallas at 12:23 p.m.
Yeah, that's when it starts.
And then it gets a little bit. Well, I mean, that's when it hits Dallas, and then it goes like it's in a path,
Yeah.
So like you could get up to like Waco. Waco's right underneath the path of totality.
Yep.
Like go a little bit of northwest of Austin, and you're good to go. So like a lot of people right now could get up, depending on where they are in Houston right now, and get up that way if you want to. Just put on 610 in your radio or stream it along the way, and you can listen to Lopez talk about
That's
it.
That's it. The Odyssey app, man. That's where you find that. Yeah, I guess. I think I saw. I don't have the same article open right now. I've got a jillion tabs open right now.
Yeah.
I think like the total, like the full coverage of the sun or the moon over the sun is at like 142, right?
That's at 140, right? Yeah. Sorry, I apologize. You meant the bar. It began in Dallas. It begins at 12:23, and then the totality begins at 140.
The shades begin to get pulled down at 12:23. Like, hey, it's getting a little darker out here. That threat that Sean and Seth gave to us that if we don't roll over and hand over this Astros game tonight, that it'll get totally dark. It appears as though their dark magic is coming to fruition right now.
Total maximum totality is at 1:42 p.m.
There you go. That's what I thought. I thought it
was when the one? Do you remember the one that hit in like 2018 in Houston? Were we in the path of totality then? I just remember it getting kind of like twilighty, more than dark.
I don't, but I will bring in resident eclipse expert John Lopez.
Okay. That would be me
to answer that question. When was the last solar eclipse?
2017.
Okay, 2017.
2017.
And what give us the particulars on that one?
Same thing. They say this one is going to have a longer time of totality.
Okay.
About 4 minutes and 28 seconds on average. Which is pretty good. The other one did not, and as I understand it, Seth, this is just off of memory, I don't think Houston was in direct path of totality.
Yeah, I don't think so because I remember it got darker, but not like pitch black. So I've never known does it actually get like pitch black or not when you're in the path of totality? I guess, and I'll never find out.
Pitch black, but it looks like an hour after dusk.
An hour after dusk.
Yeah.
So what was the eclipse that you and your family were looking at like a year ago?
Total lunar eclipse.
It
was about 6 or 8 months ago.
And you had your glasses out.
Had my glasses out. Had my eclipse playlist working.
Yeah, dude, you've got Total Eclipse of the Heart ringing in my head now.
Yeah. So that. Obviously, The Sound of Silence. Yeah. Total Eclipse of the Heart. Dark Side of the Moon.
Did you have to wear? You don't have to wear special glasses for a lunar eclipse, do you?
Yeah,
Why?
Because the ring around it is more intense.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, man, I know my eclipses.
What is well, I know. That's what I was going to ask you. So you have to miss this one today. This is one that happens once every 6 years, or at least right now it does.
Yeah.
What is the sports equivalent of you missing right now?
My playlist
your
started
playlist
automatically.
is playing over there. Yeah. Siri, play. Oh, you don't have Siri. You have Gus or whatever it is.
Spotify. What is this the equivalent of? This is probably like
the Super Bowl of eclipses. Or
this is it. This is the Super Bowl. There's
not another one coming our way for like another 20 years. Right?
I thought it was 44 years, something like that.
44 years. Oh wow.
Or maybe it's 24. I could be wrong.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 44.
Dude, you should have taken a day off.
You're telling me this.
Wow.
Yeah, go get you some.
Yeah, at least get somebody. Yeah, it's a long trip up there, though.
Yeah.
I'm hearing Kerrville is a big place to go watch this thing.
Waco.
Ennis? Okay.
Kind of between. I know far too much about it.
Well, you're the eclipse expert. This is what you're here for.
Hotels in Ennis are sold out.
Are they really?
Ennis, Texas.
It's a big deal.
And between Waco and Ennis.
It's really like, Sean, it's all over the path of this thing. You can't get hotels. Like various municipalities are kind of concerned about their ability to handle all of the extra humans. It's kind of a big deal.
I love that it's affecting the economic. I love there's an economic impact to the Eclipse.
Man.
There's a boom. Every town should build an Eclipse if they want to bring in outsiders.
Let's vote.
Forget the new stadiums.
Right.
Forget the new stadiums, Kansas City.
We're going to pay $2 billion for a gigantic shade that's 4 miles in the air that we can just slide over anytime we want.
It worked for Mr. Burns.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So, it's good to have you here.
It's hurting me, but
I'm glad that you're here.
Taking a week off next week, so I couldn't spare the other day.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there you go. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Seth, I will see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and well wishes to you all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We'll be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. A reminder, the men's finals, if you're into it, UConn-Purdue, that's on our air here on Sports Radio 610 tonight. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so at Eclipse, John, I did not expect to see you here. I was actually I had to double check.
Yeah, I know. I thought about it, but like I said, I'm taking next week off, so I said I better not take another day off here in the middle of nothing. So, but I saw the lunar eclipse, the total lunar eclipse.
Yeah, I noticed, man.
We had our playlist, we had everything.
I very much noticed.
What are you going to do for
all
the
of
eclipse?
that? Nothing. I don't care.
You should take your baby out.
I don't care.
Tell her she was there. And that way in 44 years when she catches the next one, she said, my daddy took me out. That's a great story.
In about 6 years, she going to be wanting to do something like that.
Yeah.
You won't have to take her.
Think about that.
She's
like,
6.
You're in your rocking chair.
60s. I mean,
you're in your rocking
hopefully
chair.
she'll grow out of it eventually.
She's 44 years old. And she's like, I'm going to go to the total solar eclipse because my daddy took me out 44 years ago. Dude, it's a great story. You got to do it. Take her out to the balcony. Take her out to the backyard.
I'm good on that. I'm okay. That's a no for me, dog. Big sports weekend. So you had the women's Final Four. And then you had the women's championship. Then you had the men's Final Four. You had some interesting activity involving the Texans. Some really interesting, like CJ. If you thought CJ Stroud and Stefon Diggs were going to blow up on each other, it's already happened. It's already happened. It might not be what you think, but it is definitely already happened. Those two are already kind of going at each other. We'll hear that at 10:20. Man, I didn't know this is where
going at each other.
I thought it was going to take a little bit of time.
It's already
he's already yelling at him, man.
Live wire,
already yelling back and forth.
Yeah.
So there we go. And then we had the big news where you're trying to run the best coach in town out of town.
No, I am not.
The Kentucky Wildcats. John Calipari decides to go to Arkansas. And John Lopez is trying to get Kelvin Sampson to Arkansas
I did not,
sooner rather than later.
I am not. I merely said, "What's up, Kelvin Sampson?"
Can you see Figgy in there?
Yeah.
Like where is he?
Well, not this way. I can see him better off the glass than turning around.
What is going on?
Let me cut the light on, man.
I mean, my God, it looks like he's trying to protect his identity. Goodness gracious.
He's a witness.
What is with these people, man?
There we go.
There you go. Thank you,
Hey,
man.
so Ben had the light down.
Okay.
I usually come in, I wait to get settled in, and I cut the light on.
Goodness gracious, man. I mean, my God.
I didn't want to come in
Sitting
and
in
brighten
there,
the light while it's still working.
I feel like I'm looking at the eclipse without glasses.
I hear him, but I can't see him.
Golly. Sitting there saying something. Where is that coming from?
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't want Kelvin Sampson to leave.
Yeah, you do.
No, I do not.
You're trying to get him to Kentucky.
I do not.
Why does his name not come up, though? Is that not interesting?
He's the 9-1 favorite. He's 5th favorite.
Okay, in Vegas, but I see all these lists, and I've seen 15 names, and I haven't heard the name Kelvin Sampson.
No, I got the odds first thing this morning, and he's 9-1, which is pretty decent odds. All I'm saying is, you know they're going to have to kick the tires on everybody. That includes Kelvin Sampson. All the big names. All the big names are going to be part of it. I have a little bit of a theory on Kentucky basketball, though.
Okay.
I don't think it's as good a job as it used to be. I don't think it's close to as good a job as it used to be.
That's cool. I won't push back on that. I don't know. I mean, sure.
Their NIL, they're 46th in the country in NIL money.
Yeah, it is kind of weird when Coach leaves Kentucky for Arkansas.
You know what?
I mean, no offense, Clint, but
no, you're right. But that's
talking about Arkansas.
Everybody's saying it's, that's Sam Walton money. It's that Walton money. I mean, I'm sure they're going to be involved, but it was the Tyson Chicken guy. It was the Tyson Foods guy. He and Calipari are tight. Like they've talked about it in the past.
Good nuggets, man.
It's the nuggets.
Good nuggets, good tenders.
It's the Tyson Chicken guy that brought him over.
Good nuggies, good tenders. Shout out to Tyson Chicken. My goodness, big fan. You got it. The problem with Tyson, though, the biggest issue with Tyson is you got to put the oven up 25, 30 degrees.
I don't know the last time I've done those.
Comes out a little soft.
I mean, I bought the whole Tyson chickens, the raw ones, the fresh ones, but I can't remember the last time I did the Tyson nuggets in the oven.
Yeah, you got to figure it out. You got to up it.
You're going to be a nugget king now that your little baby's going to start growing.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kids love nuggets.
She had a day yesterday.
What'd she do?
She's just really loud, man. Screaming a lot, trying to talk. Little concerned. Wife wants to take her to Hawaii.
Oh, good.
At the start of the month. I'm worried about her on a plane.
Why?
Because everybody's like so negative when there's a crying baby on the plane.
No, not at all.
Not at all. I've seen instances where people are disappointed by it, and I used to kind of roll my eyes at it. It didn't like make me upset, but
I think the exact opposite is true these days. I think couples with babies or a person with a baby gets more sympathy on an airplane.
Really?
Yes.
You think so?
People will put up with it. I mean, unless it's like a toddler. So I'm talking about babies.
Yeah, I was about to say, it depends what age, man.
What age are you not a toddler?
Like, I think toddler starts at about 18 months, but that's still pretty good because they're little. Once you get to 2,
if they're about 4 years old, man, and they whining,
yeah, that's different.
Like, all right, man.
Yeah, you can control that. Anywhere from 2.5 to 4, that's on the parents, and everybody on the plane hates you.
Okay.
But younger, you're going to be fine. You're going to get sympathy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure.
You should go, man. I'm going to Costa Rica next week.
What do you mean I should go? Of course I'm going.
Yeah.
You think I'm going to cancel the trip?
No, I'm saying you should take her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going. Going to Hawaii next month, man. Post-draft.
Nice. See, I'm going pre-draft. We've planned this well.
Post and pre. Rotate. Who's in next week?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to make some requests.
Let's see. Monday is – no, it's not. But, yeah, it's bucket list time for me, man. It didn't really get real till today because we're leaving Saturday morning. But as many places as I've fished, not to like humble brag or whatever, but I've fished all over. Like everywhere I've gone, I've fished. I've never caught a billfish. In other words, a sailfish or a marlin. So that's the goal. Sailfish or marlin when I get to Costa Rica next week. That's going to be badass if I do.
You ain't going to catch nothing, and you ain't going to reel it in. All you're going to do is sit there with the picture.
Hell no.
You ain't going to reel it. You're going to sit there with the picture. You're just going to do it for the gram.
No.
You're not even a fisherman anymore, John.
What are you talking about? What world are you living in?
You're a marketer. You're not even fishing. You're not out there in the sticks.
I fish every week just about.
Yeah, you're not even doing your own line. I heard you ask Scott last time you lost a hook. You asked Scott to tie the hook for you. Who would win a hook tying contest between you and Captain Scott Knoll?
Oh, that's a good bet. I'm pretty quick. But we had a conversation about a casting contest, which you saw me throw a lure into a trash can from 50 yards. I don't know if I would win against those guys. Captain Scott, Captain Dean, they're really good. But I'd be close. I'd be in the hunt. I'd be close. Marlin or sailfish? That's the goal.
I think they'd both whoop your ass.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't whoop my ass.
But they'd win.
It would be close. I might win. I might win.
You ain't beating Scott Knoll.
I might.
Scott Knoll could probably do it with his teeth.
I'm in the same category as him. In terms of casting and tying knots. And
as far as just toughness.
Toughness? What? What are you talking about?
I mean, like country tough. Scott Knoll's country tough.
Country tough is Captain Dean.
Yeah, Captain Dean too, but Scott Knoll too.
Yeah. They're
bit by a damn snake 3 times.
He's building his own house by hand.
Yeah.
Like everything.
Oh.
That's a tough dude.
Might be taking it too far. You got to look out for him. What are you sipping on?
Cold brew. I do it every day.
Okay.
Yeah, every day in my little Stanley cup.
You fill that whole thing up?
No, just about right there. Just about halfway, yeah.
Otherwise, I'd be sure that's a lot.
Otherwise, I'd be wired, man.
Or puking.
So I need your vibes, loopholes. Billfish, sailfish, marlin next week. It's got to happen.
713-572-4610. Give Lopez the vibes.
I need the vibes.
So who you going with?
Captain Dean and his wife. Yeah.
And Jan? So
Yeah.
you are doing a double date vacation?
Yeah, man. What's wrong with that?
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, man. Double date vacay, huh?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
So y'all gonna be together the whole time?
Well, I'm sure we'll go our own way occasionally, but yeah. Yeah.
So speaking of
Are you
double
down
dates-
on couples vacations?
No, I'm not down on them. I don't know.
What's wrong with it? If you're tight with the people?
I don't
See, it's
know.
very key who you go with, and Dean and Carrie are they're awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you are just fishing anyways.
Well, no, we're doing everything.
If it weren't a fishing trip, would you take him?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
no.
hesitated.
No, because
He hesitated. You see that?
Because they've been there like 5 times. This is my first trip, so dang straight. And they're cool.
Okay, so if it were just go out, you would take him.
We're only going out like
fishing's y'all's bond.
We're gonna be there like 7 nights. We're only going out like 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
The rest is just gonna be vacay, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so you would.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I would.
All right, there you go. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Astros, they're looking for the I've told you how I'm judging the Astros. I have a new mindset. You guys can roll your eyes. You can do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. This is how I watch the Astros now, one series at a time.
Okay.
One series at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they're 1-1 in series.
Being a good teammate.
They have a chance to tie it.
Mm-hmm.
So if they beat the Rangers tonight, they can go 1-1-1.
Just focus on what you can control.
One series at a time, baby.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do it one game at a time. One series at a time. 1-1. Let's get that split out there at Globe Life Field.
By the way, you made a grammatical error, a usage error in your rundown today.
Well, it's not an essay. It's not a column. What do you mean?
Well, but you said today is the rubber game.
Yeah.
It's not.
What do you mean?
The rubber game breaks a tie.
Yeah. I had it. I had it wrong.
Ooh, well, actually, guy.
Yeah. Rubber game. But I know it's not the rubber. I have it in there. It's to look for the tie.
Here's how I watch the Astros, and I'm not proud to say this. I don't feel like they're the same Astros, and I'm more waiting for the other shoe to drop than for something good to happen. Like even last night, I'm watching this game, and Ryel Blanco is just dealing again. By the way, there was no way he was going to get another no-hitter, like a 0% chance that he was going to do that because of all the pitches he was throwing. But anyway, like, here comes Montero, and that one is understandable because I didn't trust him last year, and I'm like, oh, God, he's going to spit the bit. Then he doesn't. Then here comes Presley, who was awful the day before and looked like he was just crossing his fingers that he would get outs. Even after the last out, he went like, holy moly, that was, finally, or whatever he said there. And then here comes Hader. And Hader throws so many pitches and gives up such hard contact. Like, I'm watching the Astros.
No, the bullpen, if the bullpen's not elite, then all your optimism for this season, either something else happens that you didn't expect, or then all the hopes that you had are just gone.
Like the last several years I've watched the Astros, all right, let's see who's going to make it happen. Now, this year, I'm like, oh, who's going to screw
Ryan
up?
Presley's broken. Did you see what he said yesterday after he got a scoreless inning?
It was something like...
Effing finally!
Yeah.
His ERA is near 20. Yeah, he appears to be broken. The Astros are in a weird spot.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say this, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm witnessing one of the dumbest things that I've ever seen in my life when it comes to fanhood. And I actually called them out about it over there, up 45 at 105.3 The Fan, the official home of the Rangers. This is just dumb. And I cannot understand this. I know sometimes pride gets you in trouble, and I think Texas pride can be taken too far. I've lived everywhere in Texas. I wear Texas shirts. I wear hats with Texas logos on it.
Yeah.
I have more Texas. I'm so glad to be from Texas. Like,
Yeah.
it is the best.
I'm more Texas than anybody.
I am. From the west to the east to the south to the north, all over. I've been all over. But this is Texas pride gone wrong, and this is just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So at Globe Life, or what do they even call it now? AmeriQuest, whatever the hell they call the Ranger Stadium. They have, I will say this, they have some of the best food options in the game, in sports. It's better than the juice box. The food options are better.
Yeah.
I can concede that.
Mm-hmm.
They just opened something this weekend.
Oh.
And I saw people celebrating it and saying, thank you so much. And this has to be the most idiotic, moronic, stupid, financially ridiculous just dumb things that I've ever seen in my entire life.
You're right.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
You're right.
Figgy, do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
All right. They opened a Whataburger at the ballpark.
Yeah.
And there are people taking pictures of this Whataburger and saying, "Oh, thank God they did this. Oh, my goodness, they opened a Whataburger at the ballpark." And there's like a line, and there's one of these guys, Payton, who hosts the morning show with Sean and RJ. He's sitting there saying, "Thank God I can get..." That's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. First of all, just the burgers that they make, just get those. They're nice, fresh, on-the-grill burgers with fries and all that stuff. You can literally get a Whataburger on every corner. I can name you 3 Whataburgers within a 2-mile vicinity of that ballpark. Oh, by the way, they're cheaper, and that's what they do. Mm-hmm. And you're telling me you're going to the ballpark. Oh, by the way, 24/7. Yeah. You don't have to worry about it closing. You can get it 24/7. You can get it cheaper. If you go to a ballpark and you get Whataburger, in Texas, you're one of the biggest idiots in the world. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my entire life. If anything, just go to Whataburger before. It's going to taste better. It's going to be cheaper. There are all types of options. You could go get anything you want. There is elite ballpark food anywhere. If you go to the ballpark and you get Whataburger, you're one of the biggest dumbasses in the world. That is so dumb. I can't even fathom it. Seriously, John.
No, you're right.
It's everywhere.
That's kind of like, to me, that's kind of like when you go out of town and somebody want to get McDonald's. It's like, why are you trying to get McDonald's? Let's get something that you could get.
Yeah.
But at least it costs the same. And at least sometimes it's just the easiest thing. This is literally going to a ballpark. You're surrounded by elite options, like everything you can think of. Yeah. It's like going to a fair, and you're getting Whataburger, which, oh, by the way, like Trill Burgers is one thing, because Trill Burgers, there's one location. It's packed. Yeah, it's hard to get. Okay, let's go get a Trill Burger.
Yeah.
Whataburger, if NRG opened Whataburger and people were like, thank God, okay, I can think of, there's one right there.
You can see it.
There's 2. Yeah. There's 3. There's 4. There's 5. We can go all the way here to the Loop. There's 6. Oh, right there towards Westheimer, there's another one. There's 7.
Yeah.
You're excited that Whataburger's at the ballpark? What is it, crack? It's not crack.
It's not.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
The thing that you said,
dumbest thing I've ever seen.
The thing that you said that's most interesting is like the regular burgers
they're awesome.
Would beat a Whataburger.
Yes. They're on the grill. They're thick.
Yeah, Whataburger's supposed to be like quick, good, reliable.
It's a fast food.
Yeah, quick, good, reliable. That kind of thing.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Why don't they just open an HEB so people can get their grocery shopping done at the game?
Or put a McDonald's in there and then.
They're walking out of the game with 3 or 4
put a Burger King
bags.
Brother.
This is the thing. All right, so I think I gave Figgy's wife a hard time because we went to the game. Mm-hmm. The Astros game, and she went and got Pluckers.
Yeah.
There's only 3 that you can go to. You have to go inside. You have to sit down. A lot of times Pluckers are lines, so I can understand that. Mm-hmm. Shake Shack, same thing. There's a few. A lot of times it's a pain in the ass.
Heck, El Tiempo.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, El Tiempo, you're getting margaritas.
Yeah.
And you're getting nachos, and you're getting it quick. You're not having to go in.
And that's top-notch stuff, though.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
You're telling me you're going to Whataburger. You're probably paying like $16 for a number 1, number 2, whatever. And you can literally get it on the corner everywhere 24/7. That's just idiotic.
You can get it on the way home.
That's just really stupid.
Yes.
It's just really stupid.
I saw that, and I was like, I saw the line. The line is what got me. I'm like,
it's unbelievable.
Come on, man.
It's unbelievable.
Come on, man.
It's insane. I cannot believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Astros looking to tie up the Rangers today, so we'll see how that goes down. It's amazing.
I'd rather get what's in the ballpark that I can't get outside of the ballpark.
There's no situation, like it's not like and a lot of people take trips to the yard, like at the Astros game or at the Rangers game, and you're coming from like a small town. Whataburger's there too. There's 4 of them. It's not like, I'm from Angleton, so I can't get any water. No, you damn sure can. There's anywhere. 8 of them.
Pretty much anywhere.
There's 8 of them right there, 24/7 for you as well. It's not even like it's all over. It's everywhere.
We're coming from San Antonio. What should we get at the game? I don't know. Whataburger?
Just imagine sitting at the game eating some Whataburger,
and you're sitting there with like gourmet hot dogs, gourmet burgers, like all
you
the
could get some
crazy
barbecue, man. Get some brisket or something,
like,
man.
You know, at the beginning of the year when they always show like the released foods.
Yeah,
Whataburger number 1. Stupid. It's absolutely silly. Coming up, C.J. Stroud and Stefon Diggs. They're already yelling at each other. It's already happening. You'll hear what it sounded like. And also, there's a narrative about this Diggs trade that I think needs to be set straight. We'll discuss next.
When the Astros game ends.
610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Well, C.J. Stroud and Stefon Diggs already yelling at each other. We feared it. It's happening. But it's C.J. doing the yelling.
C.J., man.
They were on the field this week.
Yep. He's a cancer.
C.J. Stroud, Stefon Diggs, Tank Dell, John Mechie, a guy named Sketch.
Sketch. God, I love that guy.
He's a streamer.
Yeah.
Interesting dude, kind of chubby, wears glasses. Stefon Diggs was playing all-time quarterback. CJ was running routes on Tank Dell. By the way, Tank moving around.
Moving around pretty well.
And this was CJ Stroud. This is before he goes out for a route. I guess Stefon Diggs had thrown him a bad pass. This is CJ Stroud with Tank Dell covering him, yelling at Stefon Diggs.
He get locked up. He's playing everybody but him.
Bro, so everything not here?
No, I got bro, I just think
So everything not here, man?
Come on, man. Hey, for real though. You want to cross
Strife. We have strife now. We don't. This was actually very cool. I watched these videos probably far too many times than I should have, especially the ones with Sketch, but that's a different story. Don't you feel like this was just like, hey, guys, let's go hang out? And they were just kind of hanging out. It wasn't like anything. They were like in regular shorts, and they weren't like taped up or anything. They were just messing around. It was really cool. It was very cool.
Well, I think it's funny how competitive CJ is.
Oh, of course.
Like this obviously, it's when you have someone, and the Sketch guy, I think, has like millions of followers. He's like a big streamer.
Squints.
Yeah, a lot of times you have the it's obviously going to be on the gram, and there's obviously going to be a lot of attention and stuff. But CJ was just out there acting like a middle school kid outside playing street football and being competitive. I mean, he was really trying to take it to Tank, and he was really upset with Diggs with the way he was throwing the rock.
It reminded me of, remember when he was talking trash about the pickup basketball? He's just competitive. You know, the celebrity game? Who was he talking trash with?
Micah Parsons.
That's right, Parsons. It reminded me of that. He was just like messing around, having a good time. It was cool. Like they weren't. I'm looking at it again right now. They were just kind of hanging out. They weren't in any football stuff. In football,
I mean, they had their gloves.
They had the gloves.
They had the gloves and cleats.
Yeah, they had the gloves.
They were out there doing it. They were doing their thing. And CJ Stroud, Stefon Diggs was already out there. Kind of just seemed like one of the dudes. Stefon Diggs been putting up a lot of Instagram videos with Texans helmet on and all of that. But they were out there. They were yelling, and you had some chemistry building, I guess, with Stefon Diggs. Ross Tucker, and I think this is a narrative that needs to be set with the Stefon Diggs trade, because of all the ways to evaluate this trade, I think there's one that is getting a little bit lost in the actual context in which the Diggs trade was made. Here was Ross Tucker talking about the Stefon Diggs trade.
Don't like the trade for Stefon Diggs as much for the Houston Texans after this contract adjustment. First of all, you trade a second-round pick for only 1 year of Diggs services. You can't get a comp pick because you shortened the contract, and you give him a $3.5 million raise for that same 1 year that you didn't even have to do. They say they're doing it because they want him to be supremely motivated, I believe, to perform very well. What about the opposite? What if Nico Collins is getting the ball a lot? What if they're giving the ball to Tank Dell a lot? I feel like this could really go either way with Stefon Diggs in Houston, and a second-round pick for 1 year. It's a little bit much.
There's a lot wrong in that. All due respect, I love Ross Tucker. We've had him on the show. He's been on the station a lot. But there's a lot wrong with that. First of all, the draft compensation. This is one of your big bullet points, so to speak. It's a second round pick. It's you're still going to have your picks. That's number one. But the second thing, the whole what if, that's a good thing. Like, what if Nico all of a sudden gets a lot more catches and Tank gets a lot more catches? You think Stefon Diggs is not having any impact on that?
Well, here's the thing for me. He's talking about the trade, and it's a lot of compensation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at this as just a second-round pick that you traded that could be top 50. And I think that's an unfair. It's an illogical way to look at it because I look at the draft compensation that you sent for Stefon Diggs as kind of a home loan.
Yeah,
and you take out a home loan to buy a home. Now, if you go back in hindsight and you say, well, you could have used that money to do this, maybe so. But the whole reason that you went and took out that loan was because you liked that home. If the home ends up being bad, then maybe you just shouldn't have taken out the loan at all. But the reason that the Texans made that trade with the Vikings, remember when they made the trade with the Vikings, they're like, what are they doing? What are they thinking? What are they thinking? They trade their first for 2 seconds, so they trade back 19 and they get the extra second-round pick.
Right.
With that extra second-round pick, they send it to Buffalo for Stefon Diggs. So the only reason they made that trade, and the only reason they had that extra second-round pick was to get Stefon Diggs.
Yes.
If you want to evaluate this trade and you want to say what coulda, woulda, shoulda happened, and that's how trades are evaluated, I think you have to look at what could they have gotten at 22. Because once they missed out on Keenan Allen, and then the very next day they made that trade with the Vikings to get that extra second-round pick to get Diggs. That was the whole point of making that trade. Because if they hadn't, if not, they just wouldn't have made the trade. So if you're gonna look at what coulda, woulda, shoulda, I wouldn't look at the second-round pick. I would look at what they could have gotten at 22,
23, right? And I think
23, yes,
yeah. But the other thing is, it's an unknown at 23. Like maybe this guy, our projections, what we're seeing, who we like, and all that. You got a sure thing on Stefon Diggs, and you've already planned for that in terms of draft picks. What you just said.
Yeah. So that's the way that I think it needs to be.
By the way,
looked at is that it was kind of a house loan.
In about a half hour, I'm going to tell you that this trade cannot go bad. Why this cannot go bad?
So you have a guarantee, or is this just scenarios?
I think there's 3 scenarios. And I don't see where any of the 3 are really that bad. And that on top of what we just talked about, I think there's going to be a reason to say, you know what? There's no real fall off a cliff here. But in terms of this, Diggs' impact, whether it's the receivers or the short thing that he is, and the other thing that we've talked about multiple times, what's a fall off for him? If he loses 25 catches from last year, it's still 80 catches. You know, so that is I don't agree with Ross on that one.
The cost is one narrative. There's been a couple of other narratives that I think are interesting with the Diggs thing. I saw a report the other day that he fought with Josh Allen. No kidding. I mean that's pretty obvious. That's clear as day that they did not get along. He left camp and there was beef. So he fought with Josh Allen. So now we're going to get these reports that they yelled at each other after week 1.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. And then the other one was, and this was actually Eric Armstead. We'll hear this at 1 o'clock. He actually confirmed, we talk about them trying to trade for Keenan Allen. They also tried to trade for Eric Armstead. So perhaps Stefon Diggs was plan C.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, overall.
Yeah.
Because different positions and all that. But, yeah.
But he's already out there with C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. He's already doing his thing. They're yelling at each other, and they are doing their thing with the Dude sketch. Coming up next, Lopez is trying to run the best coach in town, out of town. Lopez, what are you doing?
Am I?
That's next. We're going to localize it. First, I want to talk about Texans.
qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Kelvin Sampson right now, best coach in town. It's not even close. You have 2 first-year guys in D'Amico Ryans and Ime Udoka, and then you have Joe Espada, another first-year guy. Kelvin Sampson has the largest body of work. Some would say he does more with less. And John Lopez is trying to run him out of town. I got to tell you, John, I don't even know why you're putting this out there. But John Calipari goes to Arkansas. And now John Lopez is pushing Kelvin Sampson to Kentucky.
Yeah, I didn't put it out there. Not putting it out there. Commenting on the situation. So I appreciate that. But anyway, Kelvin Sampson has to be either 1 or 2 on their list, right? I'm just saying what's going to happen.
I don't think so.
I'm not running him out of town.
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't.
Okay, explain that first, and then I'll. I think it's Dan Hurley and Kelvin Sampson.
I think Billy Donovan.
Billy Donovan is on the board, by the way. I found those odds. I'll share them with you here in a second.
Rick Pitino.
I saw that too. I don't know, man.
I would hire Chris Beard.
See, the problem with Chris Beard, I don't think that's a bad idea, but they went with Billy Gillespie, and that did not go well.
Yeah, but
he's got a lot of Billy Gillespie tendencies.
But he's already been hired, though. He won 20 games last year.
Yeah.
Once you've already got the guinea pig and they've already hired him, that's good. And he also has a body of work of working well with the NIL.
He does, but ask anybody at Kentucky how the Gillespie thing went. Yeah. Kind of a live wire tactician. I mean, kind of heavy-handed guy. Maybe has a little bit of a drinking issue. Maybe. Just saying. Maybe. But he does. Here's the thing with Kelvin Sampson that, and again, not running him out of town, but if I'm a Kentucky fan, I'm thinking about this. They need a culture change. They're not the same Kentucky. I alluded to it in the first segment. They're 36th in NIL money. They're not what they think they are. I liken them to what Nebraska football was. Once upon a time, just an absolute juggernaut. The elite of the elite. Everybody wanted to be a part of it. That's kind of what Kentucky is now. Like, to be honest, there are a number of reasons why Kelvin Sampson shouldn't even consider it. Namely, Tillman Fertitta and the money that they have here. The program is top-notch. They're already established and all that. I'm talking about it from a Kentucky perspective. Like, you can say Dan Hurley, and good choice.
Is Kelvin Sampson made for this? Isn't he made for this U of H type of situation?
Yes.
Yeah, so why would he want to go to Kentucky?
Because that's what Kentucky needs. They need to take a step back and say, we're not royalty anymore. He can recruit at that level and also bring in something that Kentucky's never had. Like an actual X's and O's, disciplinarian, defense, different style, elite talent, all that. The only way it happens, and again, I don't think it will happen, but I think that's where Kentucky should be looking.
It's got to be pretty humbling if you're from Kentucky and you think you invented basketball, which
it's over.
Let's be honest.
It's
and
over.
Then your coach goes to Arkansas.
Yeah, they're not the same Kentucky.
By the way, who negotiated this Calipari contract?
Mm-hmm.
So he's allowed to talk to other teams as long as he tells you?
Yeah.
And he has a $35 million buyout?
Yeah.
What idiot from Kentucky
and they don't have to
negotiated
pay it now.
Yeah, they don't have to pay it now, which is good, which is probably why they said go ahead. But once he asks, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Hey, can I go talk to Arkansas? Well, yeah, we'll see you later.
And then he comes back. And then he comes back. All right, guys, let's get ready for the recruiting drill. Like once you ask, you're done.
Yeah. Other names on the list, I think it's Hurley and Sampson from a Kentucky.
Hurley ain't going.
I don't think so either. I don't think Sampson is, to be honest. Nate Oates has been mentioned.
He just got an extension with Bama.
Yeah, but everything's negotiable.
Yeah.
Patino has been mentioned.
I would do that.
Chris Beard has been mentioned.
I would do Patino. Bring him back.
Bruce Pearl.
How many SEC teams is this guy going to go to?
I know. Jay Wright.
He said he doesn't want to coach.
Here's an interesting one that has been mentioned. If I were a betting man, Scott Drew. Scott Drew. I think it's run its course.
You hate him.
I'm not a big fan of Scott Drew, but I'll respect him enough.
Oh, you're not a big fan?
That's another way of saying what you said. But I think it's run its course at Baylor, and he can recruit those guys at Kentucky. You know, he can get even more 5-star over 5-star over 5-star, and he's had success. And I think Baylor, like I said, it's kind of just run its course there. Scott Drew at Kentucky would probably be the if I had to bet.
No Kelvin Sampson. I don't even think he gets an interview.
I don't know about
He already used him last year for the extension and extra money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think he gets an interview. He used the NBA to flirt. I don't think he's going to push it here.
The one interesting thing about Sampson in Kentucky, and again, let me just reiterate, I don't think he's going, but I think that's where they should target. He's very much into keeping the legacy for his son. Like, his son is going to...
he's the coach in waiting.
His son is the coach in waiting. Kentucky would be very, very attractive.
So what does that mean?
For him. Just because of the history and everything. Not to say that Houston doesn't have it, but not like that. So that might be something, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Scott Drew would be probably the best option.
Scott Drew.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So we got some drama amidst all the college basketball action. Also got a final tonight. UConn versus Purdue. How about that? The battle that we anticipated.
I'm still mad at Adam Spillane about that. Talking me out of
Just
Purdue.
a 6.5 point line, by the way.
Yeah. Talking me out of
UConn
Purdue.
just a 6.5 point line against Purdue.
You lay that all day long, don't you?
Maybe. I don't know.
I would.
It's on TBS at 8:20.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
You watched the women, didn't you?
I watched the fourth quarter.
Okay.
I watched the end of the third and the fourth quarter, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
17 million people watch that thing?
You're talking about, that's Friday night.
Friday night, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have ESPN.
Yeah.
The men are playing on TBS.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I watched the final yesterday, the end of the third and the start of the fourth.
It was good. It wasn't as good as Friday night, but it was good. Mm-hmm.
South Carolina chicks were hitting threes, just popping them, man. They had like three. They had a stretch of like 2.5 minutes where they hit three in transition. It wasn't like the girl has to set and get rid of it. They were popping it, man.
Yeah.
And then they had that. They had too much size down low.
They're undefeated.
Yeah, they had too much size down low.
They were undefeated. That's the most amazing accomplishment. To go undefeated and win a national championship in college basketball. Unbelievable.
They grew the game, too.
Yeah.
I'm worried about their game, though.
How's that?
Because I think there's a bunch of losers who are jealous in women's basketball that are going to – they could ruin something that they have going for them right now. I saw all types of clips and stuff of former WNBA players talking crap about Caitlin Clark and trying to take stuff away from her. It reminded me a lot of 2003 when LeBron James was a rookie in
Darius
Cleveland.
Miles, Smush Parker.
Ricky Davis said they finally got me some help and was acting like LeBron just had to kiss the ring.
Yeah.
That's what this reminds me of. Like,
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, like you ladies, y'all haven't grown the game. It is a charity case. The only reason the WNBA is on is because the NBA carries it. Y'all haven't carried the game.
Yeah.
So don't ruin a good thing. Just let the girl come in there and hoop, and y'all just hoop with her and don't try to ruin it, because the WNBA is just a cluster.
They should be.
Like, they've absolutely ruined their game for a number of reasons, and now they got someone coming in that everyone appreciates, from Don Staley to everyone appreciates, and you got these OG WNBA chicks who've never done a damn thing, who've never grown the game, and they're talking crap about something that could perhaps do what you haven't been able to do, which is elevate your game.
Yep.
Just ball, man.
Yep.
Just hoop. That's all y'all got to do is hoop. Y'all don't have to do the extra stuff. Just hoop. Play ball. People are enjoying watching women's basketball. Don't ruin it. Don't be haters.
They should be kissing her shoes.
Or just playing. Play ball.
They should just be. No, she's going to make them so much money.
Just play ball.
It's not even funny. And, you know, I get your point, and that's true from a WNBA perspective. But they're getting two huge stars, because Angel Reese is right there with her.
All of them. Just let them ball, man.
Yeah.
Like Angel Reese doesn't want your extra crap either. Just let them ball. Let them go out there and play. And people are seeing them. Like now when you see people from South Carolina play because you watch this, you're like, oh, I know who she is. I remember her at South Carolina. I remember her at UConn.
That's how it works.
I remember her there. Like these OG WNBA players are just you're messing stuff up.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. Like these WNBA players, like y'all just need to hoop, man. Y'all need to hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Just play ball. Y'all be fine. Yeah, this is the best thing to happen to y'all. If y'all bust her ass, but you don't need to do this petty stuff. That's bad business.
No, it isn't. Those two women are gonna carry the WNBA for the foreseeable future, and they're gonna make them a lot of money.
Maybe she could be like Caron Butler for the Heat.
Caron Butler.
That's what Smush Parker said in that interview.
Oh, okay.
LeBron coming in, he could be like Caron Butler for the Heat.
Oh Lord, yeah. I don't even remember that. It's unbelievable, man. They're gonna ruin this already struggling league, and you're gonna ruin it.
She can't come in our game playing like that.
You're not just gonna dominate. Well, I mean, okay. And then I saw the girl. Who was the girl who said, "I don't want to say her name." She had kind of like a raspy voice.
I said what?
And she had the tall chick by her, just like nodding her head. I don't know who she was.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
But she was like saying, and they just throw around this term, generational talent. Throw it around. She has the most points in the history of the game. Like it's not like she came that they're just throwing it around about some random. They throw it around.
Yeah, and I'm not.
What? Yeah, like she just came alive during the tournament.
Throw it around. Nobody's throwing anything around.
Hey, and I'm not going to pretend.
And Don Staley said it too.
Yeah,
and
that was great.
Props to Don Staley for giving her credit, because there's all these outside factors in WNBA where they're trying to like divide, like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and divide South Carolina and Caitlin Clark.
Yep,
man. Just let these girls hoop, man. Quit trying to use them for your own agendas.
That was great that Don Staley did that, because it was necessary. And by the way, I'm not going to pretend to be some WNBA talent expert. I can't see Caitlin Clark coming in there and not hooping, man.
And if she doesn't, just play. Beat her. It's fine. It'll be fine.
You're still going to benefit.
It's going to be good.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, y'all are some self-destructive mofos in the WNBA. Yeah. What are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Coming up, John Lopez has 3 Stefon Diggs scenarios and 1 Stefon Diggs conspiracy. The week after the trade, next.
In the loop.
What have I been saying? Offensive weaponry. They got it.
Yeah.
And they gave up a second next year.
Mm-hmm.
help Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, John Lopez has 3 scenarios with Stefon Diggs and one potential conspiracy involving the newest wide receiver for your Houston Texans. Lay it out for us, John.
I think they go together. I think one of the biggest reasons, or certainly a factor, maybe not the biggest reasons, but I think a factor in this whole Stefon Diggs, I mean, is it an experiment? This Stefon Diggs, whatever, commitment, is C.J. Stroud. Like part of the reason that you feel better about Stefon Diggs getting here is because he's going to be playing with C.J. Stroud. I mean, we saw it yesterday. That's where I got this idea, and it kind of occurred to me. Like they look like they've been boys forever, talking crap to each other, hanging out. They had that little kid that was there, hanging out, doing Instagram photos and all that. And I'm like, if I'm the general manager of the Houston Texans, if I'm Nick Caserio and I see that, I feel so good. Like, I feel so good because that's part of the reason that you can bring in a Stefon Diggs and not have to worry about if the 1 year is going to work, right? Even if it doesn't, though. Let me give you 3 different scenarios. Why this is almost like a can't-fail commitment. Scenario number 1, okay?
All right, scenario numero uno.
And keep in mind, Stefon Diggs
Numero uno.
is on a 1-year contract. Everything goes perfectly. This is a magical season. The Texans get to or cross your fingers, even win a Super Bowl. Why would Stefon Diggs ever want to leave that the following year?
Well, maybe they would move on to Nico and Tank.
Well, that's a them decision.
Keep rolling.
Yeah, but like if Stefon Diggs maybe even come on the cheap a little bit.
He's going to be 32. Maybe they don't want him.
32. Maybe they don't want him. That's fair.
I mean, you might have a dumb team like the Titans that's willing to give him a big-time contract.
There's always
that's a good reason to leave.
But from Stefon Diggs' perspective, if the Texans want him back, why would he want to leave that? That's scenario number 1. Everything's magic. Now let's go to scenario number 2. Everything is magic except the Texans fall just short of getting or winning the Super Bowl. I don't think he'd want to leave that. I mean, we've seen the videos. I was sharing one with you guys last week. Like, for all of Stefon Diggs, whatever people want to perceive of him, he wants that so bad. Like, he wants to win a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl so badly. Why would he want to leave that? Why? Like, again, presuming the Texans see what they want to see out of him and want him back. Why would he want to leave that if they fall just short? I mean, I wouldn't. You can only presume he would have had a good year, even better relationship with C.J. Stroud, sees what this team is doing. It's a young team, et cetera, et cetera. Now scenario number 3, it all goes to hell. Like there's either injuries or his numbers are diminished a little bit and his production drops. Where would there be a better opportunity to bounce back than here? Why would he want to go anywhere else? Because his value is going to be down. He will have familiarity with this squad. He will have built whatever it is that he's building with C.J. Stroud. Like it's almost like you can't go wrong no matter what happens with C.J.
Well, I mean, you could have him under contract and he wouldn't have the choice.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you didn't restructure the contract, then
that's what I'm saying. That's why this scenario is like almost can't fail. Because then you can decide, okay, well, his numbers dropped. We really don't want him. Well, that's also your choice. But from his perspective.
But if it goes well and you have him under contract, don't you feel better about it?
You might, but they were going to have to restructure. Like part of the deal would have been a restructure. So they restructured in such a way that they can have any of these 3 scenarios pop up in front of him. And then the question comes up of can Stroud keep 3 big-time receivers, presuming Nico Collins and Tank Dell end up being big-time. And by the way, I've seen a lot more this weekend just sort of perusing the old internet. Like, a lot of people are calling this one of the best receiving corps in the NFL already. Like, I know there's one or two.
Top 6 for sure.
Yeah, there's one. But, okay, can he keep all 3 happy? Let me take you back to 20.
He's done it.
Let me
That's
take
the
you
one
back.
thing. Because that was one of it's funny because coming into the NFL. And I thought this was a fair observation. I mean, I thought it was. And I thought it was with Joe Burrow as well. You know, you have these really awesome receivers. Mm-hmm. Is that part of the reason why you produced so much in college? Like they did with Burrow, with Chase and Jefferson, and like they did with CJ, with Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison, Garrett Wilson, and Chris Olave. But now, if you have all these receivers, I actually think it goes the opposite to where it's a good thing now. It's kind of flipped.
Yes. And that's why I went back to 2021 at Ohio State. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. He threw Olave caught 65 balls from him. Garrett Wilson caught 70, and Smith and Jigba caught 95. So, yes, he can keep them all happy. He's done it already. This offense is such that certainly it's going to be distributed to all these three guys. That's 230 catches between three guys, and that's in the college season. So, yeah, the more I look at this, I'm like, I can still see Nick working, and there's real no downside to any of it as far as I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the downside, like the worst case scenario, is not that bad. Now, there was a really good article in The Ringer. It's from Austin Gale, and he covered the fall off for Stefon Diggs. And could I interest you in some stats?
Of course.
So we talk about the fall off after they switched offensive coordinators, and Diggs had 5 100-yard games in the first 6, and then he didn't have one over 90 after that. His yards per game went from 92.7 weeks 1 through 9 to 43.6 from weeks 10 on. It was the second biggest drop for any receiver last season. His yards per route run average versus man coverage dropped from 2.46 to 1.45. He also wasn't winning down the field. In the first 9 games, he caught 27 of his 42 targets on passes that traveled more than 10 yards in the air, and he had 543 yards and 6 touchdowns. He caught 8 of 22 for just 140 and 1 TD in the final 10. So the stats are there, like the stats,
the counter, yeah,
to why he fell off. I mean, that's the what. The why, that might be a little bit deeper. But the other thing that Austin Gale of The Ringer, and this is the final sentence of his column that I thought was funny.
Mm-hmm.
He said, however, if Diggs disrupts what is objectively one of the brightest futures for a team right now just to sign a new contract with, say, the Chiefs in 2025, this will be quite the misstep for the Texans. Turn on tweet notifications for @Stefon Diggs to find out what happens next.
I get it, but let me counter your stats. Can I interest you in some counter stats? Because first of all, as we've talked about, they changed offensive coordinators. But here's where it gets interesting. You said week 10 through 18, right, is when he fell off?
Yes.
Okay, before week 10, the Buffalo Bills had exactly 1 game rushing for more than 134 yards as a team.
Okay.
1. And that was for 153 yards. After week 10, 175, 171, 164, 150, 254. They became a running team. Like, look at these numbers. I mean, they don't lie. This is their team per game in 2023. They had 1 game over 134 yards rushing. After the coordinator change and week 10, when his numbers started to fall, they had 6 games over 134 yards rushing. They changed the way they approached football. They started rushing the ball a lot more. So you can look at these numbers and kind of parse them out how you want, you know? They changed. They became a different team offensively.
He's already bonding with the guys.
Mm-hmm.
He's already taken it all in. So we'll see what happens. We do know, though, that Stefon Diggs is going to be a member of the Houston Texans. The draft equity, I just don't think people are discussing the right way. They got that extra pick to trade for Stefon Diggs. It's a home loan.
Exactly.
So don't evaluate it as, oh, they're trading the top 50, because they would have never made that move if they weren't trying to get him. So I think that's the one thing that I want to hammer home. Speaking of second-round picks, one of the most popular names for the Houston Texans when it comes to,
especially on this side of the table,
draft,
which is weird.
Draft potential has been Dandre Sweat with the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah.
Big guy, controversial prospect in more ways than one now, but before yesterday at about 2 o'clock, the controversy was, is this guy going to be a first rounder? Can this guy play 3 downs? Is he going to be there when the Texans select? How are they going to figure out what to do with Dandre Sweat? So there already was going to be some debating over whether or not you should take Dandre Sweat in the first round, whether in the second round, if he's going to be the guy or what. But he seems to be one of the more popular names that we hear.
Yeah.
Yesterday, 2 o'clock-ish, Dandre Sweat arrested and charged with DWI. 2 o'clock. Must have been a hell of a brunch, allegedly.
How much did he drink? He weighs 370 pounds.
I don't know.
That's the first thing I thought. Like, he must have had.
Well, we don't know. I didn't even know what he blew. Did he blow? I don't know.
Well, he's got a DWI charge, so that he did something. I mean, they have some evidence.
Well, they just, who knows?
Yeah.
But he got a DWI charge. It's not good for you. I mean, it's not a good, not a good look. Now, this is my question for you, Figgy.
Oh, you know my
Loopholes.
answer.
Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
I got a confession.
Does this make the Texans drafting Dandre Sweat more or less likely, and it doesn't make you less willing to draft him if he falls to you? Take it away, John.
Let me give you a confession.
You already got a smirk on your face.
Let me give you a confession. And it's not one I'm proud of.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is very irresponsible of me. I'm not proud of it. I probably will burn in hell. But when I saw that he got arrested for DWI, my first thought was, good.
No one was hurt.
No one was hurt. That's why, yes, no one was hurt.
So I know there's going to be a, hey, someone could have gotten hurt. No one was hurt.
He'll be there because he's going to fall.
Oh, yeah, he was already controversial.
He was considered a partier, or whatever.
Was he?
Yeah. Yeah. According to Mike Fish, anyway, who covers the draft. But
Mike Fish?
Yeah, he's one of the guys. Let me see. I was looking at it yesterday.
Who the hell is that?
No, he's been around for a long time.
Mike Fish?
Yeah.
You mean Mike Fisher?
Is it Mike Fisher?
Oh, no, Mike Fisher, I wouldn't trust him as far as you can throw him.
Yeah.
But are you
here
talking
you
about
go.
Mike Fish?
It was Dove Kleeman.
Oh, he's smart. He also said it was a...
Per Brugler.
Oh, Per Brugler. Brugler said he was a partier?
That he had... he's been upfront with NFL teams about his, quote, partying, but made it a point of emphasis during interviews that it was all in the past.
Oh, okay, well.
Per Brugler.
So here's my problem with that, with Dandre Sweat with the partying. Bro, you got weight problems.
Well, for sure.
Like, you're a 12-pack away from being 4 bills.
Well, it was at least a 12-pack if he blew high.
So could this be? There's a couple of ways of looking at this. And way number one is, and I think this is fair, but these are kids. What kind of dumbass 20 days away from being drafted, where you're on the edge of that first or second round, which is the difference between really like millions of dollars.
Yeah.
What kind of dumbass gets a D-dub 20 days before the draft?
No, that's fair.
That's question one.
Yeah.
Question two is, could this incident be what really opens your eyes and makes you realize, okay, because I can promise you, the kid got out of jail. He's being as hard on himself as he can possibly
he's
be.
sick about it.
He hasn't slept. He might actually lose weight the next week.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be so sick to his stomach. Does he take this as a learning lesson and say, man, I've kind of been playing with fire for a while, but I've really got to get this together and I've got to handle this?
Well, that's what he's been telling teams, according to Brugler.
Well,
and then all of a sudden this happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At 2.
Yeah. 2
That's
in
a
the
brunch
afternoon.
right there, brother.
That's some day drinking.
That's that bottomless mimosa.
That's some day drinking.
Hey, let me get that bottle. Bring that here. Oh,
Yeah.
I got a breakfast shot? Damn,
Yeah.
Captain Crunch? Okay, let me get one of those.
Here's my bottle. Where's yours?
What's up with the tricks?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's my personal one.
Here's Brugler's tweet from yesterday. According to a team source, Sweat has been upfront with the NFL teams about his partying as an underclassman. And he made it a point of emphasis in interviews that it was all in the past. Obviously, today's incident won't help with any concern. So he's going to fall.
Yeah, he's going to fall. Is this? How do the Texans look at this is the question. Because I've never heard anyone describe him as a bad guy.
Yeah.
But this is stuff that it can be hard to get rid of. Like we've seen, like this is perhaps the biggest sickness in America.
Yeah.
Is alcohol and partying and all that. So how do the Texans look at it, and how is he looking at it? I actually think the Texans might have a crack at him in the second or third.
Maybe.
Like late second.
Yeah.
Second round pick.
Yeah.
How much of a deal breaker is it? Is there a line? Like, in other words, do they take him off their board and say, we can't deal with this guy? Or do they say, okay, we don't want to take him with the first second. If he's there in the second, or he's there in the third, then maybe we'll have to consider it.
Yeah, because this type of reputation also is one of the biggest red flags for NFL teams.
It should be.
Like,
well, especially 20 days before.
They'll put up with a lot ahead of this. So, yeah, he's definitely going to fall. I like where your head is with maybe one of those other picks, being able to grab him. And then there's the whole thing of, can he not help himself? He's telling NFL teams, that's all in the past, that's all in the past. And then he gets a DWI in the middle of the day. 2.5 weeks away from the draft.
Wild.
Yeah, 3 weeks, whatever it is. This is a huge red flag. There's no question about that. But me being just totally selfish went, okay, good. He'll be there.
Should they? 713-572-4610. Should the Texans consider Dandre Sweat? You got to think, man. There's a lot of angles to this.
Mm-hmm.
If he's there with the second or the third, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit concerned about
the second
this.
one is what, 59, something like that?
Yeah, 20 days out, and this happens. I'm a little bit concerned.
You should be. No, I'm not saying there's not reason for it, because that's like I said, that's a huge red flag.
But I also think that if, and this is a big if it was going to be something that was hard to kick, then this incident where no one was hurt can be the thing that kicks you in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other way of looking at it.
Yeah.
So you could say, well, man, this is dumb, but this type of incident, this type of scrutiny on top of everything else, this can snap. Like, you either hit your lowest point or you have a situation where your lowest point could have happened, and you make this your lowest point.
It's one end of the spectrum or the other, because it could be he can't help himself. No matter what he says he's going to do or tries to do for a little for a certain amount of time, maybe this is the biggest red flag, and that's why teams hate it. Like, he can't help himself. He's got to.
Dandre Sweat, that is absolutely wild. Justin Verlander, he was on the mound, man.
How'd it go?
We'll tell you next. We'll also hear Adam Spillane with Verlander.
All right, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com.
Houston's sports leader is hooking you up. All this week, head to sportsradio610.com/contests to register for your chance to win. You can thank us later.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lockett.
Justin Verlander to the rescue. Not so fast, my friend. Yesterday, Justin Verlander, in his rehab start, he pitched 3 innings, got pulled in the 4th. He allowed 7 hits on 7 earned runs, a walk, 6 strikeouts. He's working on some stuff. It really is. That's typically what happens. And it doesn't seem like he's in any hurry to get back, though. This was our guy, Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo. You hear him right here, 1040 on Wednesdays. This was Baseball Spo with Justin Verlander, talking about his process, how he felt, all that type of stuff.
See how I bounce back, see how I feel, and have a conversation with the team. Hopefully set up another rehab start. Today was a great step forward for me.
You've been going basically every 6 days in between the last couple of lives and this. Would you like to get on a 5-day schedule pretty soon?
Not ideally. I think this is one of the benefits of, as you mentioned, being my 19th year. I think my body knows how to go on 5 days, and right now recovery is something that's really important for me. I need to make sure I'm bouncing back, and I think the worst thing would be to go out there and try to do something I'm not quite ready for when getting back to 100% has been something that's at times through this build-up process hasn't been something that's been 100%. So I don't need to check that box before I'm able to do it in a big league game. And if you look at the schedule coming up in the season, there's a lot of built-in off days. That's also the benefit of how the seasons have changed.
All right, so there you go. Doesn't seem to be in too much of a hurry. So we'll figure out what happens with Justin Verlander.
Confidence level right now for you?
With Justin Verlander, I don't expect anything from him, so I'm fine. Yeah. I expect him to be maybe a 3rd or 4th starter.
Yeah.
That's me.
That's about where I am. You can almost sense like he's knows his body and his his approach better than anybody, and he's very particular about it. But you can almost sense he's almost more careful than ever, right?
Well, yeah, he can be.
Yeah, he's being more careful than ever. He's got time. He's 41,
and he should be.
He's had kind of a series of little setbacks, and that's why I'm just like kind of there with you. I just don't feel like we're gonna get the same version. Maybe in spots.
Yeah.
But we're not going to get the same version.
Now, when I say 3rd or 4th starter, I'm not sitting here saying that he's going to not have some elite moments, but I'm talking about like when you lay out the production and you rank at the end of the season who was the most useful and productive Astros starters. If he's 3rd or 4th, there it is. That's where it is. That's why they got him at the discount that they did, but he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Astros right now, they're 3-7. They are looking to avoid losing a series to the Rangers. They could tie it up tonight. Framber Valdez on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking it one series at a time, 1-1 right now. They got swept by the Yankees. They won the Blue Jays series. It's just kind of how I'm approaching it. Crawl before I walk. I don't look at this Astros team. You seem to be a little bit more, I don't want to say panicked, because I definitely don't think this
Astros
different
vibe,
team,
man.
Yeah, but I don't think these are the Astros that we've gotten used to.
Yes, and Sean and Seth used to do the
Circle of Trust.
Circle of Trust.
Do they still?
I'm guessing they will. I'm guessing they will. Yeah, I haven't heard it yet. If they did it, I missed it. But I always thought that was kind of weird.
Listening to music?
Why not?
I'm just asking.
No, I listen, but it depends on when I'm working, man.
Okay,
I'm working.
I'm just asking.
This magic doesn't happen by itself. You think I just wake up and fall out of bed and create this radio magic?
You switch to music, huh?
No. So I always thought it was kind of funny, their Circle of Trust thing. Not that it wasn't good, because it was always worth listening to. But, like, I only didn't trust, like, 2 dudes.
Yeah, it was usually just basically an excuse. You could have easily just done 2 guys who suck.
Yeah, I always trusted pretty much everyone. I didn't trust Montero. I didn't trust Maldonado.
Abreu.
And then Abreu and John Singleton were kind of in there, last year when they were around. There's a lot of guys I don't trust. Like, if I'm not going to steal their bit, but like just for me personally,
you kind of are.
I'm just saying people I don't trust.
Kind of are.
So maybe I am
a thief.
Look
at this guy.
Well, let me put it this way in questions. Do you trust Jose Abreu?
Come on.
John Singleton.
He shouldn't be in the bigs.
Hunter Brown.
I don't know what I'm going to get.
JP France.
House money.
Justin Verlander.
Old.
Lance McCullers.
Hell no.
The bullpen.
Not really.
Jose Altuve when he's on the bases?
Absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's why I mentioned it earlier. Like, I'm watching this team a lot differently. Like, there are a lot of guys that I just don't really trust, and I might have missed some. You know, I was just kind of rattling some off there, and so it's a different way. Expectations should be different, and my expectations are different. Like last night was the perfect example. I was watching that game. Ryel Blanco, just a joy to watch. I mean, just it's fun watching him pitch, just the way he uses the changeup, all that stuff. And then they get to the bullpen, and I'm like, I don't trust any of these guys. Like Montero, hell no.
Wouldn't Blanco just blossoming into an all-star caliber pitcher, though, be the most Astros thing that you can possibly have?
It would be.
Where the Astros all looks lost, and then all of a sudden this 30-year-old throws a no-hitter, and then another shutout. By the way, you wanted to pull him. Don't think I didn't miss that. Because if he had gotten shelled in that sixth inning, you would have been sitting here saying, I told you to spot him.
He gave up a hit.
That's why you got that receipt out there.
He gave up a hit.
You're not fooling me, buddy.
I'm not taking it back.
You're not fooling me, buddy. I saw you.
I would tweet it again today.
You said they should pull him.
All right. Fifth inning.
And if he'd gotten shelled, we would hear nothing more. We would hear nothing more than John Lopez.
It's all on dust. I mean,
it's
all
on a spotter.
No.
I told you.
Let's go there then.
I saw it.
I would tweet that again in a heartbeat today. So fifth inning, he's sweating like Fromber. His control was lost. He had 2 walks. He gave up some really hard hit balls, including, was that the double play from Bregman? That was a laced.
That was a rocket.
It was a rocket. And he had a no-hitter with, I think, 87 pitches, 85 pitches, something like that.
Yeah.
And I tweeted, I know this is unpopular, but I would not trot him out there
And
to
then he
start
went and
the
battled
sixth.
it.
Then he went and battled, gave up another hard hit ball and a single,
and got out.
So I would do. I think the right thing to do would have been to pull him.
Shouldn't be a manager.
I think I had
Spada's got bigger coconuts than you.
I think I had a very astute tweet.
Give a Spada his flowers.
No, I'm not.
Because if he'd given up a bomb, oh my God.
It has nothing to do.
You would have that tattooed on your face like Mike Tyson.
Dude, my predictions are always right.
Okay.
They're always right.
Yeah, okay.
I'm batting like 800 on my predictions.
Okay.
By the way.
Okay.
I had one last week that I'm feeling much better about than before.
Which one?
I can't say, but I'll let you think about it.
What do you mean? What?
When's training camp?
Training camp is
for the Texans.
It's in July.
Yeah, it'll be earlier July, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I see where you're going.
Yeah. What are you saying?
Put a pin in that.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just put a pin in.
I got you.
What are you saying? People who are listening will remember?
Yeah.
Oh, you said they were going to. You said they might go to California.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they might have some joint squad practices in Cali.
It was just a vision.
Breaking news.
They might have. They might have the whole camp in Cali.
No, it was just a vision I had last week.
And
I'm not saying why. I just feel a little better about that.
So you think they're going to go have joint practices?
I'm not,
what's your source, man?
No, I'm not. No sources. No sources.
Come on, man.
I'm just illustrating how my predictions. I'm batting about 800 on my prediction. I'm good at these predicting.
Break
these
news,
things.
then,
Come on,
man.
man. Break it, man.
No, man.
No, go ahead and break it.
Hey, what are you doing back there?
Go ahead and break it, man.
No, man.
Preseason, who they got?
Yeah.
Come on, break it.
I think he wants to so bad.
Break it, man.
I'm not saying anything.
So you think they're going to practice in Cali, huh?
People have feelings, Landry, visions, senses. All I'm saying is I feel better about what I said last week. No!
Okay, so if they practice in Cali, I'd like to go. Maybe. I don't know. You know how it is.
For sure.
You know how it is.
Oh, we would go.
How is it?
We would be. Oh, no, they have later because of the time change.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say we would be the best show to go, but it might be the afternoon.
I mean, we're always the best show to go. I don't care what time it is. What are you talking about? Come on.
It's just a feeling in my gut.
Okay.
My gut's down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start saving change.
You could be. I'm gonna be writing checks like crazy.
I'm gonna start a change. I'm gonna start a change jar.
Landry
down the
needs
hall.
to join Marriott Rewards.
I'm going to start a change jar right down there.
GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Selling waters.
Yeah.
Quarters.
Waters on the corner.
I'm gonna take my daughter out there and sell flowers.
Camp.
I'm gonna take Avery with the flowers.
Ooh, flowers.
I'm gonna join the flower hustle. I'm be holding there with a bucket of
Have her in a-
flowers
have her
out
in a
there on the
stroller
corner.
and it's all hot.
Going out here. I'm going out here on Wesleyan and I'm gonna get the bucket of flowers. I'm gonna hold Avery.
Yeah.
Flowers.
I want to go to California. And I'm not saying California. I had a vision that they might practice elsewhere.
No, that's cool.
Training
I got
camp.
you. Okay.
Just
So
a vision.
breaking news here. John Lopez says the Texans are going to California to practice.
No.
So there you go. You heard it here first. If you wouldn't have done what you just did, I wouldn't have blown your cover.
It's just a feeling.
You don't bring up on the air, I know something, but I don't, and then expect me,
I didn't say
a guy
that.
with actual integrity to the listeners,
I never said
to not
that.
say it. That's what you're insinuating.
I said
though.
I feel better.
The insinuation was John Lopez thinks the Texans are going to practice in Cali.
Maybe I just put it together in my head.
Okay, but you brought it up.
And I didn't say I know something because I don't.
But you did say that.
But I'm saying I feel better about it.
He did say that, did he not?
No.
He said, I got a prediction that's looking really good,
A
but I
prediction
can't
isn't
say.
reporting anything.
There you go.
A prediction isn't anything.
Your boy Landry's here for you, man. I ain't going to let that fly around here. If we bring it up on the air, we bring it up.
I didn't say any
There
of
you
that.
go.
I'm not saying anything.
Book your tickets. California.
Come to the front of the
Texans.
class, Johnny.
Didn't say any of that.
Coming up, the hits are lit. We got sports from all angles. And oh my goodness, what the hell does no Diddy mean? Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Financially, safer drivers will save with Drivewise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit. There's a lot to get into. Such little time.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Broken Ryan Presley. The Astros looking to even the series with the Rangers tonight out in Arlington. Ryan Presley on Saturday night. 4 runs on 5 hits. Yesterday, he finally threw a scoreless inning, and you could read his lips. He said, effing finally.
Yeah.
Is Ryan Presley broken?
I don't think he's broken.
So you think he'll be fixed?
What do they call it? Scuffling.
So do you think he'll be what he once was, or do you think he's just going to be closer to that?
Yeah, I think he's going to be closer to it.
It's a high bar.
He's not going to be that. Just because the dynamic of it all and the stakes, like the closing a game is so difficult, and he was in that mode. And I forget who it was talking about, well, you'd realize he's only been a closer for so many years. He was just a setup guy before that. Well, it doesn't matter. He's been a closer, and now getting back to that point is difficult. He's scuffling. Scuffling is the baseball term.
They're doing some dumb things out there. And by they, I mean the Astros and a certain portion of Rangers fans. They opened a Whataburger over the weekend in that concourse, and there was a big line. That is, I cannot speak to the moronic nature of that.
That's
No, it's
that's
ridiculous.
one of your better hot takes.
No, but it's not even a hot take. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's not like
rants.
Look, going to the ballpark, if you're just a common folk, you're anticipating losing, blowing $50, $60, $70, whatever.
Yeah.
If you can so afford. So I'm not sitting here saying don't spend money at the ballpark, but dude, if I'm gonna spend 11, 15, give me something that y'all got to offer. They got some good ballpark food. You can literally get Whataburger on every corner. 24/7. Cheaper. Just be smart. Line it up in front of Whataburger. What is this? I mean, this is the person that I could honestly pee in a can and put a Texas logo on there and call it Texas beer, and they're going to drink it and act like it's the greatest, most high quality craft brew ever. What are we doing? What are we doing, man?
It's kind of unique and special that there is a Whataburger there, but I go to Whataburger when the line's not long. Like that's when I decide, you know what, I am going to stop here because the line doesn't seem to be too long right now. So you go to the ballpark to wait in a longer line for Whataburger at a ballpark?
Doesn't even feel right, man.
Yeah.
I think it's just that Texas cockiness, man.
Yeah, it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but come on, man. They got a lot to offer. Yes, hot dog, nachos, those stadium nachos. They got barbecue. They got They got all kinds of stuff.
See, if it was like In-N-Out or something like that, people wouldn't care. But for the simple fact it's Whataburger and it's a Texas staple.
Yeah, but it's everywhere. Get it after the game.
That's what I'm saying. It's just that Texas cockiness.
Let's go to Corpus Christi for a AA game. It's Whataburger Field.
Yeah.
They have Whataburger.
And you know what? I wouldn't get Whataburger there either. It's asinine.
Yeah.
I can't get down with this.
People would do the same thing if it was a HEB in there. If they put a HEB in there, why people would line up for it?
Yeah, go get some brew.
Go get your groceries.
Yeah, go get my brew.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to go pay markup beer prices or markup stuff like that. I mean, that's fine. There's not a better option.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but what are we doing here?
Yeah.
That's just, I can't fathom that. Justin Verlander yesterday in a rehab start, he was pulled in the fourth, 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 home runs, a walk, and 6 strikeouts. Don't read too much into that. He's working on some things, but he appears to be in no hurry to be back. He talked to Adam Spillane and said as much. Justin Verlander, when are we getting him back? Probably June?
No, well, it'll be before that.
May?
Yeah. But what's interesting is you're going to get at least one more start from Ryel Blanco before Verlander gets back. It'll probably, what does he have, another rehab start, and then probably a week after that? So let's say 10 days he comes back. Well, Blanco will have at least another start before then. If he's anything like he's been, maybe already, but if he's anything like he's been, what's your rotation going to look like?
I don't know. Do you take him out?
No, you can't take Blanco out.
Okay, what do? You get rid of France? Does France go to the pen?
It would have to be France, right? I think they're committed to Hunter Brown.
Yeah, they're committed.
Yeah.
You can't move that kid.
He's been out there, but they're committed to him.
Yeah, you got to keep him out.
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it would have to be France, I guess.
Might still be Blanco.
That would suck. That would suck.
Might still be Blanco, man.
Yeah.
National championship tonight, Purdue versus Connecticut. Connecticut a 6.5-point favorite. Both won their Final Four matchups. Purdue 63-50 over NC State, and UConn. They beat Bama 86-72. I think it's pretty telling how good UConn is because I flipped away from the game because it was kind of over, and I went back to catch the postgame, and Charles Barkley's just given some sort of speech about, man, Alabama, you made your school proud today. That was a hell of a fight by you guys. Y'all got nothing to be ashamed of. That was awesome. They lost by 14.
Yeah. The thing about UConn, and that's why I would lay that 6.5 today all day long. Just when you think you have them, you don't. They go on like an 8-0 run, 10-0 run, and that's how they won this one. They had 2 of those runs in the second half that I was watching. And on Purdue, Zach Edey is a monster. Like, he's a monster. He's a big body.
Good player.
7'4".
Yeah.
I think he's going to get run tonight.
Yeah, he's going to have to run.
I think he's going to get run.
Better get him some oxygen. He was all over DJ Burns, though. DJ Burns, no match for Zach Edey. This was before the game. DJ Burns really took it there.
Man, it's just 7-inch difference is about it. And he's no diddy, but he's a great guy. He's gonna give us a hard fight, but we're not gonna scout him up any differently. We're gonna stick to our game plan.
There you go. Okay.
I like the one dude that got it right away. Start laughing. Here's I was just getting used to pause, and now it's no diddy, right?
I mean, it's whatever you want to say. I'm not going to use no diddy.
Yeah. I was just getting used to pause.
Yeah.
You got
to go pause.
Got to go pause?
Yeah, no diddy, I'm good. Where are you going, Figgy?
Pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might say no diddy just joking around, but
I'm staying
it's
out
pause.
of that. Leave me out of that one. Women's championship yesterday. South Carolina took down Iowa 87-75. Caitlin Clark, 18 in the first quarter, just 30 for the game. The bench points. Could I interest you in a stat?
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina had 37 bench points.
Okay. How about Purdue? Iowa.
0.
That's not good. That ain't great.
37-0 bench points.
Yeah.
Here was Dawn Staley after the game, after her undefeated season. Before she walked off the podium, she wanted to make something clear.
Congratulate Iowa on an incredible season. Awesome. And I want to personally thank Caitlin Clark for lifting up our sport. She carried a heavy load for our sport, and it just is not going to stop here on the collegiate tour. But when she is the #1 pick in the WNBA draft, she's gonna lift that league up as well. So Caitlin Clark, if you're out there, you are one of the GOATs of our games, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach.
Good for her. I thought that was super classy. And not only classy but accurate. And yes, she will be the #1 pick in the draft for no reason other than she's Caitlin Clark.
Samuel L. Jackson was really into this game. He was pumped for South Carolina. He was tweeting. So I guess ESPN did like a Manning cast type of thing, and they had Diana Taurasi and Sue Bird.
Mm-hmm. They pop in here and there, and then they do the post game. Yeah.
Why?
I mean, they're legends.
Why? Like, what are we doing?
Because they're legends in women's basketball.
Why would you want to hear from them?
Well, I don't, but I could see why they would want to put it out there.
I don't get it.
A game like that, too?
Yeah.
But why? What do y'all got?
Because the perspective players, like...
Go away, Sue Bird. Honestly, they put her on the Manning. Go away.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Really?
Seriously, go away.
Go away, Sue Bird.
Yeah, go away. Diana Taurasi, is she still playing?
In the WNBA, yeah.
Okay.
That's wild. She's still playing like that, man.
Yeah. She was talking kind of some trash.
Well, she can.
Yeah.
Sue Bird, you know.
Yeah.
You just go over there. Go away. Did you see what Samuel L. Jackson said about this simulcast?
No, what?
This was a Samuel L. Jackson tweet. This is a real tweet. Who the bleep at ESPN thought this podcast commentary is a good idea? I never knew I needed an ABC feed before.
Damn.
Close quote.
Damn.
I side with Samuel L. Jackson.
You're with Samuel L. on this one?
Go away, Sue Bird. Please. Rockets yesterday. What a meltdown.
They gone.
So the Rockets were up 3 late. They missed 2 free throws, Jabari Smith. Dallas then went down the court. They tied it, and in overtime they ended up winning the game pretty handily. At the end of the game, Luka and Ime Udoka were going back and forth. They were yelling at each other. You could see the animated. Ime Udoka does not mind yelling at players. He's got that in him. We saw him with LeBron, called him the B word. We saw him with Luka. We've seen him call his players soft multiple times, say that they're deer in headlights. This was Tim McMahon of ESPN talking to Ime Udoka about the trash talk back and forth between him and Luka.
After Luka got the bucket that kind of sealed it, he seemed to have something to say to you. What was going on there?
I don't understand Slovenian, so I don't know.
All right.
He's just avoiding the question.
He's just kidding around now.
Yeah.
Afterwards, I talked to McMahon yesterday. I guess they talked, and Udoka said Udoka said to him, I guess McMahon told him that he knew one word, blah, 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 and Ime was like, hey, it doesn't matter. They'll be watching with us in 2 weeks.
Okay, well, they will.
So I guess he doesn't think Dallas is going to go on some type of run.
Yeah.
By the way, have you seen the stuff that Luka's been doing pregame?
Like what? No.
He threw it off the scoreboard.
Oh, that, yes.
Into the goal. And then yesterday he did a kick alley-oop. This would get a 10 in the dunk contest. He did a kick alley-oop to Dwight Powell. He just goes.
Popped it up, soccer style.
Yeah, like a perfect alley-oop.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can
The
show
one
you
off the
this.
scoreboard was just stupid. Like.
Yeah, the one off the scoreboard was just weird, but this just nonchalant. Look at this.
He did that with his feet?
Yes, watch. Watch his foot.
You got to be kidding me with that.
And it's soft.
That was behind his back.
And it's soft.
Yeah.
I
did not see that.
Go to Pat Doney's Twitter if you want to check that out. But the Rockets, it's been a good season regardless. They've got to figure some stuff out. They've got to figure out how they want to handle things. But it's been a good season nonetheless.
It was very
for the
productive.
Rockets.
It was you can't complain. Yes, you could have wished for more, but you can't complain with everything that he brought, the way he integrated these players, and we'll see what happens when Şengün gets back.
They don't have all the answers when it comes to the questions that they had heading into the season, but they saw Jalen Green play at a high level, and they saw Şengün play at a high level. You got to mix it in, and they seem to like Amin Thompson.
Yes, and like I said, they made progress on all fronts.
It is kind of weird though. They kind of plays the 5 on offense.
Well, it depends on what, like if they're going bigger or smaller, and who the matchup
he's playing.
is.
There's some times where it looks like he's playing the 5.
No,
on
it
offense.
is. There is sometimes, but you have nothing to complain about as a Rockets fan.
The only thing I don't like, I'm not big on their glue guys.
Like who?
They just bother me.
Like
not Dylan Brooks.
I was just going to ask you.
You're
Dylan
straight.
Brooks.
You're straight.
Yeah,
you're good.
Had a good game.
Yeah, you're straight. Dylan Brooks, you're fine. Jashawn Tate and Tari Eason. Man.
Well, they're going to change. They're going to change a lot about this squad. It's just a matter of how they use the stars.
You still got that Jashawn Tate authentic that you bought for $300?
Nah,
with
man.
the patches. Figgy bought a limited edition Jashawn Tate authentic jersey for $300.
Why'd you do that?
And I wouldn't even wear Ohio State Jashawn Tate jersey.
He hates Jashawn Tate.
He hates him.
He's just not a fan, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't like guys who just get called glue guys because they suck at offense.
This is true.
That's his pet peeve.
It's Ira Newble, man.
Coming up, 3 narratives about Stefon Diggs. How valid are they? Plus, the Texans go viral with their newest receiver next.
All right.
access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, there's three narratives about Stefon Diggs that I want to jump into. By the way, Stefon Diggs, C.J. Stroud, already yelling at each other. This was them with the famous streamer sketch. They were also with Tank Dell. By the way, moving around well.
Looked really good.
Yeah, they were running routes. C.J. Stroud getting competitive, man. He does not appreciate the way Stefon Diggs was playing quarterback with him, and he let him know via TikTok.
He get locked up. He's playing everybody but him. Bro, so everything out here? No, I got bro, I just think everything out here, man. Come on, man. Hey, for real though. You want to cross state?
C.J. Stroud's so competitive. He is like a middle schooler playing outside in the neighborhood. He's coming home with the grass stains, all that. He wasn't messing around.
That's probably why he invited Sketch.
By the way, Tank out there moving, running, cleats,
excellent.
everything. Yeah,
excellent.
Guarding him.
But that's probably why he invited Sketch, because he's so competitive. Some of the clips, I got into that wormhole too.
Well, Sketch went out for routes. They were kind of giving him a hard time.
He was wearing socks.
We'll hear that when the internet goes nuts.
He was running in socks.
He was just chilling. But yeah, Stefon Diggs, C.J. Stroud yelling. Obviously nothing serious, but I just like seeing the competitiveness of C.J. Stroud, the authenticity. They weren't doing that for the gram. They were really playing the old school 2-on-2 automatic all-time quarterback. They were just
and really they didn't post a lot. It's just like one or two videos and a picture, I think.
Yeah.
They were just out there having a good time, man.
And Tank was out there. I saw that Beltway Boys Walker got a lot of attention for a tweet because he saw Tank Dell wearing some baby blue, Oiler blue gloves, and I don't know if he's trying to insinuate that perhaps that's like a sign of the uniforms or what, but
here we go.
The baby blue gloves had him just excited for the Texans uniform party, which, by the way, the 23rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks from tomorrow. John Lopez will be there, front row.
I don't know. I have to see. We've seen the uniforms. I want to get the pulse of the people.
On the unis?
Yeah, on the uniform.
Okay.
Yeah.
The baby blue, though, got a lot of people excited, the gloves.
H-Town blue, baby.
Yeah.
I saw a police car, an old school police car that was still sporting the H-Town blue. I wonder if they're bringing them back. That'd be kind of cool, I guess.
No.
As long as you don't see their lights in the rearview mirror.
Cars, man.
I like the color.
You got to lay a little bit lower than that.
I saw a couple. Well, I saw one, and we'll see.
No, we don't need
Man, I don't need the cops to be laying lower than they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, lay low, man.
As a driver, you should want them to have that.
I seen a cop in the Camaro. I didn't even know it was a cop.
Man.
What were you doing? Speeding?
Nah, it was just driving on the side of me, and then they just hit the lights. I'm like, damn, I didn't know that was a cop.
Yeah.
I hate those. I shouldn't say this, but I hate those cop cars.
Oh, wow.
Where it says like Sheriff's Department.
I back the blue. Just so you know.
I back the blue.
These guys are. I back the blue. Just so
blue
you know.
lives matter.
Shout out to all the cops.
One of us has been trying to get the word out about the Memorial Day walk, and the other one has ignored it. So, take that.
Yeah. I support the cops.
But man. I hate when they have
these two. No,
on the side of the car. It says like Sheriff's Department or whatever, and it's like faded into the color. You can barely read it. Like, come on, man, give us a chance.
Or people that just be driving in Crown Vics out of nowhere.
Yeah, give us a chance, man.
Speed.
Fighting chance.
Obey the law, man.
I'm a law abider.
Three narratives about Stefon Diggs that I think deserve attention. These are the three biggest emerging narratives about Stefon Diggs. Number one.
Número uno.
He fought with Josh Allen in Buffalo. I'm seeing these reports out of Buffalo now that Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen, they fought after a week one game where Josh Allen yelled at him, "It's one effing game." And there was just all this turmoil and stuff. Okay, we know that.
It's not breaking news.
Are we really going to do this after the fact? We knew that.
He
left minicamp.
That always happens.
Sean McDermott said that he left, and then he said he let him, and all. Like, we knew this.
Yes.
So now I'm going to have to hear that Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen just were butting heads?
Yeah.
Why?
This is not breaking news.
Number two.
Número dos.
Stefon Diggs' production fell off last year. Now, this is the one that you do have to pay some attention to. Like, why was this? Was this because Buffalo started running the pill a little bit more? Was it because they changed offensive coordinators? Could there have been an injury that he was hiding? What is the problem? But Stefon Diggs, his production fell off in Buffalo last year. Why is that? And does it really matter as much here in Houston where you already have Tank Dell and you already have Nico Collins?
Yeah, look, this is very valid, and it should be talked about, but it also should be put in perspective. Did it happen? Absolutely, and it could be something of a concern when you combine that with his age. He's 30, okay, but it should be something of a concern. But I go back to what I mentioned to you earlier, that I don't think it's been talked about enough, and that is, well, they've talked about his change of offensive coordinators, but the other thing about this is, like, they changed their whole approach offensively. It started in week 10?
Yeah, they run the rock a little bit more.
A lot more.
Yeah.
Like they had the first, up until week 10, they had one game over 134 yards as a team rushing. After week 10, they had 6, and some of them were 175, 170, and 254. So, yeah, his production by default is going to drop.
Here's the thing that I think is funny, too, from a Buffalo perspective, because Buffalo, when the Chiefs lost Tyreek Hill, you had to adjust.
Mm-hmm.
You had to either evolve and figure stuff out, or there's like a big void that you miss. They were fortunate enough to have Travis Kelce. They were fortunate enough to have one of the best defensive players of the game, and they were fortunate enough to have Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo has good tight ends. I actually think Dalton Kincaid, they have perhaps the best tight end duo in the league, and I think Kincaid's going to be an absolute star next year, especially without Diggs. So you have that. But the other thing that I do think needs to be at least mentioned or at least acknowledged is Diggs wasn't the only guy that was unhappy last year. Gabe Davis didn't quite leave on the best of terms. Gabe Davis seemed kind of unhappy at the end of their season against the Chiefs as well. So you got to wonder, is there some sort of deeper meaning or deeper issue in Buffalo that is not Stefon Diggs or Gabe Davis? Now, Diggs also has a history, and he had the issues at the end in Minnesota, so that is fair, but he wasn't the only disgruntled receiver.
Yeah, and there's a financial implication as well. I mean, they're trying to get back under the cap, so players are like, where do I stand? What's my next contract going to look like? Like, there's definitely a financial aspect there, too, which might feed into not being happy.
And the final narrative.
Número 3.
And Ross Tucker brought this up. This was Ross Tucker. You hear him with Payne and Pendergast. This was Ross Tucker talking about the Stefon Diggs deal. This was Ross Tucker talking about something that a lot of people are bringing up.
Don't like the trade for Stefon Diggs as much for the Houston Texans after this contract adjustment. First of all, you trade a second-round pick for only 1 year of Diggs services. You can't get a comp pick because you shortened the contract, and you give him a $3.5 million raise for that same 1 year that you didn't even have to do. They say they're doing it because they want him to be supremely motivated, I believe, to perform very well. What about the opposite? What if Nico Collins is getting the ball a lot? What if they're giving the ball to Tank Dell a lot? I feel like this could really go either way with Stefon Diggs in Houston, and a second-round pick for 1 year. It's a little bit much.
The second-round pick was acquired to trade for Diggs. I heard this yesterday. I was on with Carrington Harrison on Mad Dog Radio, and he was like, well, what are the Texans going to do now that they traded the second-round pick? No, they have their full draft. It's the same.
Yeah.
Like, what's their draft plans? They have the exact same draft picks this year that they had before they made the Diggs trade. They also have a second-round pick next year. So the extra second-round pick they got that in that random-ass Minnesota, what we thought was random.
Yeah, and it wasn't.
But now we know it was to get Diggs.
Yeah.
So they took out that loan. They traded back 19 spots, essentially, got Minnesota's second, gave up their first, and they got an extra second, and they used that extra second for Stefon Diggs. It's like driving up to the home loan place. You're getting the loan for the certain house. You already know what house you want. That's what that extra second-round pick was. And you still have the full draft equity that you had after you made that trade this year, and next year you still have a full draft. So it never really happened.
Right.
So I don't think it's fair. Like, they would have never made that trade with Minnesota and had that second-round pick.
No, that's key.
Had they not wanted Stefon Diggs. So if you want to judge this in hindsight, you judge it in fairness for me, based on the reality. And I'm not saying they made the right choice, but you judged it based on who they could have gotten at 22, not what happens with his second-round pick. And you don't judge it like a normal second-round pick because they went and got it to make this move for better or worse.
And I also feel you don't judge it like, what if Tank and Nico have a great season? Well, you have to judge it like, what impact did Stefon Diggs have on them having a great season? Because he's still going to be out there, barring injury, of course, knock on wood, but he's still going to be out there, still be catching balls, still have an impact. If he has a down year, that might help those other two guys, and that's part of the deal. That's part of the reason you got him.
The text line 832 says, how's Mechie working out? Picks aren't everything. I hate this. Mm-hmm. I really hate this line of thinking. I saw Sean say this yesterday. I kind of gave him a hard time. Mm-hmm. But someone else had said something dumber. But this whole, there's not a big hit rate on draft picks, and it's a 50%. It's a cluster. It's a crapshoot. Okay, but you can still make the right pick. Like, we can do this all day. We can use examples of great second-round picks, and we can use examples of bad picks. But to me, when you start saying, well, draft picks aren't everything, you know who you sound like? And I don't think Texans fans want to sound like these people. 832, love you. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one, whether you agree, disagree, or whatever. You know what you sound like when you say, well, picks don't hit all the time. Mm-hmm. You sound like Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby.
That's kind of the deal in pro football. You're
trading third-round picks for, like, Gary and Conley and Duke Johnson, or trading, all these draft picks for Laramie Tunsil. You honestly, and we've heard them say this, you sound like Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. But I think
we're not all stat
But
guys.
I think you look at this second-round pick as more of a home loan, or you look at what would have happened at 22. I think that's the logical way to look at it.
I just hate it for that reason and others. You say draft picks don't mean everything. What league are you following? Like, every team in the NFL wants to build their team. Now, they supplement it with like a Stefon Diggs or a free agent signing or whatever. Every team in the NFL.
We all want picks.
Every single. What good are the picks?
You want
They're
picks.
not everything.
They're
Yes,
the best
they are.
thing you can have.
Name the best players on this squad.
They're the best thing you can have. Draft picks are the best thing you can have. Period. Point blank. End of story.
Yes.
You can still screw them up.
That's where they
There's
lose
a
me.
point. There's a better chance. Look, if you
draft picks aren't everything. Oh, really?
If you live a life where you just say 1 through 300 or whatever, how many ever picks there are, this guy sucks, chances are you're going to be right. Because it's hard to play football in the NFL. Mm-hmm. It's a difficult thing, but draft picks are everything.
Everything.
They're everything. They're the best thing you can have.
How'd they get him?
You got to put the draft pick.
What about Nico?
Draft pick.
What about Tank?
Draft pick.
What about Christian Harris?
Draft pick.
What about Derek Stingley?
Draft pick.
What about Petrie, for what it's worth? For what it's worth.
Can't win them all. Kind of going to the other side
Will
of
Anderson?
things. Draft pick.
Don't tell me draft picks aren't everything.
Yeah, don't give me the
when
hit
your
rate
team
stuff.
is
They're
here
everything.
because of draft picks.
They're everything. Draft picks are everything.
That's where you lose me.
They're everything.
Yeah.
100%. But I do think in this instance, just talking about it as a second-round pick, I think that's the wrong approach. Mm-hmm. And I like Ross. I just don't. And he's not the only one doing it. I just don't. But it's kind of telling, because how much does it really hit nationally whenever the Texans make a trade with Minnesota? Like, does it?
We were kind of like, okay.
We were like, okay, what are they up to?
Yeah, we knew something was coming.
What's going on? We knew Minnesota, or we believe Minnesota was trying to get a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But when the Texans did it, was like, okay, what's going on? And now we know that was their loan. They took out the extra second-round pick as their loan to get Stefon Diggs. I'm not sitting here minimizing it.
Yeah.
But I think if you're going to criticize it, look at 22. Like, if Adonai Mitchell could have been had at 22, then you can say, man, that Diggs trade, that's a little bit wild.
Yeah.
You could have had Adonai Mitchell or another receiver like that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't evaluate it that way. That's just me. And I think we follow this team closer than most.
Well, and even Adonai Mitchell, you could say, okay,
yeah,
could have.
Yeah.
Instead, we got Stefon Diggs and some second-round picks.
Yeah.
So, which would you rather have?
You still have your full draft.
Yeah,
so.
and you still have your full draft.
I think that's interesting. Speaking of draft, Dandre Sweat arrested for DWI yesterday. He's been a popular name with the Texans. Dane Brugler reports that Diggs was known as kind of a party guy. That might have something to do with the weight, perhaps, on top of genetics. But you mix genetics and... I mean, what's he drinking? 25 beers a night?
What was it?
I'm just saying, like, someone his size. How much?
That's what I'm saying. I'm legitimately curious. Like, we don't know. They have some evidence, or else they wouldn't have, arrested him. Whatever that evidence may be. Let's say it's, he blew a number.
Well, what if he didn't blow? Then they just could sense the alcohol and they saw him.
Yeah, we don't know, and
it's a charge.
Yeah, but he has been charged. What? How much did that man have to drink? At 370 pounds.
How much do you have to drink at 370?
That's what I'm saying. A six-pack is like a blip.
Oh, that's a blip for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Kidding? That's
6-pack
12 minutes.
is like warm up.
That's 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's a warm. It's toe touches.
That's 15.
It's
Even
jumping
long necks,
jacks.
They're going down, brother.
Yeah.
Him? You kidding me?
That's a lot of alcohol.
Well, I mean, it's a brunch too.
Yeah, so he was eating too.
It's either a brunch or a.
It's day drinking one way or another.
Yeah, 2 o'clock or pool.
Yeah, or
There's
pool.
no pool parties right now.
Why not?
For me, like if
It was
you're
hot Saturday.
if you're getting hammered at 2, this is the plan. You've probably been drinking the night before. You're with your friends, and we're going to get brunch, bottles, all that.
Yeah.
And work your way to lunch. I feel you, man. Now, 20 days away from the draft, that's going to be the question mark.
Yeah.
Now, it could be the wake-up call that you need. Or it could be a sign that this guy's just never going to get it. It just depends on how the young man reacts. And that's the thing that I always talk about. Got kind of accused when I was talking about Rashee Rice last week, where it was like, you're justifying this guy. If it were you and me, we'd be in jail. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Like I don't have the attorney that he has. Sure, I'd be whatever you say. But if no one is harmed, a young man can make a choice. You always hear like you go right, you go left, you figure out whichever way you go. There's a chance in these young men's lives where sometimes it's something. Sometimes you realize it's too late. Sometimes there's like something that happens and you snap your finger and you snap out of it. Sometimes you never snap out of it. So so I'm not saying this is the absolute way, but I am saying that I kind of sympathize. There's a lot of times where I might lack sympathy. I sympathize with young men under the age of 25 that have all this stuff going on and are dealing with their problems on top of everything else. So forgive me if I have like a small ounce of hope that a young man who was foolish enough to get charged with D-Dub 20 days before the draft, forgive me for hoping that this is something where he takes it as, man, this is bad, but I still have an opportunity, and the best is yet to come. Forgive me for that.
Look, it could be a real problem, or it could be a wake-up call. And that's why you get paid the big bucks if you're Nick Caserio and the staff over there to figure it out. Because this close to the draft, after he told teams, according to Dane Brugler, that's behind me, because they were asking him about his, quote, partying, that's behind me. And then this happens, you got to figure that out. But there is a lot of sympathy there. Because how many friends or how many people do we know over the years where we tell someone, he's a really good guy.
Yeah.
But, they have this thing. So you got to figure it out.
Yeah. There it is. So we'll see what happens. And maybe he's more likely to be a Texan now because he might be falling in the draft.
Yeah.
Maybe he's less likely. Who knows? The draft is 19 days away now. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. I got to sympathize with the King of Pop.
All right.
I'm going to sympathize with the King of Pop. Not about what you might be thinking. I'm not taking it there, okay? That's still bad. But I got to sympathize. I got to sympathize with the King of Pop next.
You heard it. Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower. During lunchtime confessions, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's Masters Week, baby. And part of the reason I'm so excited compared to previous years, I'm excited about Masters Week every year, is because you always hike your leg on it. And this is.
Are we going to get the Lopez picks?
Yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday we'll get the
actually make one right.
I always make.
Goodness gracious!
I have made money on the Masters at least the last 3 years in a row. Like including someone out of nowhere that you guys were hiking. Well, you specifically.
Well, he lost.
He finished second.
Lost.
And I made money on that.
Lost.
Top 5 pick. I think paid like.
He lost.
20-1, 18-1.
But can you make a good pick for once?
I'm giving you an example of one that I made a lot of money on.
You're taking our golf. You're taking our beautiful inventory. You're talking about golf, and you're talking bad golf.
Masters is top 5 weeks in sports.
Okay, all right.
No, it is.
No, okay, I got you.
Number 1. You want me to give you a list?
Sure.
I'll give you a list. Number 1 is the first big week of college football. I like that better than the NFL opening day.
Okay.
Like this week is going to be, Miami, Florida, Notre Dame, A&M, LSU, USC, all that stuff. Week 1 of the NFL season is 2. Divisional round of the playoffs is 3. Masters Week is 4. And first weekend of March Madness is 5.
Okay.
You have any different?
The first weekend of NFL and college football, the divisional round, the wild card round, championship Sunday.
I'm sensing a theme.
March Madness week 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, I'm excited. I love Masters Week so much. Love it. Watched golf yesterday just to get tuned up.
All right.
Yeah.
Looking forward to those picks, man.
Yeah. Wednesday, I'll make you some money.
It'll be exciting.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of sympathizing with Michael Jackson. I
got to hear this.
And I kind of want to defend Michael Jackson here.
Okay.
And I'm not going to sit here and say
about
that the kids, nothing like that.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here.
I'm not
going to defend Neverland Ranch or its existence or anything like that. Yeah. I'm not going to defend, Sharon, the sheriff.
You know what? That's probably good advice.
Anything like that.
I would recommend you don't.
But there's one thing that I've noticed in having a daughter that's 7 months old is you have a firm hold on them, and you can like lift them up above your head. You can like lift them above like the turtles. Yesterday we saw turtles in the pond. By the way, you don't go see them at the zoo. You go to the damn pond.
Yeah.
Don't waste your zoo time looking at turtles. But you can hold your daughter up. You can hold her out.
Oh, are you talking about the balcony?
Come on, man.
I never thought that was that
Michael Jackson getting killed for holding blanket over the balcony.
Look, shouldn't have done it.
Probably shouldn't have done it. But to act like he was doing something dangerous and he didn't have a good grip of the kid.
Yeah.
Now that I actually have a kid of my own and I know what the grip is like.
That's a good take.
Like, and I can lift her with one hand. I can lift her with one arm. I can lift her up. We can the fact that Michael Jackson got killed for that, now that I'm actually holding a baby, I think that was very, very unfair. There's a lot of due criticism for Michael Jackson, but the holding out the baby when everyone's obsessing over the baby, he should not have been criticized for that. I'm defending Michael Jackson. That's my confession.
I think that's a little extreme, but I get your point, and I agree with your bigger point. Like if they said, if he said he was going to do this, I would say, Michael, don't. It's not the best thing in the world. But I totally get your point, and I agree with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I'm one of those people that still considers Hank Aaron the home run king.
Okay.
The real home run king.
Okay.
I get it, but 50 years ago
Barry
today,
Bonds is the home run king, by the way.
Not to me. 713-572-4610.
What kind of corny stuff is that?
It's what sports fans do.
Just accept what reality is.
I'm not accepting
my home run king.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Probably the reason he ain't in the Hall of Fame, too.
No, he should be in the
Barry
Hall of
Bonds,
Fame.
yeah, your attitude. You boomers keeping him out.
It's not. Is it just boomers?
Yes.
No.
I think so.
I think 713-572-4610.
I do not
Look,
think-
this is confessions. I know it's not. Go ahead.
I don't represent all of Sports Radio 610 when I have an opinion. I don't represent all millennials. I don't represent all white dudes.
You represent you.
I represent me.
Yeah.
But I do feel like a large chunk of my generation doesn't give a rat's ass that Barry Bonds did steroids. I feel like it's you people.
No.
Saying stuff like this.
713-572-4610. Is Hank Aaron the real home run king?
Oh, God.
Is he the real?
Get your flip phones out.
Because I'm one of those guys. And that's why confessions are here. I get that there's a strong argument against that, and you just laid out some of the points. That was just it was just something about the era. There wasn't a juiced ball. There weren't steroids as much, et cetera, et cetera. I consider Hank Aaron the real home run king.
Okay.
So crucify me. I don't care. That's what these confessions are about.
Okay.
Hank Aaron, real home run king.
They're just throwing fits, man.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds.
These are my confessions.
So, Whataburger is a great place, but anyone who got Whataburger, any Astros fan who traveled up 45 to go to the Astros Rangers, and any Rangers fan that is getting Whataburger at the ballpark, it's not, I mean, and not spending their money elsewhere on options that you can't get 24/7. I got to confess, I think you're an absolute jamoke.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You may disagree with this, but I know John Cena is a much better athlete than I ever was or will be. I mean, he is, right? John Cena?
Nah.
Than me?
Nah.
Here's the confession. He kind of made me feel pretty good about myself yesterday because I only saw the highlights. Did you watch the
Yeah, I watched the
WrestleMania?
whole thing.
Really?
I watched the whole thing.
I just watched highlights. Figgy, did you watch any of
Nah,
that?
I didn't.
Yeah, it was good.
So when you see the John Cena,
The
it was
last
good?
match was good, man.
Who was the last match?
The last match was
Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. The Rock came out.
Mhm.
John Cena came out. Seth Rollins came out in like his old gimmick, which was with Roman Reigns.
Mhm.
And there was actually like some symbolism there. And then all of a sudden, The Rock, after he took down John Cena,
Yeah.
The Undertaker came out and chokeslammed him.
wow.
Undertaker came out and
I got to look for
chokeslammed
that
him.
clip. I got to look
Yeah.
for that. But anyway, John Cena made me feel pretty good about myself yesterday.
It's 5 minutes. Just type in 5 minutes WrestleMania. It's crazy.
I will. I'm going to do that. And you know why? He was running kind of like an old man down that ramp. He was doing the old man waddle. Now, he still threw guys around, but you could tell he was kind of like, he's not the same old John Cena quite. The same old John
See,
Cena.
I could see him have doing leg day or something like that yesterday or something because it was a long ass ramp. The other thing is it's a long ass ramp
and it's downhill.
Yeah,
yeah. So I get it, but he was just kind of going the old man waddle.
It was good, man. It was really, really good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I didn't watch the game on Friday. It was one of the most highly watched basketball games ever and the highest watched on ESPN. So I'm not going to sit here and hike my leg on it. And it seems like it was a good game, UConn versus Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
But I did log on to the internet and see that there was some outrage over a call, a moving screen.
Yeah, blocking, yeah.
So I watched the call. What is being complained about?
That she didn't she didn't move.
Okay, she almost took her head off.
She had her elbow. See, the elbow was what it was.
That's as illegal of a screen as you'll see. And I was talking to someone yesterday, my boy Marvin, who's a coach, and he was like, "You think you can make that call there?" What? Is that just something that someone said one day and someone decided that they were going to is that like the telephone tag of just repeating? You can't make that call there. Okay, so when you free someone up to take a game-winning shot, you don't call it, but you call it like
The game
4
can't
minutes into
end
the
like that.
She's the reason that she got the ball.
It's a big game. You can't end it like that.
Of all times, that's the one. We're not talking about some random holding call.
Yeah.
She literally, it was a moving screen and it freed her up to where she was able to get the ball. Where did this?
Yeah.
You can't call it here.
Yeah.
That's not the moment.
I wasn't outraged.
Take it away from the moment.
I wasn't outraged by
Let
it
the
either.
players win the game.
I get it.
Set a good screen.
I think people were just cheering for a wilder finish than a referee. They just hate when referees make a call.
Yeah, it
I didn't
sucks.
think. I didn't.
No,
think it was,
you want to see her shoot it.
But what if he didn't? And it was, it was a more egregious call, and he didn't make it, or she didn't make it. I forgot who made it. No, I wasn't that outraged. I really wasn't. I was like, yeah, it can go either way, but whatever.
There was some anger, man.
Yeah, it was some real anger.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I've seen enough. I don't want Ryel Blanco out of the rotation. I know he's going to have at least one, maybe two more starts, and maybe it'll unravel and I can change my mind. But you've seen enough with this rotation, right? You've seen enough. I think Ryel Blanco has to stay.
All right, that's lunchtime confessions. I guess we got Gary on the line who wants to weigh in on the home run king. Gary, what's up?
Yeah, guys, you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, two things real quick. And I'd like to do a third thing if you have time, but I don't know if you have time or not. But anyway, one, whoever they have in the rule books for the home runs, that's who the home run king is. I have opinions on all of that, but it's called progress and time evolving and all that. So if Hank Aaron is number one in the books, or whoever's number one in the books, that's who's the home run king is. The second one is on that Michael Jackson response that you had. That it's so ludicrous that you see nothing at all wrong in that. I just can't believe that. And please have your wife not allow you to hold the baby if y'all are on anything other than the ground floor for a little while till you rectify your decision on that. And one other thing, if I could comment on the Astros, you have time?
Nah, we're good, buddy.
No, we're good.
Appreciate you, Gary.
He did ask. Yeah. You know what? We're not.
Sometimes you just got to keep going, man.
Yeah, you know what? We're not. I'm not saying that Barry Bonds should not be recognized. Of course he should be recognized. This is an opinion show, and I said, to me.
It's my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's
like texters too.
That's wrong, though.
I'm not saying it's right. I said to me.
It's my opinion.
He's the real.
But it's not true.
I just said that. I know
He's
it's
my
not true.
king?
Yeah, he's my home run king.
But he's not the home run king.
Well, he's mine.
Why?
Because I thought it was more legitimate, more dramatic, more pure in terms of how the game was being played.
By the way, appreciate the call, Gary. I'm just giving you a hard time. You asked. So what was I supposed to say? You asked. I just.
Can I say this? You know what? We're good.
Nah, we good, buddy.
We're good.
I do think Michael Jackson's getting it. He had a the baby. You got control of the
It's
baby.
like I said, I wouldn't recommend it.
No, it's not.
But I get
it's
that
not
it was a
great.
little bit over.
Yeah. On the ground.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. I held over the Turtles yesterday. It was all good. Shout out to Gary. Appreciate you for calling. Coming up, is C.J. Stroud the reason? Is he the one who is to blame for some of this recent outrage about the Texans? John Lopez thinks so. We'll tell you why next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Let me remind everybody here, a year ago, the
Nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, CJ's to blame. Explain yourself, John. What do you mean by this? What are we blaming CJ for?
Credit. CJ's to credit. CJ Stroud, like this deal with Stefon Diggs, I'm really feeling like he was more than just a little bit of a factor here. Now, we know he was more than a factor because who doesn't want to play with him? But I'm talking about in terms of deciding to pull the trigger on the deal. Like, I feel like because you have so much confidence in C.J. Stroud, you've gone a whole year of watching him and players interacting with him and players from other teams interacting with him, and this leadership word that is thrown around too casually is legit with him, and people gravitating to him in the building, whether it's coaches, how he interacts and all that. I think that was huge. Not just because Stefon Diggs had this alleged or whatever reported attitude,
beef with
whatever
Josh
you want
Allen.
to call it, beef, attitude. I think because, like, he fast forwards or gives you more confidence in knowing that it'll work. Like Diggs here will work. And I think he was as big a factor as just the success, as good as he is, the talent he has, but just the way he leads people. And we saw it. And that's where I started thinking about this. I was like, man, they knew that this was going to work. And it's already working. Like this, we saw it this weekend with the way he was interacting with Diggs, with all the
Diggs
Instagram
was throwing to him,
and all that stuff, talking
getting on him and
trash,
stuff, yeah.
all that stuff. Like, I really don't see where. I mean, I know there's going to be an exception, but like big picture, I really don't see where this is going to be a fail. I don't see this failing.
There was a picture of Diggs. I didn't see it close, but I think Nick Schwager of Battle Red tweeted out Diggs. He's wearing a helmet. I don't remember. Is that the? I don't know if he's wearing the new helmet or not. I don't remember. But he's out there catching passes and stuff like that.
Well, you should be able to tell.
I didn't look at it long enough. Can you check? Nick Schwager.
Let me know what it is.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying anything. I saw he was wearing a helmet. I didn't see the side. If it was
Is that the new one?
I don't know.
Well, you should be able to tell.
I don't know.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I have no idea. He's wearing the blue helmet. Nick Schwager, SCHW.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Is that
tell.
the one y'all seen?
I don't. What do you mean, y'all?
Yeah, no, that definitely looks like the old one.
Okay, so that's the old one.
It looks like the old one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay. But yeah, he's rocking the Texans helmet running around. So you think they told Diggs, hey, you got to take this, but you have to wear the old helmet, not the new. Do you think the new
Well, they
helmets
don't want to
are
spill
there?
the beans.
Well, do you think the new helmets are in the lockers yet, or you think they're being like that crazy to wear?
I don't think they're in the lockers yet.
So they just keep them in the. Do you think they're there yet? Do you think they have the helmets right now?
Oh, they have them.
So the helmets are in the equipment
We're 2
room.
weeks out, man, or whatever it is. They have them. They're going to have these players. Certainly not the old models. They're going to have these players modeling them and everything else. Yeah, but they just can't spill the beans yet.
Okay. Diggs is an Instagram dude, man. I know the people, the aggregators like Schwager and stuff who stalk, for lack of a better term, stalk Instagrams. And Diggs is giving them some pretty good content because Diggs has been putting a lot out there.
I can't see the inside of his shirt. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But he can make one-handed catches like nobody's business.
It's just nonchalant.
Like nobody's business.
Just out there that work.
Yeah, just whoop. Yeah.
I think Diggs is going to be an exciting guy. Are they giving him a press conference or not?
They need to. They have to, right?
He's in town. He's chilling.
Yeah.
When are we going to get it? Are we going to get like a 6-hour notice like the
Was
the
that
Neil
in
Hunter
town?
One? Which one?
The Instagram this weekend, or was it out of town? I
don't know whether
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, I say he's in town. I don't know.
Yeah, I could have been. I'd like to go to Arizona and stuff like
L.A.
that. L.A.
CJ's an L.A. guy.
Yeah.
But is Diggs getting a presser?
He has to.
It should be this week then, right?
It has to be. If not this week, next.
He might not get a presser.
No, he has to.
I mean, he has to.
He has to.
Why?
He's the biggest free agent signing this team has
a trade, John.
This team is acquisition.
Trade, man.
Acquisition.
You learn to follow sports.
That this team
trade.
has had. Do you think this magic happens by itself? That's what I do, man. And how long?
I don't know that he's going to get a press conference.
No, he is. He is. And back to the point. Like, I really look at this and I don't see how this is going to be like, oh, what a mistake that was. Because you got the draft picks. If he gets close to a Super Bowl, there's a good chance he'll want to come back. If he has a bad year, his price is not going to be as high. But what is bad, and can he still help this team? That's the Texans' decision, not his. And if they win a Super Bowl or get to one, then it's a booming success, no matter what. Even if he is, like Ross Tucker said, helping Nico and Tank have a better year, well, he clearly would have he'd be a big factor in that. I don't see the short of injury, which of course, knock on wood on that, but I don't see where this is going to be a failure. I really don't. Like, all the scenarios point to, okay, they're still going to benefit from this, and maybe even get him back if they want him.
The worst case scenario is not that bad of a scenario, unless you think that he's going to blow up D'Amico Ryan's locker room. I don't think that's a possibility.
Like, is there any chance he's going to have the same stories written about him here that he had in Buffalo?
How bad were they? I mean, as far as a production standpoint, you can say it fell off, but I mean, they were a missed field goal away from going to overtime with the Chiefs in the divisional round,
right?
So how bad was it really?
Yeah, so it
wasn't awful.
Like, oh my gosh, you're wringing your hands, as people like to say, clutching your pearls about all this. I don't see where it's going to be bad between D'Amico and CJ, which we've already seen evidence of that. No, I might have some questions about this squad here and there, not big ones, but I do. But that's not one. Stefon Diggs is not one. Like, I can't even think of other questions other than maybe running game if you get another guy. Whatever. We've talked about all that.
We'll see what happens. I just don't. I don't think it's bad from Buffalo's perspective. I'm intrigued to see what they do, because you either have to evolve or you're just going to fall off a cliff.
Yeah, I think they're kind of cooked.
Well, Kansas City, they lean more on Kelsey and other things and defense and whatnot. The problem with Buffalo is it's not like this is the one move they made. They were getting rid of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were cutting players left and right,
and players were leaving, like Gabe Davis.
And now you got him talking about Samuel, like Samuel. That's your guy? I know they'll get someone in the draft, but really, Samuel? I like him, but that's where we're at. Samuel?
Yeah.
They're in a weird spot because they were already kind of that biggest threat to Kansas City for multiple years. Then they had all the drama last year. Hell, they had that article about Sean McDermott and the 9/11 references.
Oh, man, yeah, that's right.
On top of the Diggs thing.
That was one of the dumbest things ever.
Then they get to, you think they're going to flip the switch in the playoffs. They miss the field goal. And now they get rid of Stefon Diggs. They get rid of a bunch of guys, and they have to figure something out.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're selling it in Buffalo. Maybe they're just going to be tight independent. Maybe Joe Brady's a genius.
Yeah. And the whole thing about, like, who was it? Was it their general manager saying, well, he didn't have that kind of year until he was playing with Josh Allen either? Well,
that's fair.
It's fair.
He had a pretty damn good year, though, in Minnesota.
It's fair, but
pretty good
it wasn't like he had anything to prove like Josh Allen,
Yeah, and the other thing about it is, even like as easy as it is to talk about the now and talk about the Texans versus Buffalo, I think it is kind of a warning sign where, right now, just like it was with Buffalo, that was the time to trade for Stefon Diggs. Buffalo, if they look at the Stefon Diggs era, and it's a poor man's version of losing 4 straight Super Bowls, but you had playoff exits, one of which all you had to do was keep them out of field goal range in under, 19 seconds?
Yeah.
Another of which you had to make a field goal. Another of which you went back and forth and overtime and all that. So there were like 3 examples. You're still going to have to capitalize on it. And the reality is it was great, but they still left some meat on the bone. And then they had to adjust because by then Josh Allen was getting paid. So the Texans, if you get to that point, you're going to have to take advantage because you're going to have to make tough decisions. It's easy to point to the teams that are making them right now. But once C.J. Stroud starts taking out that large chunk of pie that franchise quarterbacks take out, you're going to have to start making these tough decisions like Tyreek Hill, like Stefon Diggs.
Yeah, like these really aren't that tough a decision because you got him on the rookie contract. And as we've been talking about and predicting ever since the offseason started, like this is when you make hay with him on his rookie contract. It can be done. Obviously, a lot of teams have done it with a veteran quarterback making a lot of money, but this is the time to do it.
Coming up, let's go around the NFL. We have controversy in the draft that could impact the Houston Texans. An NFL star says he almost arrived in Houston, and the dumbest politician of all time. I know we normally stick to sports, but this idiot deserves attention. That's next.
All right, guys.
NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the league. Eric Armstead, he has a podcast, Third and Long, and he confirmed that the Texans were interested in acquiring, but the trade fell apart.
But some of y'all were like very close to like what was really happening. Like when I would read some stuff, I'd be like, dang, how does he know that? Like that's really what's going on. But free agency was crazy, man. The Texans tried to trade for me, didn't even want me to become a free agent. Tried to trade for me. I thought I was going there. Trade fell through. Boom, I ended up hitting free agency.
All right, so there you go. The Texans, they tried to trade for Eric Armstead. Then they tried to trade for Keenan Allen. Then they did trade with the Minnesota Vikings. Then they used that second-round pick to trade for Stefon Diggs. So it's interesting that you can make a case that this impactful or non-impactful Stefon Diggs trade was actually the third option, and Eric Armstead just confirmed it. Keenan Allen confirmed that he was open to going to Houston.
Yeah, but
it's interesting.
There is a certain amount of, I don't know if relief is the right word. Like, they didn't put all their eggs in one basket. Like, you can go back to whatever their interest was in Mike Evans. You know, they always had like an alternative. Okay, if this doesn't work, and that's what Nicky Buckets does. You know, that's why that's why I came up with.
It's
that.
not a thing.
It is. It's a thing in this room.
Nicky Buckets, not a thing.
Yeah, you know, he always has that fallback plan. That's not necessarily like a booby prize, but it's still a fallback plan that they like.
A what?
A booby prize.
What's that?
You don't
heard of a booby trap? What's a booby prize?
A booby prize. Figgy, have you heard of booby prize? Y'all don't know what a booby prize is?
No idea.
Like, it's a prize that's like not very good. Like you're throwing the balls at the fair, at the state fair, or rodeo or whatever to try to knock down all those things and win the big bear, but you miss them. Also, they give you like a little dude with a little plastic parachute. You know, like you remember those? You throw off the roof of your house or whatever. Like it's a booby prize. It's like not what you wanted. It's kind of cheap and not very good. That's what I'm saying. That's what you never heard of booby prize?
Gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah.
One of the most popular
You've
names
heard of it,
mentioned
right?
I swear I haven't. Mentioned with the Texans, Dandre Sweat, charged with DWI yesterday at 2:00.
It was going to be one of my confessions, but it was met with a little bit of anger from some of our listeners. Nobody was hurt. Hopefully he can learn from this and, you know, finally do what he's been telling, according to some NFL teams, that all that party and stuff is behind him. But my first thought was, good. Now he'll be available later.
He might very well be available, that's for sure. Eric Johnson, this is the mayor of Dallas. He is really pushing this, let's bring the Chiefs to Dallas, after the residents, I guess, of Kansas City rejected to a tax increase that would fund the remodeling of Arrowhead Stadium. This guy's got to be the dumbest politician of all time. And we're not a political show at all. We do not even go into it, but this guy's a moron.
He's a pawn.
First of all, this idiot got caught cheating. This is his wife's words, not mine, because they have a Ring doorbell camera, and he took his side piece, who, by the way, was someone on his staff who he gave $100,000 to after she left.
Oh, is that all?
His wife's words, not mine. And he got caught because he took her to the crib and got caught on his own damn Ring doorbell.
He waved. Hey.
So there's that.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to push bringing the Kansas City Chiefs to Dallas. Do you really think in a city like Dallas, where they like the Dallas Cowboys, they want you bringing another NFL squad?
No, first of all. But
so what are you doing? Do you think people are like, yeah, bring the Chiefs?
Yeah.
What are you thinking, man?
You're not New York City. You're what are you, the third biggest city in Texas even? You're a pawn. Like, you couldn't draw it up better for Kansas City politicians. Hold on. The Dallas mayor did what? He says, bring the Chiefs. Cha-ching. We're going to get our stadium. I'm at the Chiefs. You couldn't have drawn it up better if you're the Hunt family and the Chiefs. Because, like, now you actually got somebody saying this crap. that's going to help us get our stadium or whatever, repairs, all that stuff, renovation, even quicker.
Why can't they repair the stadium?
It's a tax thing.
What are we
man.
doing?
It's a tax thing.
How much did y'all make?
Well, they did, not the city. The city had some, obviously, but the tax,
How much was the tax increase? Because it got voted against. How much was it?
I don't know. I didn't dig in that deep. I didn't notice.
Like, what do they do? Put an extra 2 cents on my
The reality is about all these stadiums.
hot dog or something?
They use like hotel motel is a common one. The reality is it's really stupid that taxpayers buy all these stadiums, but I can't remember not supporting one because it's cool.
Yeah.
You want that to happen.
Yeah, I had a hand in it.
It's dumb. It's dumb that, hey, yeah, we'll pay for everything for you to make $1 billion, but I still do it.
Going around the league here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The Andre Johnson Hall of Fame induction, there's a lot of Texans fans that are going to be going to it.
Mm-hmm.
I personally recommend, because I think it's a better city, staying in Cleveland and driving to the game and then driving to the ceremony. It's like a 1-hour drive.
Mm-hmm.
That would be me, but there's kind of a curveball there, and this is just kind of early warning for folks going out there. I don't think it's going to impact it like overwhelmingly significantly, but in Cleveland that Saturday, there's also SummerSlam, which is probably the second biggest wrestling event.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's a
keep your eyes
multi-day
peeled on
event,
that.
right?
I think it's just a one day.
It's
I'm
just
not
one day?
sure. I know WrestleMania is, but if you're looking at staying in Cleveland on the Friday night, it might be a little bit of an increase. If you're just going to the game, I don't think it will be, because you can stay the Thursday of the game and then get out sooner rather than later. But that's just a little warning for Texans fans. There's other stuff going on in downtown
Get your
Cleveland.
travel done.
Yeah, get it going, man.
It's just 59 miles. I just looked at it.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Nothing.
And you'd rather stay in Cleveland. Cleveland's cooler. Downtown Cleveland's fine.
Yeah, I like Cleveland.
No doubt about it. Caitlin Clark said good things about Cleveland. She went the opposite of Joakim Noah.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Neighbors. There's talks about Malik Neighbors perhaps going to Tennessee with the Titans, joining Calvin Ridley. There's reports he could fall, because I saw that one of the aggregating sites picked it up that he could be high maintenance. All these aggregators come from, they keep using this guy, Tony Pauline. I don't know who the hell he is.
You said that before.
I have no idea. I looked it up, and it said he worked for PhiladelphiaEagles.com and then Giants.com, and then he works for some site I've never heard of.
Yeah.
I feel like he has, because he's worked with websites, a relationship with aggregators, because I don't hear his name. I obsessively follow sports.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably tell you Bleacher Report writers from 10 years ago. I've never heard of Tony Pauline, but these aggregating sites, I think it's JPA Football, says, according to Tony Pauline, Malik Neighbors could be high maintenance. And then, because they're aggregators, they say it, and it gets completely spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Malik Neighbors. He was on his web stream. I guess it got out enough to where he at least addressed it when he was on a web stream.
I don't know, Malik. Why are they talking about you that you high maintenance, bro?
It's cap.
They be capping him, bro.
Right.
You know they got to pick somebody in this job. I guess they just picked me.
So they're saying they got to pick someone. It's just me. I have no idea.
High maintenance?
I don't know.
That's the best you can come up with?
I don't know. Maybe it's true. Maybe
How
I don't
many
know.
NFL players are not high maintenance? A lot of them are. Like, that's not even, if that's the best they've got, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Pauline's just throwing all this stuff out
High
there.
maintenance?
He has all the draft aggregations.
I looked up
Tony
his
Pauline
bio.
fella.
We've had this discussion before, and I told you I remembered him from somewhere. I just looked up his bio. He worked at SI.com for 12 years. That's where I knew him from.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
When?
I don't.
Like now SI or back in the day SI?
Like
when SI existed, or when it was just a freelance job?
In between the good SI and the bad SI. He was
Okay.
kind of in that transition group.
Yeah, because SI used to mean something,
Yeah.
and now it's kind of just like freelance. There's some good dudes out there riding around and getting it, but
Yeah.
sometimes when you say according to SI, by the way, that's one of my pet peeves.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people do it to kind of fit their own agenda, where someone says, well, ESPN said this. Now, ESPN can present stuff like with production and stuff, and then I think you can say ESPN is pushing this.
Mm-hmm.
But like when there's a column that comes out, and let's say it's in the New York Post, and it's a specific person.
Yeah.
And then someone says the New York Post said. So you're telling me everyone in that newsroom agreed with what that one person wrote.
Yeah.
You can say like there's like a certain way of coverage and stuff, but that doesn't mean, like, why do we do that?
If you report
it's the biggest generalization there is.
If you report something, or you're kind of like a whale in the business.
Yeah, if you want to give it credit and say according to the New York Post, but if it's an opinion piece, then I don't know how you can say the New York Post. You could, I guess you can. I guess there's certain instances, but sometimes I just think it's like I'll see someone say, "Man, Sporting News." I'll just use Sporting News as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Sporting News said this about this. Oh my gosh! And then I'll look. It's some poor jackass who's probably 23 years old, who's getting paid $15 an article, and he said it, and you're crediting the Sporting News with it. Yeah. It's some poor like opinion writer who no one's heard of, and you're taking like the whole thing.
We got some here.
Yeah, we do.
They do it all the time.
We got some here.
Yeah,
and I don't know, man. I mean, we've had this discussion alternately.
Well, some people that go to credentials, and I was talking about this yesterday with McMahon. He said that the funniest thing to him is there's people who do like online stuff and they're putting out consistent content and they have streams and they have like Stutes.
Mm-hmm.
Stutes started Houston football and it's a daily thing. It's all the time. It's the best subscription you can get, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's putting out his stream and all that.
Yeah.
But there's some people who are just going for Twitter.
Well, and they're
the first ones that are going to fire up like a legitimate columnist or artist or something like that. And you're just tweeting. You're not putting out content.
And they're contributing only when it's convenient for them. That's what bugs me.
Yeah.
Like maybe one a week, maybe two a week.
Yeah.
Maybe none.
Yeah, maybe none.
That's not.
There's no pressure. There's nothing to it.
That's not being a beat writer.
No, that's a fan experience.
Yeah, that's like, hey, you know what? I should write something about.
Yeah, it's a fan experience.
You know, that's not.
But I feel bad because a lot of the freelance stuff that happens, whenever someone says something, they say, well, this person said that.
Yeah.
You know, or this organization, that's not what happened.
That's why I always got to go, like, who said it? Are they legit?
Yeah, who directly said it?
Yeah. That's the key thing. Because, I mean, anybody can say anything.
Like if Ron Hughley said something, don't say 610 said it.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
You know they do this all the time.
But come on, I didn't say it. He said it. Individual.
Mm-hmm. And then there's this big sweeping 610 says blah blah.
Never
blah,
happened.
Blah. Yeah,
it's never been. We've never agreed with everything. It's never happened.
I don't think all hosts and producers have ever agreed on any one topic.
Never ever.
Yeah.
Never ever ever ever. It's an interesting state of media. It is crazy that. Do you think magazines could make a comeback? Because well, I mean, we see records like people are playing vinyl and stuff like that. Do you think we could? Is it just because it's so easy for the information to get out there, or do you think we ever see a time where not collecting like old ones, but where perhaps magazines make a comeback?
Magazine has a niche. Yes, I not a comeback. I'll put it this way: I think some magazines are just better in magazine form. Like you've been to a dentist's office, doctor's office. What magazines do you see there all the time? Golf. That's
Us Weekly.
Cigar Aficionado. I
don't see that.
Yeah, you do.
Cigar Aficionado.
Yeah, that like some magazines. You're missing the point here. some magazines are just better when you hold it in your hand.
Us Weekly's the best.
Us Weekly's, yeah, you got to have it in you. Like golf is the best.
Exclusive
golf is the
too.
best example. You can actually see. I don't know what it is about it, but but it's never going to make a comeback. But there's some are going to be sustainable. What other magazines are still around? Even
Us Weekly.
Wine magazines are always like that.
They still have the mags.
Mm-hmm.
I still walk by. I still have to get a fantasy mag.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't get the fantasy
Yeah,
mag. I just get the cheat sheet.
Mm-hmm.
My boy brought a fantasy mag the other last year.
Mm-hmm.
This dumbass went off a fantasy mag that probably came out in March and picked like Kadarius Toney in the 4th round or something like that.
Oh, Cosmopolitan?
Never heard of it.
For the ladies?
Never heard of it.
Cosmo?
Never heard of it.
You've seen Cosmo.
You know what the most BS decision to ever get rid of magazines was?
What?
Sky Mall. Man, that used to get me. That used to get me an hour through a flight.
Yeah,
man.
get you through flights.
I know you got it online. Can we get Sky Mall back?
Sky Mall was awesome.
Man, I find myself looking at the damn safety manual in front of me with the drinks where it always has, here are our drinks.
Yeah.
Man, can I get a Sky Mall back?
Yes.
Sky Mall was awesome.
And they had the most unique products, man.
Yeah, now I guess you can get Amazon, but can we get a Sky Mall back?
Yeah, Sky Mall was legit.
Or why didn't Amazon just do it? Why didn't Amazon create a Sky Mall?
Well, they may well.
I can print it out. Just let me check it out. I'm going to go there anyways. I miss Sky Mall so much.
I'm trying to think of some of those unique products that they had that were like, I might need one of those, and you don't. Like, a towel warmer. I've been wanting to get a towel warmer.
Sky Mall was great.
Yeah.
Might have been the best magazine of all time.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, Sports Illustrated is the best magazine of all time.
I would agree with that.
You can already see on the text, what about Playboy? That was a good one, too. Good articles, honestly. If we're being serious.
Some of the best writers.
That's serious. Some of the best writers there were.
Yeah, absolutely. In Playboy.
Hugh Hefner's getting drugged now, though. Of course.
How's that?
I mean, his ex, Holly Madison, is basically like making a living off of it. And she's playing the whole, well, I just didn't know the moment that I was in when I was there. I was just my young self. And you can see like from the old reality shows, she's kind of like that. And they're like saying stuff that's like, oh, no way. They were getting naked and doing drugs at Playboy?
You get out of town.
You're kidding. At the mansion?
Yeah.
Hugh Hefner had Viagra? And they were popping mollies in the club?
Never would have guessed.
No way. Are you kidding me?
Never would have guessed.
That at Playboy? No. What? You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
That's insane. You mean Hugh Hefner? No way.
I thought they was having clean fun.
He wasn't loyal?
Just taking pictures.
By the way,
stuff.
I peeped that Nickelodeon, man.
Oh, the doc?
Oh, man.
Honestly, I saw the interview, and I'm not going to completely dismiss him of all wrongdoing. The Schneider guy actually did an interview with one of the cast, one of his old cast dudes, and I actually thought he explained himself pretty well. He didn't deny everything. He said he was a jerk. He said that he shouldn't ask the female employees to give massages. That was wrong. But he wasn't like there were the other creepy guys there. He didn't hire any of them. According to him.
Oh, yeah?
They had Mark Summers on there. The guy wasn't even working there when they were there. That's some low-life stuff that
really?
That they did. He wasn't even working there, and he walked
When did he not
walked
work
off.
there?
Well, that was like the double dare, so he didn't work there. But the Snyder guy actually did the interview, and he kind of like tried to explain himself, tried his best as he could.
Yeah.
Like they had a couple of that said that he didn't support diversity. Come on, like all of his shows, like he had the most diverse shows on Nickelodeon.
Yes, he did. That's true.
All that.
That is absolutely true.
Keenan and Kel, he did the movie. That was where he had the real pushback. But he said as far as being like a jerk to people he worked with, he was like, yeah, that was me.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, that was me. He was like, yeah, I was a jerk and I apologize. He's like, as far as like the massages, that was bad. He said like the perverted jokes, he kind of pushed back on that too, because he said that kids thought it was funny.
Yeah.
And there were parents on the set that weren't like denying it,
like in the moment.
Yeah, but he kind of. I mean, I don't want to say he defended himself because he also took some accountability. Those other guys, I don't know what was going on with them. That one dude, did you watch the whole thing?
Nah, I didn't.
How many episodes did you get through?
I couldn't. I ain't watched none of it yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I ain't know how dark it was. According to social media, it seemed like it was pretty dark.
Yeah.
That Drake.
I gotta prepare myself.
The Drake
for it.
guy who. He'll confess about his past with one of the guys that got arrested. His mom, man, what a bad mom. Like his dad was in charge of him, and then they got rid of him.
Yeah,
his mom is pathetic.
What's it called again?
Quiet on the Set, HBO Max.
It's trending #1 right
Yeah,
now.
Quiet on the Set, HBO Max. Yeah. The Snyder guy, I don't think he'll ever work again, but he did do a decent job of like being accountable and like kind of explaining himself.
Yeah,
but. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. That mom, though, that Drake's mom, she's trash. Trash. She should have had to speak for herself.
Did they get to the Amanda Bynes stuff?
Yeah, I didn't know who Amanda Bynes was. That was in my dark area.
She was huge, man.
Oh, yeah, she had her own show.
She was huge.
But that was my dark area. Like, Nickelodeon, for me, stopped in, like, the 90s.
Yeah. Huh.
But, yeah, Amanda Bynes, yeah,
she had
fell off.
Big problems.
Yeah, and the Snyder guy was big on her. He was like... They said that he got kicked off her set. He's like, I didn't get kicked off. I didn't get kicked off the set. He's like, I tried to get rid of that show, and by the time I tried to get rid of that show, I was in there. So that I never got kicked off a set because I was crazy for Amanda Bynes. What kind of stuff is that?
I don't know.
Who knows?
She was a monster.
I didn't even know who she was.
Yeah.
Check it out, though. You should get through it.
It caught my interest.
Yeah, I'm going to check it out.
It's trending number one right now.
Kenan Thompson defended him, and so did the Drake guy. The Drake guy who went through the worst stuff, he defended the Schneider guy, too. He said, man, he was always there for us.
Good.
So I was there for the kids. Who knows, though? You can decide yourself. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. The Texans go viral. And 2 apologies in music. 1, you might support. 1, you might not. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Let me remind everybody here. A year ago, the Texans were at rock bottom of the odds to win the Super Bowl in the National Football League. After this trade, they're now 10-1. Where does that put them on the board? Kansas City's number 1. San Francisco's number 2. They're both around 5.5 to 1. You are tied with the Baltimore Ravens for 3rd to win the freaking Super Bowl.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Healthcare.gov is here for you when life happens. If you lost your health coverage because of turning 26, going off Medicaid, leaving your job, or moving, you could be eligible to enroll in new coverage now. And if you need to update your coverage because of marriage or having a baby, you could also be eligible. But don't wait. There's a limited time to enroll. Check your eligibility at healthcare.gov today. Life happens. Get covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You're losing your hair, and you want a simple solution guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair's quick one-day treatment is offered in a calm, relaxed environment with top-rated physicians and modern technology. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. So schedule your free consultation for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 469-599-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com. AdvancedHair.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston, 281-251-6100.
keep up with the needs of local hospitals.
And your donation could make a massive difference.
For more information, text DONATE to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week.
I got the internet going nuts.
Boy, kids just don't get it these days, man.
They don't.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
I'm not
with
even
you.
a big wrestling fan. It kind of made me roll my eyes.
Yeah. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Sketch, CJ Stroud, Stefon Diggs, and Tank Dell. Sketch is a big-time streamer. So they were playing street football or just backyard football, and Sketch, kind of a chubby, stocky dude, he hadn't caught a pass yet. You're going to hear CJ Stroud heckling him. So let me just give you the play-by-play here so you understand what you're listening to. First, they're sitting around. They finish playing. CJ basically says, this guy hasn't caught a pass. So they make him run about 25, 30 yards to the end zone.
He's awful.
To catch a pass. He can't catch the pass, and then he's running back. Here's the commentary with C.J. Stroud and the Texans as Sketch kind of loses his breath a little bit.
Good slow first step there. Back in the gap. What was that? It's all right. I'm gas here. We need a catch.
Yeah, you ain't gonna catch all day, man.
Hurry up, boy. Real one. Cardio.
Go to the end zone.
He tired.
Stop.
No, right there. Get under it. Get under it. Get up.
He was awesome.
Right there. Where the post?
There we go.
He got no tracking ability.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Yes, sir.
What up, bro?
No catapult.
He ain't got no tracking ability. That's why he play linebacker. He's tired. He's tired. Oh my gosh, my man is tired. Come on, hustle up. We don't walk on the field. There you go. He's gonna fast out. We don't walk on the field. He's about to throw up.
They're just messing with you nonstop.
I drink beer and play basketball sometimes.
Nonstop. By the way, for those who are not familiar with Sketch's work, and I've kind of seen a bunch of his stuff. I've been wanting to bring it up on the show, so I'm glad there's finally a good reason to. He looks like a caricature of the kid that does nothing but video games in his mom's basement. Like, not even like, think of the worst.
Isn't that his bit?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's even beyond what you might imagine.
But he always wears C.J. Stroud jerseys.
Always wears a C.J. Stroud jersey, glasses, squints.
Yeah.
Talks a lot of noise. I was watching one video where he just kept saying Tuesday.
I watched one
over and
video
over
because
again.
after I saw this, I was like, I want to go check this out. And it said, cooking with Sketch, and we're really high. And he's like cooking spaghetti, and he has the noodles already in there as the water's boiling.
Oh.
And he's trying to mix like some marinara with some stuff, but he's just basically stoned with his buddy cooking spaghetti, which is my type of
your type of guy,
my type of sketch,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term.
It was, and he was running around out there in his socks.
Yeah,
I never saw him wearing shoes.
well, probably doesn't have cleats.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Eclipse, baby, total eclipse.
I'm so glad it's rainy
I
and
was just
foggy.
gonna say.
I hope all you people that are trying to see the eclipse can't see it. Call me a hater, whatever.
People took days off. People are traveling to Waco and Ennis and Dallas and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I'm on a group text with my sister-in-law and brother-in-law who drove over there to go to Waco area to go see it. And the kids, another one of my relatives let the kids miss from school. It is cloudy everywhere. Tongue in cheek, I had my nephew. He sent us a picture. Look at this. He sent us a picture of the clouds and the sky,
it?
and all he said was breathtaking. Like, he clearly tongue in cheek.
Yeah,
It was,
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't
totally
get it.
eclipsed.
It's not my thing.
I got the internet going nuts.
So WrestleMania had the internet going nuts over the weekend. Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson, they made an appearance. They interfered in
that.
Rey Mysterio's match with his son Dom. They had masks on, then they took them off. They took their shirts off and did Lane Johnson and Kelsey things. Then you had The Rock, John Cena, Seth Rollins, Undertaker, all interfere in the main events. Which
And you
was
loved it.
The main event, it was 5 minutes of just riveting TV with all of the music. A little disappointed in the boss, though, man.
Our boss.
Yeah, very. He came in here and was talking about it. We were going back and forth doing our nerdy wrestling talk, which, by the way, I only watch it once a year. I sit down and watch it once a year. I don't watch Monday, Friday, any of that crap. And I see clips because they do a good job on social media. You can see the clips and react. online, and I watch some docs here.
That's
and there.
all I do is watch clips.
Yeah. Well, our boss came in here and said the product's never been better.
Well, even
come on, brother.
Even my amateur ass.
Have you ever heard of the Attitude Era?
Knew better than that.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? What is this?
Yeah. Even I knew that.
Is this the golden era?
What? Never been better.
These are the good times.
What is this?
These are the good times.
This is the golden era.
You realize why yesterday was so good? Because you got to see guys from the Attitude Era.
That's
they
true.
needed to bring them in to make it great.
That's true.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I got the internet going nuts.
Hank Aaron. And I get why people would disagree with me when I say.
How many times are you going to bring up Hank Aaron today?
This is twice, but I have a different twist on it this time. So I've referenced this a couple of times, and it's 50 years ago today when he hit 715.
So you were a junior in high school?
No, I was 11 years old, 11, 12. And I remember exactly where I was.
You were at A&M.
Yeah, I was a boy genius. I was an 11-year-old freshman at A&M. No. So there's been an urban legend. I don't know if it's real or not. Maybe this is unfair.
That was a good album by T.I., by the way. That was before he fell off.
Is that right?
Yeah, urban legend.
There is an urban legend. There's two people made the call, one on TV, one on radio. All right? Vin Scully and Milo Hamilton.
Okay.
Both legends.
Yeah.
There is an urban legend.
You're going to have us grade the call.
Yes.
Don't tell me you're going to make us grade the call.
The two calls. And then I'm going to tell you something that happened with Milo Hamilton.
And then we're going to debate if Pete Rose is a Hall of Famer.
This is Vin Scully.
We're going to debate if Pete Rose is a Hall of Famer and if pitch count is ruining baseball today.
I mean, if you want.
The outfield deep and straight away. Fastball is a high drive in the deep left center field. Buckner goes back to the fence. It is gone. What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. At 10 minutes after 9 in Atlanta, Georgia, Henry Aaron has eclipsed the mark set by Babe Ruth.
All right. That's Vin Scully. Milo Hamilton.
Find one without that music on it.
And then I have a question for you.
Here's the pitch by Downing. Swinging. There's a drive into left center field. That ball is going to be out of here. It's gone. It's 7:15. There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron. The fireworks are going. Henry Aaron is coming around third. His teammates are at home plate, and listen to this crowd.
All right, so here's something I heard about 25, 30 years ago in a press box in Atlanta. Milo Hamilton didn't like his original call on the Hank Aaron home run.
Yeah.
So after the game, down the line, basically down to the studios, redid the call.
I hate that.
I don't know if it's true or not.
I hate that.
I don't know if it's true or
I've
not.
heard some broadcast guys do that. I hate that. I think it's a bad look.
The thing about the Milo, though, it was so good, but he was like so perfect on it, you could almost believe that he had to like redo it.
So that was a redo?
I don't know. That's the legend.
See, I would have said that Vin Scully had the best call, but he had a symphony in the press box. I don't know why they had that symphony there.
They don't do that anymore. They used to back in the day.
Play the call again. There's a symphony there.
Yeah, they used to have that. I used to write with a symphony.
Yeah, he had a symphony playing.
Yeah.
I didn't like that.
Deep and straight away.
Fastball is a
high drive.
I don't need Star Wars music with my call. So yeah, I don't know.
I used to write my columns.
What
with
was Vin thinking?
An entire orchestra standing behind me.
I don't know who had the better call.
When I heard Milo's, I'm like, that sounds pretty perfect. Like he had to do it a couple of times.
I don't redo your call, Milo.
I got the internet going nuts.
So we have two apologies in music. I want you to tell me whether you support the apology or not.
Mm-hmm.
The internet was going nuts last night. J. Cole had a little back and forth with Kendrick Lamar. He put out a diss track, and it seemed like it was getting roasted pretty bad. Like at a historic
J. Cole
level.
did.
Yeah, J. Cole put out a diss track, and it was getting roasted pretty bad. No harm. Like, it's not like he said anything about catching bodies or anything like that. It was just old school.
Just old school hip hop.
Hip hop, man.
Back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, yesterday, this dude was on the stage, and he asked for forgiveness for his diss track.
And I pray that God align me back up on my purpose and on my path. You know what I mean? I pray that my really didn't feel no way. And if he did, got my chin out. Take your best shot. I'm going to take that shit on the chin, boy. Do what you do. You know what I mean? Like, all good. Like, it's love. And I pray that, y'all are, like, forgiving for, like, the misstep. And then I can get back to my true path. Because I ain't going to lie to y'all. Past 2 days felt terrible. Like, it let me know how good I've been sleeping for the past 10 years. I want to now perform the song that's a reminder to me of getting back on the right path. The name of the song is called Love Yours.
Okay. Why is this such a big deal? Why are we? What's going on? Is there something more to this?
No.
They just had back and
they were
forth,
actually
right?
they were actually cool with each other. They did songs together for years, and Kendrick Lamar did a little friendly little shot at him.
So do you think this is just a matter of it wasn't good, so he's trying to apologize and act like he's taking it on the chin and all that? Or do you think if this had broken let me put it this way. If this had gotten the same response that Pusha T's diss to Drake had gotten, do you think J. Cole would be on the stage crying and begging for forgiveness?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, then that's weak.
Yeah.
That's weak. He's never been on that level, though. Anyone who tried to put him there, y'all don't get it.
On the level of what?
Like, he's not on the level of Kendrick and Drake anyways.
Yeah, that been the whole debate. He's been in the category.
It's not a debate anymore.
Yeah.
Let's take him down a little bit.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
That was always the debate that he could take them out.
All right.
And so this was his chance, and he apologized.
Now he's there with Eli Porter and 50 Tyson to me.
By the way,
I did it. Yeah, it's dark.
It's dark, man. And we didn't even get – I guess the clouds make it worse here.
Yeah, well, didn't get the eclipse. So here's another music apology.
Okay.
I don't think this apology was necessary either.
Okay.
So there's a series that a lot of people might recognize called Hot Ones, where I think it's 10 or 12 wings. They're lined up, and you try a different level of hotness on a sauce.
Okay.
And you eat it, and you do while you're doing it, you do an interview.
Oh, God.
So you're basically eating wings. You work your way up basically to like Atomic.
No way in heck I would do that. Hell,
but it's a great show.
It's
awesome. A great show.
It's awesome. So Shakira was on it.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Shakira. She recently got divorced.
Okay.
And she took a bite of a wing. And I think this was like 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
And she was asked about her regrets in her career. Listen to what she said, because I don't think she needs to apologize for this.
What does make you wince or cringe when you listen to your early material?
So many things. I think I used to overdo the cries in my voice. It's too much. I think I was exaggerated, a little baroque, Too much Shakira.
What? It was awesome.
That's what made her.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. That's. Yeah, she shouldn't have to apologize.
She apologized for it.
And I don't know if I could do an interview with that man. And I like hot stuff, but man.
No, yeah, they work their way up. And there's some,
that's why some of the interviews be so great.
Yeah, because some of them are just dying. Because you can get milk and then you can figure it out. But what happened to her in the middle of that? And I edited it out because it wouldn't have been. She touched her eyes.
Oh,
she was like that. And he's like, don't touch the eyes. Don't touch the eyes.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then she also they also asked, like, what song do they bring up to you the most? She's like, Hips Don't Lie.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy, you could tell he's,
of course.
Well, they don't.
Of course. Of course they don't.
It's really good, though.
Yeah.
Hot ones. Coming up next, the Astros are looking to stay equal with the Rangers. The Texans, they're looking to close the gap on the best squad. And one of the best coaches in town is not getting mentioned where perhaps he should. That's next.
Area 45 with
It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Astros got to take 2 of 4.
That'd be big.
I know it's early. See, I said it.
It's early.
3-7 right now. Proved to 4-7. You would be 1-1-1 in series. Got to take this one. You got Frommer on the mound. Perhaps stop the bleeding against the Rangers. Lost the first 2 yesterday. They got the dub. Ryel Blanco. Much needed.
Well, he's got 2 of their 3 wins.
Yeah, he's got 2 of their 3 dubs. Gems, too. Needed every bit of it.
15 2/3 innings. No hit. Yeah, 15 2/3. That's a pretty good start. Yeah, well, you got to keep him in. I know he's got a couple more starts, maybe one, but probably a couple more starts before Verlander's back. I don't see how you cannot. Given everybody else, like JP France has, what is his ERA? It's like off the charts. Hunter Brown's is. Yeah.
It's not as fun of a team to watch, man.
I just don't watch them the same. I mean, not to say I don't.
Do you think this Altuve is going to travel well with age?
Well,
are we going to get to a point where it's like, man, this is hard to watch?
What's the length of his contract again? I don't remember.
Extended a few more
6,
years.
something like that?
Yeah, he's going to be like 30.
For life.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to be an Astros for. That's always one of the sadder things, man. And I don't want to put too much on him because he's still going to be able to hit the ball and all that.
Is he?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think so. The base running is going to be magnified, and any slump is going to be magnified. That's what happens when you're 33.
They got him signed through 2029.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
Now he's only making the final 2 years, 2028 and 2029. He's making $10 million.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a luxury tax salary, though, that's 25.
Mm-hmm.
But in 2025, 2026, and 2027, he's going to be making $30 million.
I've been wrong on him, and then maybe I ultimately will not be, but I've often believed, and listeners have heard me say this, like, my only worry with Altuve is because he's small and he can hit everywhere, but he loves to pull the ball. Like that's the bat speed is the first thing to go when you're a little slider, but it hadn't gone. Like he's still doing it. Now the base running's never been there, so that's not that big a deal. It's just going to be magnified. But like he's getting it done at going on 33. So
Ryel Blanco being good would be the most Astros thing there that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Just
they
coming
do
out
this.
of nowhere doing his thing.
This is what they do.
They got to get the bullpen right. Ryan Presley broken. I know he's coming off the scoreless. He's broken.
I'm not going to go that far.
Okay,
but he ain't doing well.
I'll see you in a month.
Well,
Let's go. I'll hold the seat for you.
Was it the Friday night game, Saturday night game?
You. I'll hold you
when he got work. Yeah, just save me a seat.
Yeah, I got you.
Save me a seat.
Yeah, I'll keep it warm.
And see
Seat's taken. Hey, sorry.
That's right.
He'll be here.
Got your jacket on it.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Lopez might be over here.
Yeah, he's a little late, but he'll be here. Broken Presley.
Mm-hmm.
He's done.
I'm not going to say he's done.
He's done.
But
he's done being elite. He might be serviceable. He might go in stretches, but it's gonna be a roller coaster with Ryan
He did
Presley.
not look confident last night.
He's fried.
And he got out of there.
He's fried.
Yeah. And maybe it's the role. I don't know. But he didn't look like the same confident
It's
guy.
a natural drop-off. I mean, there were times last year where even when he was performing well, you could kind of see beyond the result, and it was a little bit more stressful than perhaps the numbers may have told you, especially if you were watching closely.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I think he's cooked.
He's
done.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abreu not coming on as
now that's
strong as
one
we
that
thought.
I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to complain. I think
he'll be fine.
No, he won't. Jose Abreu.
Brian Abreu.
Oh,
we're talking bullpen.
I thought you were talking about Jose.
You think
Abreu.
I was sitting here saying Jose Abreu is good? What the hell is wrong with you? What do you think of me?
That's why I said Jose.
I was
Abreu.
shocked.
He thought it too.
Yeah, I'm thinking like he'll be good.
I'm talking about Brian Abreu.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be elite? He was arguably in stretches their best pitcher.
He
Jose Abreu. What the hell is wrong?
We
with
both
him?
thought
I was about to say, what's wrong with you?
He shouldn't even be on the team.
What you over there smoking on?
No, he shouldn't even be on the team.
Yeah, you had me worried there. For a
he's
second.
terrible. That is, we got another year of this after this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, they got to take it on the chin, man.
Mm-hmm.
You got to just take your loss there.
Well, they might.
You got to take your loss, man.
They might.
You got to let that go.
I'm just worried about well, obviously everybody is. This isn't breaking news, but like the back end was supposed to be not the problem. Other people.
No, it was supposed to be elite.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be okay. It was supposed to be elite.
Yeah. Hader's got a 7.2 ERA.
He'll be fine.
So he'll be fine, but Presley's washed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Hader will be fine. Presley's cooked.
All I know is Hader.
He's mentally done.
Well,
do you not see him?
He's not in the same place. No, he didn't look confident yesterday. Like, even as they were going on, as he was getting outs, I'm like, this doesn't look like the same dude, you know? And then afterwards, he kind of pointed to the sky and
said effing finally.
Yeah.
I love Presley, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a lot of good things here. Sometimes you just kind of fall off.
Yeah.
The role changes.
He's 35.
Confidence. He's old.
He's 35.
Yeah, you start to fall off.
Yeah.
It's okay. But this team's going to have to find a way. They're just going to have to find ways to scratch and claw and get in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not even looking at the division at the moment. I know it's early. What are we, 1 out of 16? Right? So we're 10 games in? So it's basically the equivalent of one football game, like in a traditional sense. So this is like you basically got your ass whooped in week 1. Like, if we're dividing this into football.
Yeah, how you feeling about that?
You got your ass whooped. What is it? What is the equivalent? If we were talking about this 3-7 start, what's the score in a football game?
Not only score, you're playing a division opponent. It was an important start. You want to get off to a good start.
Yeah.
And you got beat 31-10.
Okay, 31-10?
Yeah.
I'd say that's fair. I would say 34-9.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be feeling great.
No, you don't feel great.
You do get something out of it.
You go on to the next one.
You do catch a you catch a real sense of what the team is looking like early in the season, and it's not looking great. Like Altuve, of course, he's still, Altuve, he's, what is he, 375 batting average, 432. So he's still the same guy, but elsewhere, Abreu, good Lord.
I think the Astros are in a weird spot because, look, we've enjoyed the most successful stretch, not just in baseball, but in the history of perhaps any sport in this city. So I don't want to dismiss that, and I don't want to completely dismiss the possibility that they get help and they make another run to the ALCS. So I'm not going to completely dismiss that, but I will say, if you're looking at the big 3 teams, and that's typically what we look at,
mm-hmm.
and you look at the Rockets, you look at the Texans, and you look at the Astros, and you're looking at how you feel about this team 2 years from now.
Oh, 2 years from now?
The Astros have the worst outlook.
For sure.
It's an aging core. The pitching, you don't know where you're going to find it. You don't know if Framber is an ace. Like, for as much as we talk about Jalen Green and Şengün and Nico and whether they're elite, we're saying that about Framber. We've been saying it for 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, Nico Collins has given us just one taste of it, so you think the best is yet. Jalen Green gave us a taste of it, Pauls, and so did Alfie Şengün. So you look at this and you say, okay, well, the best could be yet to come. Like, when we're talking about this with the Astros, we're talking about this with Framber Valdez. We've been having this conversation for 2 years.
Yeah.
So the thing about the Astros is their short-term success and whether they can flip the switch or not, I would be a fool to sit here and dismiss it. But if you're just talking about 2 years, like how you feel about them, they could be in a really, really bad spot. And then this is also where you take the consequence of the punishment where you don't have 2 first-round picks or whatever for how many stretches it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it happens, because right now what's happening with the Rangers is they're sitting there and they're looking, and I saw this the other day when they were talking about, holy crap, Al Leiter's son Jack was out there striking.
Oh, they're
pulls
young.
Out. Man, that
they're
dude's going to be great.
Yeah.
Astros had no first-round pick at that time.
Yes, and just look at the pitching. Verlander's 41. Presley is 35. Hell, even McCullers, if he comes back, he's 31.
But in 2 years, McCullers is
he's
not
done.
Even, yeah.
Montero is 33.
Yeah.
On and on and on it goes.
Yeah, like the two year plan of
Blanco's 30, and he's the phenom.
Yeah, the 2 year plan.
He's the young buck.
The 2 year outlook is rough, man, for the Astros. It's really rough.
Yeah.
And really, that's not to say that anything good's going right now. It's basically the equivalent of one NFL loss.
You're hanging your hat on that young buck that is burst onto the scene. That's right, 30-year-old Ryel Blanco.
Yes. Fellas, how you doing?
His arm's 26 though.
Is it?
Okay.
Is it?
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Arm's 26.
Okay.
No, it's a 2-year window, man, and it ain't looking great. I'm not feeling good about the. I don't know if you were listening earlier.
I did. I heard you.
I just don't watch them the same.
I cannot disagree with you. I think I watch them the same. I just don't get the same feel, man.
That's what I mean.
I
used to be like, who's going to do this? And now I'm like, is anybody going to do this?
Yeah, I mean, you just the whole thing. I mean, you just got like I'm at a point where I'm like, can the chemistry and the big bats that are in the lineup that are swinging well and the injuries and those guys, I'm at a point where I'm going, man, can they come back and make as big a difference as they need to make?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying the starting pitching is a problem right now. I mean, what does Verlander coming back really accomplish relative to what we're watching?
Yeah.
But you just watch it and you go, man.
What if Verlander gets in the way?
Yeah, he could.
Like, what if he actually kind of gets in the way of?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a different. It is. When you said that earlier, I was like, that's how I feel. I don't know exactly how to put a. I don't know how to describe it exactly.
I'll describe it.
It's definitely how I
They
feel.
remind me of my dog Rex when I was growing up. Rex, he lived 14.
I gotta hear this.
I'm serious. Best golden retriever you've ever seen. He was 130 pounds. He'd swim by himself. He could jump. He was awesome, and he lived to be 14 years old. And there used to be a time where when I was young, we would run around the block. He would run all 2 miles, and Rex would be great. They remind me of my dog Rex at 10.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he kind of had to stop and kind of huff and puff, and you're like, is Rex going to be able to make it? Is Rex going to be? Now, Rex made it another 4 years.
Yeah.
But it
wasn't the same.
Yeah, and it was a little bit awkward, and the last 2 weren't quite there. They kind of remind me of like a dog with Rex at age 10.
So y'all not like they'll be fine?
No, I'm not. I flat out said I can't. I just feel different watching them. Like I just feel.
I changed what fine is. Just get in the playoffs, compete. I'm not expecting them to, and then maybe flip the switch. That's
I think just the days we've watched a lot of baseball where if you really look at what's gone on, I mean the Astros got lucky.
Well, I said that before the season started.
I remember us doing radio together down there, and hey, the starter, just give me 3.5, just get to 4.
Yeah,
and these guys are
7,
and they somehow get, they somehow get to the World Series with guys that's your field for. With the exception of a couple of guys,
yeah,
they've been good enough. They've been good enough to overcome all that, and now I'm looking at it going, man, are they good enough to overcome it?
Yeah, 100%.
Their roster says they are,
but their pitching staff is old.
I mean, at least when I look at the people in it, it says they are.
I think the bullpen will be fine. Maybe it's just silly. I'm worried about Presley. I feel Presley's kind of broken, but
See, if you think the bullpen will be fine, then I think you think that they'll be
fine-ish.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think
you think they'll be fine.
Yeah.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, baby. Clint in the building.
The eclipse is come and gone, boys.
Damn it.
The eclipse is come and gone. Cloudy out there.
Missed
cloudy.
It. Yeah,
cloudy out there.
There it is. Yeah. There it is. Tyler Miller, you hear him? Can you see him?
They can see me. If you squint, tilt your head to the right just a few inches, and work through that fogginess.
Talked about it.
I'm right here. What's up?
This weekend,
man. Camera still broke. Camera still broke.
No, it's not broken. There's a camera right there.
That's not fair. It was the weekend.
Come on, man. Not the artist. But no, man. Having a good time, sort of. The Houston Astros. The hell's going on? Listen, last week, I don't know what day it is. What day is that, Tyler? They run in together. The Tony Gwynn days. What's that? Tuesday?
Thursday.
Wow, not even close. I mean,
well, you had 5 to pick from.
Wow. Is it really Thursday?
Hey, when you got a full week of great guests.
Does Tony come on Thursday? Wow. Okay. All right. So wow. I guess I thought it was a T. All right. So Thursday,
it may have been Tuesday. Don't ask me. I don't know.
I think you're probably. I'm guessing you're probably right. You came out confident on that. So Thursday last week, Tony said that he wasn't surprised by the slow start. He wasn't surprised that the Astros, I think at that time, had 1 or 2 wins. They've added another. So they're 3-7. They like to do this, don't they, fellas? They like to go and play like hot garbage and then slip in and try to win that game on Sunday. So we come to the air on Monday. Hey, they won the last game they played. Like we forgot about that ass kicking them first 2 games that they took. But he said he's surprised. Are you all surprised? Because he said he was not surprised. Manager, some of the pitching stuff. Are you all surprised that the Astros are a half game in front of the A's. They're 3-7. They're sitting here, the way they look and how they're losing these games. Were you surprised at this slow start?
Hell yeah, I'm surprised.
You don't agree with Tony. I'll make sure.
I don't agree. I didn't agree with when he said it. I don't agree with it right now. I just did not. I did not expect this, man. I didn't expect guys to struggle the way that they're struggling. I didn't expect the guys that are held the strength of the team, the starting rotation. I didn't expect that to be as good as it is. I thought there'd be much more.
That was the number one weakness, I think, coming into this thing.
Look, so hell yeah, I'm surprised. I'm borderline shocked, if I'm being honest with you. What do we got? We got 3 games.
Yeah, 152 more left.
Well, we sitting 3-7.
3-7.
Yeah. I'm borderline shocked at this start because I was talking to those guys. I just don't feel like I don't feel like Jordan getting hot like he did last night and like he's done a couple of times this year is all of a sudden going to change the issues that we have. I just don't. And at some point in time, that middle relief is going to be a bigger problem than the back end of the bullpen. At some point in time, that's going to be a bigger issue than Ryan Presley. And so that's the part that we all thought was going to scare the hell out of us has been almost an afterthought because of what's going on.
No.
So I'm concerned.
Yeah, I get and understand why Tony said the slow start with the new managers, some new players in certain spots. But you looked at this lineup and you looked at the bullpen. I felt like that would be enough to keep them in games and to be able to win until they kind of got their feel and got their starters to get more comfortable. Well, hell, Clint, you'd have told me Ryel Blanco was going to kick this puppy off, and what is he going 14 and a third, 2/3 innings without no hit, without allowing a hit to start the season. He's given up one damn hit in 15 innings.
All 180 pounds of him.
Well, I mean, again, man, that is.
Ain't no Astro fan believe that.
Hell, man, there's no uniform color. None of them that they throw at him. Not a chance in hell. In Framber, he had for him a rough start, but it was pretty good. We'll see what he does tonight. JP France has been decent. There's just chances that they have given you. Christian Javier has been good. He has not given up a run yet this year. But damn, boy, you sitting here with this 14 ERA coming from Ryan Presley, and it was 20 the other day. I mean, you're sitting here with 13, 10. the bullpen guys, and it's the main guys that you're looking at that are fighting. I mean, Josh Hader at a ERA over 7. Like that, it is weird when you see
Brady's over 10, Presley's over 14.
Yeah, when you see
Hader's
that
over 7.
They're pitching well, and then if you're looking at the bats, you got guys that are hitting the ball pretty well, right? You'd be happy. You're happy with Pena. You're happy with what Yainer Diaz has done to start. Here comes Jordan, and Altuve has hit the ball well. Tucker's been. I'm surprised anyway, and now I'm really surprised when I see what the hell they've actually, the guys and what they've been doing. It has been so bad in the back end. And I know, Tyler, it's hard for you to potentially get here and maybe others. But we got to start asking ourselves, is this a Ryan Presley problem? Is there a Ryan Presley problem? Or are we rolling at it's still early, let him kind of get himself acclimated? He only had a few appearances. We've seen him go up. Or does this really look and feel different? Does it feel like this is a Ryan Presley problem?
It feels different. I mean, you got two problems. You got a Presley problem and a Brady problem. I think the Presley, to stick with what your point is Presley is I don't know how you don't look at it as a problem given the Hader situation. I don't know how you don't, and it doesn't even, if you watch him, there doesn't appear to be the level of confidence that we've seen in the past. Even when Presley's gotten beat up on before in the regular season, there was still, it was almost unbreakable confidence. You know what I mean? Like just a swag and a confidence. When I watch him now, it seems like there is seems like that's not quite the same.
Yeah, man, he's just getting, just drilled, Clint. Tyler, nobody's been more on the Presley thing. Tyler has cut promos multiple times on the chill out, man. It's it looks
it doesn't look good,
rough,
but we can't, and I know we're not, but we can't leave Hader out of this either.
No, it's nobody, but I don't know. For me, Ryan clearly out of, listen, Abreu hasn't been great either.
Sure.
But you're not lying. Anytime any of the three of them pitch, they cannot do.
Well, I'll admit the other Abreu, but yes, that guy too.
Yeah, but both of the Abreu's, Brian and Jose.
Well, and that's the mind F of it, right? It's like we're coming into opening day saying those three names in particular, the back end of your bullpen, like, holy hell, let's go. Now that it's like, oh, God.
Ryan Presley, he's pitched 3 2/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits and 6 earned runs. He's given up runs in 3 of his 5
and those are the earned ones
so far.
He's given up other ones that he's
he's inherited.
That he's inherited. Yeah, he's
giving up runs in 3 of 5 appearances. Giving up earned runs in 3 of 5 appearances. Like whew.
I'm not gonna lie to you, fellas. I don't know that it's just stuff with Ryan. I think this coming out of the closer thing I think it's messing with him. Like you said, I think you put
it's a possibility.
I think you put it when you said it kind of made me just think of it. You said, yeah, usually even when we've seen him get beat up, there was still a level of confidence. That we wanted to bring somebody in to replace you because we wanted to get better at that spot. And to be honest, he's been coming in before Abreu at many times. Now, I think he said all the right things, but we also highlighted a little bit. You can tell that he's not thrilled, and we just thought maybe it's a competitor thing, but it might be messing with his head where his confidence might be messed with because they didn't move him out of the 9 spot and now out of the 8 spot, and now give me Taylor.
There's too much here with Presley to just say it's early, give him time. There's too many what ifs, right? What if you just outline the Hader situation? You bring in a guy and pay him a boatload of money because clearly you didn't think I was enough, or you'd have gone a different route. Then you give me the 8th or the 7th, and now it seems like I've not pitched well. So there's another hit. When you look at like the difference between being the closer and pitching in the 7th or 8th inning and being one of those setup guys, I don't know it because I've never done it, but there's got to be probably a pretty drastic difference in how you prepare in those moments. So there's just too many. Well, what if this is bothering? What if that's bothering? What if it's this? There's too many things that have gone on to just, for me personally, to just chalk it up to, oh, no, it's early, man. He'll figure it out.
We got him coming.
Yeah. And he may very well figure it out, but clearly he's struggling with something, whether it's mentally not being the 9th inning guy, emotionally being really benched as the closer, or dealing with the difference between the two. So, it's bound to be one of those.
Yeah, as someone says, they roll in, guys, chill out. Okay, the season just started.
Nope, ain't doing it.
There it is. We can go to break now. The season just started, dude.
I'm not going to speak.
No, problem solved. Just coming up next. All right, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to speak for you guys. I'm not in panic mode with the Astros yet. I still think and believe this team can achieve and do all the things that we believe they can. My expectations of, ALCS, World Series, that kind of stuff has not changed with this team through the first 10 games watching them. It has not changed. But, it's not a chill-out thing. The Ryan Presley thing is really, I guess you're right. The Presley, Abreu, and Hader thing, we are a couple of outings away from this being serious. If you're not already there, and if you're already there, I don't blame you. But Ryan Presley, I'm about 2 outings from. I'm about 2 outings from this has got to be more than a hey, let's just keep running him out there and he'll figure it out thing. There's something, but this is an issue right there. Like, they have absolutely not only blown games, they've lost games that are tied. That game the other night, the Astros were in it, and then Ryan Presley came in and just gave up 4, and that sucker was over. Like, and then yesterday, even Hader's save was not absolutely like clean. You had to fight through that one, and that's the thing is, Clint, we're thinking this is going to be the best bullpen we've seen in years. They brought in Josh Hader to be a closer, and it is arguable that is the best closer in the sport, to where, you're supposed to have smooth ninths. You're supposed to be able to, get in here. All right, Joe, put him in. Let's get ready to shake hands. Man, you sweating all of these suckers out with Josh Hader. That's why, to me, I'm not going to say they're not going to hit their stride at some point moving forward. I believe they will. I still do trust the back of the baseball card thing, but they can't have too many more of these suckers. Because that 1-2-3 punch, the middle, which we were concerned is still been far better than those guys.
Yeah, look, I'm not at a panic mode either. I'm overly concerned, and my thought with the Astros has shifted. We've been a team again that could overcome, like, down the stretch in the playoffs, the thought of, guys, just get us to the 4th inning, man. Just get us to the 4th and we'll be fine. Get us to the 4th and with a close game and we'll be fine. We've literally obviously been in ALCSs and World Series with that being the case sometimes, right? A couple of times. And so for me as a fan, I'm like, hell, we can overcome anything. Ain't no big deal. We can overcome anything. This whether it's the lineup or the rotation or this bullpen, this back end of the bullpen now, we can overcome anything. I'm not there right now. I'm not there with the Astros anymore.
Yeah.
You just got too many. You got too many problems to go along with the injuries.
Yeah. We'll see. That Hunter Brown outing, that didn't actually.
Thank God for Ryel Blanco.
That's when they were saying maybe JV gets in the way. Maybe JV need to get in the way of Hunter. Maybe that's what he needs to do from the text line. If Dusty were here, he'd stick with Presley for a full year before considering a change. What do you think Joe's going to do? What do you think Joe's going to do? How long do you think it would take Joe Espada to bench, like to completely bench, take him out of the rotation in terms of being a major piece of the bullpen?
I don't know, but at this point, he's testing him. Presley's trying to find out.
Because don't say that about – I think you're wrong on that with Dusty, because last year, Montero was this. Montero was the number one setup guy coming from last year, and eventually Montero stopped pitching as much. So, as you said, he's testing them. He's testing them, and we'll see what they have to do. But they are starting to put a lot at the feet of Joe in terms of decisions he's got to make early.
Well, Ron, I'm going to tell you, man, the one that the what are you going to do with how long you going to stick with guy isn't the pitcher for me. I agree with you. Presley's got to be better. He right now he's better than any option that you have at that as a setup guy or as a middle relief guy. So he's not going anywhere. You got to trust him. The Abreu issues, same thing. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be the dude. Hader, same thing, right? Hey, man, Jose Abreu at first base. That's the one to keep an eye on of like, hey, man, what are you going to do? Hey, Joe Espada, what are you going to do? That to me, because we're on year 2 of this now. And,
they've already, he's already been getting benched. Again, man, we like the matchup better with John Singleton.
Well, that's the other thing is that can't be the answer.
You can't like the matchup.
Like John Singleton can't be the answer either. That just can't be the answer. But boy, you want to talk about it. To me, a more concerning issue is that one right there. Because you got a lot of money wrapped up in old boy, and it don't look. It just is. He doesn't look defeated because, like you said, the back of his baseball card is what it is. But damn it, man, that's hard to watch.
Text line coming in. Y'all sound defeated already. I understand not being happy with the results, but y'all acting like y'all need a binky.
I do. I need one.
I like a little tequila in it.
It'd be nice. Yeah. I mean, I need one if that's the case.
What are you talking about?
3-7.
They got to win this one tonight, don't they?
Oh, man.
They lose this series. No, I give it, like I said, to this person, they're probably ignoring me, but to this person, I said, I still believe they can accomplish everything they can. But I will say they do have a different feel to them when you're watching them, right? If you were to say, like, this is when it ends, this is when the great seasons end, it would look like this to start. It would. I'm not saying it is, but it would look like this to start. This is, yeah, you said it, boy. Hey, man, we got to go with John tonight. Whoa. Yeah, that's it.
I'm going to tell you, Bregman needs to come on too, man. Because here's the deal: this guy that's that's now you're hitting the 4 spot, and now, I mean, who knows what the hell's going to happen at first base at some point in time?
Corners 171 from Bregman is what he said.
I mean, at some point in time with Bregman, like he's got to carry the load. You know what I mean? Like Alvarez and Tucker. That's fine. Obviously, great hitters. They're going to do most of the damage. Altuve obviously. At some point in time, Bregman needs to contribute to that.
Yeah. Yiner and Pena have been way better than him thus far. Your corner infielders hitting .74 and 171. Your corner infielders right now. Corner infielders. All right, coming up as we'll talk about the story of the weekend, the story nationally of the weekend. What a game it was yesterday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's talk about having a peace of mind, huh?
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, what's the breaking news, Tyler?
It is regarding the Astros. We're still awaiting more details to trickle out here, but KPRC2's Ari Alexander, he reports breaking. The Astros are going to be calling on right-handed pitcher Blair Henley to start tonight in place of Framber Valdez. Multiple sources are telling Ari Alexander and KPRC2. So we're keeping an eye on this, but I guess Framber is a scratch tonight in Arlington.
All right. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, we don't need this. We just don't.
I would imagine it's not of, hey, let's pull him back to have him ready for the Royals. I want him in this game against the Rangers. I would imagine something something is going on with Framber that he would be scratched from this start. So
damn it.
That's one to keep an eye on. We'll see if we hear anything trickle out. But Framber Valdez, according to Ari Alexander, will not pitch tonight. Blair Henley, right-handed pitcher called up from Sugar Land, will start in his place tonight. That's
not to be confused with Low Glove Hensley. This is Henley.
Not Drew. Not Drew, old low hand hug Hensley.
Well, I thought he was going to be a staple in the big league club, and what that has gone.
It didn't last long, did it?
It did not. This is as Tyler said, it's the last thing. We're in Pet's head for falling off.
This is this is the problem with this kind of start, and this is the problem with the it's early mentality. Is like you're 3-7, man. I mean, you're on the verge of losing 3 or 4 to Texas, and you lost 4 out of 4 you got swept by the damn Yankees. Like, I mean, now you're in a position where, and you were fragile to start the season with all the injuries, but now you're in a spot where you could possibly try to live life without the what is right now your ace for the next at least week with Verlander out. And so it's when you're an already fragile team, some of your highest paid players with the highest expectations are struggling mightily. Now you've lost your second ace of the year I don't know how long, but it looks like he's going to at least miss one start. This is the problem with, I always talk about it, like digging that hole early in the season. That then you have to, at the very least, you have to press to get out of with the remainder of the season. You have to push guys deeper in games. You have to play guys instead of rest guys. Like it's just a different animal right now.
Well, damn. I mean, the thing you're looking forward to is, all right, man, a tough series, but Blanco got us back on track, and now we got our ace pitching tonight. And let's walk out of here with a split in this 4-game set. Head to Kansas City with a split in a 4-game set. And now this happens. Hopefully, like you said, it's not a big deal, right? As Verlander is getting closer, although hopefully he was just working on things with his outing in Sugar Land.
Yeah.
Clint told me, hey, he struck out the side twice.
Yeah. That's what he did in between them strikeouts.
7 hits and 6 runs. He came up to Las Vegas. Maybe I'd have felt better, Tyler, if he was in Vegas and the mistake you made last week had he been partying. Right?
If he'd have took the mound half schnockered with his jersey half unbuttoned and untucked and just kind of went out there like, well, it is in Vegas.
I would have felt, I was like, all right, man, well, hell, man, what do we expect? I mean,
what are you gonna do?
A night in the Mandalay Bay and just kicking it and
Sin City,
a foam party and you're naked. Like what? I mean, it happens. Maybe not naked at a foam party. I'm not sure. We all been to foam parties.
I've never been to a foam party, but I'm picturing. I think I've seen them on.
You haven't been to one?
No, I've not.
Wow,
but if I'm gonna be naked at one, I'd prefer it to be foam at least waist deep.
I believe my first foam party was your first foam party as well down in Panama City Beach, Florida.
That's my one and only.
Is it when the room's full of foam?
Uh-huh.
They pump a club usually full of foam. It's a good time.
I mean, who thought about that? I mean, who thought about that? Like, hey guys, we can really just let loose tonight if we go to a foam party.
I don't know who thought about it. It was great. It was great until that incident, where that accident I had where it got in my eyes and I was struggling for it.
The foam.
Yeah.
The foam got in your eyes?
Soapy
well,
stuff got in my eyes. I was struggling for it.
Let me ask, what's
for
fun?
Like 30 minutes.
What was fun about it until that point? Like, how deep is the foam and stuff? Like, show
Most
me.
of the ladies come in bikinis.
The ladies.
So the pool party, there's no foam, and we can see it all. I mean, what's?
Yeah, but you're not submerged in some water. You're dancing.
Yeah, they just seem to be. Everybody seemed to be really excited about it. The foam and.
How deep was the foam?
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of like all over the place.
Yeah,
it's not like you're getting in a pool or anything. It's just all over the place and.
It's just floating around?
Floating around. Had some ladies out in Panama get a little excited, take their tops off and
wow,
fill them with foam. You know, I mean, it's
a great time.
Some real confident gentlemen as well.
I mean, that'd be a great idea. Hey, ladies, look, here's what I dare y'all to do: is take your top off and fill it with foam.
Sounds like a great night to me.
I mean, fantastic.
I bet Tyler get real handsy in a place like that, boy. I bet Tyler get real handsy in a place.
What does that even mean?
Look around and Tyler's army crawling in the dance floor. I mean, I can see Tyler.
I'd chase a good time, but I'm not a creeper about it.
Well, that's debatable. That is debatable. Let's be honest.
He's not a hand.
No, I'm up getting it in the phone.
He's a typewriter creeper.
I mean,
he's a posting creeper.
That's Lopez army crawling through the foam. That's just different strokes, different folks.
I was pretty excited that evening. I remember. I was not saying I was no flags on the play or anything, but I was excited. Had a good time.
Did you?
Had a great time. Had to take it in first. Like I said, until that soap got my eyes. That was
a
fight, man. Then because I didn't have anything dry to try to get it. To get it out.
Right. You've been in a bad spot.
I'm
Which
leads
me to a place of like, what?
If I wasn't wearing glasses at the time, that could have blocked me. If I had glasses on, that could have blocked me.
Well, I mean, if you got to keep it from getting in your eyes and it's all over the place, that seems like it would get old pretty quick.
Listen, man, there's some sacrifices at times you got to take, to have a good time. What did we have a good time? I think I got photos of it.
Where they at?
I'll show it to you in the phone, man.
Oh, you got them in your phone.
Oh, man, I think
you need to tweet those out for the people.
I think it might be down the line on the Facebook.
Maybe we should have a phone
Facebook
party.
Photos.
Maybe we should have a phone party.
No, not anymore. Slip there.
A Sports Radio
610 phone party. All right, we'll do a parlay. Next time we win, we got a Sports Radio 610 phone party.
Yeah, we got to see who's going to host that joker.
Yes.
Hosted by.
I got a couple of people in mind. Whew. All right. Just thought of three of them.
John McClain and a phone
John McClain,
party.
right at the top of the list. John McClain, come on out, John.
I meant location to host the party. I didn't mean like, what are you talking about, MC?
Okay. I'm talking about an MC.
I mean,
I want
we need
John
an
McClain
MC.
to be the MC, 3 buttons down. I want John all of them down.
Oh, my God.
That's what I did. I came in, shirt button all the way down.
Unbuttoned all the way down?
All the way down.
You said to hell with it, huh?
Oh, yeah. Good time.
Where'd y'all drink before?
I mean, everywhere.
Ask her where she likes the pressure, where she likes it rough.
That's the John.
That's our MC.
I distinctly remember funneling Jack Daniels on the way out. I mean, we were aggressive.
Sounds like it.
We were aggressive. All right, coming up, I got a question about the Texans receiving corps. In January, when they are talking about and preparing to go to the playoffs, who in your mind is going to be this team's number one receiver? Will it be Stefon Diggs? Will it be Tank? Will it be Nico? Who will be this team's top receiver as they head into the playoffs next year? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, soda weight loss, I'm telling you.
right into place. So just step in them and go. Find new hands-free Skechers slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, fellas, people out there listening as well, people who are texting in, guys, got to have Twin Peaks host the phone party. I mean, I love how this has become a thing. This has become a phone party.
Makes too much sense.
Yeah. Somebody else who would love to come to the phone party, I believe, Tiger Woods. Just if that thing was
there was a day where I believe he'd probably pay for it. There was a day.
Guys, what a great idea. I've got it. Which Twin Peaks? Is there which one you want to go to? I mean, I've got it.
I'll write the check.
I'll write it.
I'll write the check. I'll land about 2 hours before.
All right, keep media out. Let's do that. Let's have ourselves a good time.
Need a private booth in the back.
Everybody drop your phones off at the door. Let's do that. By the way, Tiger is going to be in the Masters again, looking for that cut record.
He's gonna swing him again, huh?
Astros,
look, I saw the highlight. Looked like he's walking pretty good.
Stop.
Did he not? You've quit on Tiger. Now this is something here, Tyler.
I'm just.
I've been saying he needs to hang it up and become Charlie's caddy for a while now.
No, I'm not. I don't want to quit.
You just did old horse lips.
I'm just saying, Clint. I mean,
I can't even do it.
It's Monday.
There you go. That was a good horse lips right there. That's what you did.
Came out of
that was my gum.
No, man, I'm just saying, man, it's Monday. Let's
watch Tyler spit his gum on his mic.
It's Monday, and he's walking. He's already played too much. Well, I'm telling you, back 9 on Thursday, he's gonna have a different hitch to his gait. I'm telling you, he's walking well.
He's walking well, man. Looks strong.
Monday.
Legit hitch.
I've just never.
A chance to win will go a long way in that pain relief.
I'm wavering.
On Tiger?
I'm
telling you. I mean, he ought to just resort to getting his workouts in, carrying Charlie's bag.
I don't want to quit. I don't want to give up.
He's cooked. I didn't want to either, man.
He's getting. It's getting. Make the cut, man.
Maybe the eclipse brought him some magical powers.
What's the betting line on that? I know there's a line, right, to make the cut.
Typically, I have not looked. Kind of scared to.
I am too, man. If he is still around on Saturday, I mean that's a major. That's like winning a major.
Well, I mean, you got to really worry about it, man, because it's not like physically. It is not demanding to play 2 rounds of golf in 2 days.
No,
and he's not even able to we're not even worried about his score. We're talking about, hey man, I mean, he can't bend over on.
Well, yeah, the first thing you said about him was, well, he's walking great.
He's walking great,
on
man.
Monday.
Looks good. Looks strong.
On
I mean,
Monday.
look, a good strong knees up,
smiling and stuff while he's walking.
Yeah.
See what
happens. That's when you know.
Happened Wednesday, and that shooting pain goes up his leg. He can't get down to look at putts.
Ron, he can't rotate. Like, he can't rotate for 36 holes without limping. Without losing the ability to play another hole.
Well, I've not found the odds for old Tiger to make the cut, but where he finishes, his odds about where he's going to finish this tournament don't make me feel much better about it.
I mean,
if you had to guess, what position they're setting him at?
111.
At even odds, so basically you're doing over-under this place is where he's finishing.
I mean, how many golfers are playing?
Tiger Woods.
I'd say 70.
Well, they're thinking a little bit. Well, betting has an impact on this, too, all the bettors out there. But his finishing position right now is set at 53rd. Better or worse, even odds.
I don't even know how many people are in the field.
How far we've come.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to make the cut.
Damn.
And
Well, we're at that spot where Ron Hughley has caved on Tiger.
And I'm not going to lie to you. I can delusionally get myself behind the Masters. This is the one he knows. This is the course that he knows. This is the one he's there. He's like that. Like he can. That's the one where I could really be delusional in believing. Like I don't when I say not make the cut. I don't even know if it's going to be because his score's not high enough.
You think he can physically make it?
Yeah, I think he may have to. We may come up with a back. We may come up with a sickness. We may come up with.
I am interested. I would like to see Tiger, which we all would. So would the Masters. I'd like just the first day to come out hotter than a firecracker.
Oh God!
Have a little different mental approach.
67.
Just a little different mental approach, Ron, to getting your body back right that night, getting that ice tub, getting that massage, getting that stretch on. That little different feel when you get on that tee box on Friday and you got a chance to make the cut. That's what I'd like to see. The shooting, 2-3 over and by 17 on day one.
Makes that knee hurt even more, doesn't it?
Yeah, man. Boy, it's going to be hard to win. I'm already 3 over. The leader's at 5 under. I'm already 8 strokes back.
With this
I'm just trying to get through Sunday, much less chase down an 8-stroke lead after day one.
Go back to Florida. We'll see, man. So he said he's going to play. He's down there walking around.
He's got to let himself play, see if he can't take a couple of them.
Got a little Sunday red action.
Get a couple of them handoffs. A couple of them phone number handoffs.
Yeah, he's single. Ready to mingle.
Now's the time, Tiger. You're a little slower, a little easier to catch. Now's the time, man. Everybody already knows you're a dog.
So you gotta hide it.
You ain't gotta hide it.
They know what they're getting.
You can just throw her a pin. Hey, write your number on that pad on that scorecard right there.
Oh, you think he's writing them on scorecard?
She handed it to him in that highlight.
What do you think the odds are? You think Tiger still get people to write phone numbers down?
All he's got to do is give him that look.
The only way
he's
that
got feelers.
You just can't. The only way you can do it discreetly is to have him write it down, go up a hole, and I'll catch you on the come through. Ron, you can't go over and hand her your phone.
Tiger's got to have a better system than that, doesn't he?
I think he just walks up, hands him a piece of paper, says, "You know what to do," and then right before he turns around to quick.
Yeah,
Tiger doesn't change his strike.
He's different, man, because he's been reckless. That voicemail,
he can afford to right now.
Now he can just do whatever. That voicemail, I'll never forget.
Well, how'd it go?
Hey, it's Tiger.
There's Eldrick over here.
My wife calls you, man. She's got hit up your phone number. If she calls you, just ignore that call, right? Just
no need to answer that one.
Hey, it's Tiger.
It's an all-timer, dude.
That voicemail. All right, I said this on the other side. By the time January 2025, and I believe that we will be here, Houston, covering a team getting ready to go to the playoffs. Who do you think is going to be this team's number one wide receiver? They've got arguably the top 3 receivers. We just talked about the 3 all together. They may have the best in the league. I think there's an argument there. Nico was this team's number 1 receiver. At times, Tank felt like it was last year, and Stefon Diggs has been a number 1 receiver since he's been at Buffalo. And, hell, you could argue even at times in Minnesota. Who is going to be this team's number 1 wide receiver?
It better be Stefon Diggs. He's the one that's proven he can stay healthy. He's the one that's proven, hell, he's an all-pro, not just a Pro Bowl wide receiver, caliber wide receiver. He's the one that's going to be making damn near, $22.5 million. It should be Stefon Diggs. Here's the deal is I don't know, Ron, if, statistically, if we're going to be able to tell statistically who the one is. I don't think Nico Collins has 109 targets next year like he had this year. I don't think that Stefon Diggs is going to have, what did it say? He had 120 or something. I know you had the numbers up there. How many targets he had this year?
160.
He's not going to have that many targets. You'd like to think that Tank Dell is going to have more targets. Oh, hell, to be honest with you, he had 75 last year in 11 games. So he was running the target. The targets were running up there for him. So, I just don't think statistically, in an ideal world, I don't think Bobby Slowick wants you to be able to tell who the one is. I think he wants to have 3 dudes, which he's got, 3 dogs out there that can all hunt, and he wants his quarterback to go where the defense tells him to go. And so I don't know if statistically we're going to be able to tell, but I would like to think that as you and I sit here doing a radio show, that the most irreplaceable guy on this team at the wide receiver position is Stefon Diggs, given what we know about him, how much he's making, what he was brought in to do. To me, it's got to be him.
Yeah, I'm looking at YouTube and Twitch. Everybody but Stefon Diggs is what they said on here. And I don't know. I think at least early, fellas, they are going to make a concerted effort to get him the ball. And I would imagine that probably continues in games. Like you said this before, I don't know that Bobby Slowick has run the offense in the space of I have to get this person touches. Although I think he did towards the back half of the season when Nico was basically alone.
Because of injuries, hell, he had no choice.
Yeah.
He had to find, and you can argue those are his better days.
Yeah.
Because Nico balled out.
Yeah. So I do think they're like, of all people, when they get in, if they say like receiving threats, who we feel like we have to have plays that I know we're going to get the ball in his hands, I think Stefon Diggs is the player that they're going to try to do that with.
Well, I agree with you too, Ronnie. I mean, here's the deal: if we look at beyond all the stuff we just mentioned, and I think Tank Dell, if there is one, no disrespect, but it's the only phrase. If there's one shortcoming right now as a second-year wide receiver, I think it's probably the ability to retain the entire playbook as the move receiver, where you can line up anywhere. There's going to be a day where he is going to be that guy that can line up anywhere, and where he lines up is going to dictate a lot of what the defense does, all that. Right now, I don't know. I don't think he was ready for it last year. Hell, I don't think CJ was ready for it last year, but I don't know that he's ready for it this year. And I think he's a better – I know his size will tell you difference, but I think he's a better outside receiver than he is anywhere else. I think Nico's your boundary guy, bigger-bodied wide receiver. He's your boundary guy. Stefon Diggs has got to be your move guy. And that move guy is typically the guy that when you get pressure, you're moving him, boom, you're going to him right away. When you got your bunch formations, he's usually the one that is your number one in the progression, whether it's in the flats or on an angle route or whatever. He's usually the one that's getting picked for. So you might be right. I mean, statistically, Stefon Diggs may have a little bit of an advantage because of what Bobby Slowick can craft up. And I think that makes scheme sense to do it that way as well.
All right. We've got some news regarding the Astros and their game tonight against the Rangers with Framber Valdez. We'll let you know about that coming up, as well as yesterday's women's college basketball championship game. Great game last night. We'll discuss that. And Clint, in the middle of the night, I don't know when he found out, Boog had some fantastic news that is becoming a talk of the sports world. We'll get to all of that coming up next with a little Big Three at 3. Before that, guys out there, if you're in the Dallas area, we know we got people who listen up there. If you're heading
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, to kick things off, we'll look at yesterday's big win for the Astros, but there is some news today, fellas, and this is breaking from Ari Alexander from KPRC2. The Astros are calling up right-handed pitcher Blair Henley, who will start tonight in place of left-handed pitcher Framber Valdez. Multiple sources tell KPRC2. Henley, one of the real special 2019 seventh-round picks out of Texas, will make his major league debut tonight. So that's one that hopefully we hear from Joe Espada at some point. I know they're on the road, but I wonder if we'll hear from somebody to discuss and let us know potentially why it is that Framber Valdez is getting scratched tonight in this game on the road against the Rangers. But that's what we're looking at. Blair Henley has been in Sugar Land. He'll jump up and pitch for the first time in the big leagues. But the big thing is what's going on with Framber Valdez.
Yeah, in a time when you most of us anyway, I'll put it to you that, like if you watch the Astros on a nightly basis, I don't know how you're not concerned about, some of the higher paid, higher expectation guys on this team, whether it's Abreu at first at the plate or it's Abreu on the bump or Presley on the bump. Anyway you slice Hunter Brown on the bump, maybe not a higher paid guy, but definitely a guy that you expect to kind of take the next step that struggled. In a time when that's kind of the topic of conversation, all of a sudden, boom, the injury bug to some degree hits again with the ace of your rotation right now, at least till Verlander gets back. So just adding insult to injury at this point with the Astros. So hopefully you can get a good start out of Hensley. Is it Henley or Hensley?
Henley.
Henley.
Yeah, not Hensley.
It didn't go so well the last Hensley that was up there.
Well, good thing there's not one. This is a Henley.
Let's see if we can go with Henley this time.
Henley. Do you all wear Henley shirts? Are you a big Henley shirt wearer?
I'm a Henley guy, 2-button.
Yeah, 2-button?
Yeah.
Tyler's not. I've never in my life
I can go 4-button. I can go lower.
I've worn a Henley to this station once, and I got hammered for it.
Did you? By who?
Yeah. It was because
it wasn't me. I know I didn't.
This was like 2 baseball seasons ago. I think it may have been opening day. It was some kind of big Astros game, and I wore an Astros Henley up here.
I remember it.
And
it wasn't the Henley. It was a big
baseball warm up. That was the baseball warm up.
No, it was a Henley. It was the orange on the sleeves.
Yep.
And
white chest.
Yeah, cream on the chest.
But that's the baseball. Is that a Henley?
Yeah, it was a Henley. It was a Henley the way it was. Yeah, but it wasn't the Henley that was.
It was the occasion.
It was the occasion. It was like a playoff game, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
And you were going to it in a Henley when you got 108 jerseys in your closet.
I think it was a bit nippy outside that day.
Well, wear sleeves. Don't wear a Henley.
They were colored. They were bright orange.
God, I remember that.
I think back in my day, obviously you guys are too young. Back in my day, that was you wore it underneath your jersey. Because the sleeves were color coordinated.
Wasn't it one of those ones where it don't come all the way down? Yeah,
3/4 sleeve. Yeah. When I think of Henley, though, I think of something a little bit more not like less athletic and more like not dressy but casual, like the 3-button Henley.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you got crushed because of the occasion, not the Henley.
I like to be on record as I'd never do that to you, T. Thinking back on it, I think it's a poor choice by you, but I would never do that to you.
No, literally, you were right there with us.
I don't think I was.
I think it was Landry who kicked it off.
Yes.
And then me and you.
Well, somebody may have drugged me into it, and I had to have an opinion.
Shut up.
But I didn't.
Here we go, Seth. Here we go.
Start it. Seth knows what's up.
Here we go.
I mean, look.
I keep putting these ideas
I mean, if I had a problem with Tyler's shirt.
Ron's got a way of asking.
If I'd had a problem with Tyler's shirt, I'd have said something for an hour plus. We're in there prepping. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
It was brought
until it was brought to my attention, and I was forced to have an opinion. And my opinion was the Tyler that I know dropped the ball.
If I remember, he's pretty detailed on it. I think you then moved to his hat.
Fair. His hat didn't match the logo. I'm sure. Tyler's
That's
notorious
exactly
for
what
that.
it was. I feel like it's coming back to you at this point.
Well, he's notorious for that.
Damn, Tyler. A little bit more. People, I've seen people text this in. on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you communicating with us. God, can you guys at least find out why Framber is being scratched before you call him soft? Can we do that first? Can we find out the guy who has had over 30 starts the last 2 seasons, the guy who led the American League in innings 2 years ago and was amongst the league leaders last year? Can we do that first? Someone texted they need to stop coddling Framber and make him pitch. Framber's not a coddler.
I've never thought him as being coddled or being soft.
I didn't either. He's always pitching.
No, by scratching him tonight, he's being coddled.
Yeah,
even though we do not know why.
I hope this is some.
If you mean coddling,
this is some Yordan Alvarez coddling. I hope it is. Let's be honest.
If you want to argue him, there's some potential coddling, and I don't blame him.
He's got bad knees.
Look at him. He won that game for you yesterday. Don't play him in the field again.
He's got bad knees.
He's got them badass knees, too. Surgically repaired knees.
By the way, did y'all see that hose against the Blue Jays when he threw that old boy at home plate?
I held my breath the whole time.
Overthrew his relay guy the first one.
Just held my breath.
Because when I see him, the way that John Cena ran down that ramp Sunday, that's what I envisioned happening to Yordan Alvarez's knees. What in the hell happened to John? John all of a sudden became 59. John Cena. I'm sorry if you have not seen John Cena. That music hit and I was lit. And then I said, "But does John have a hamstring?" John, my God, does he have a knee? Is he have a swollen knee?
Hey, look, John threw that.
Oh, when that music hit.
You talk about poor decisions.
Then he's got that hair.
John Cena came down, and if you're going to move gingerly, don't wear a knee brace to draw attention to it. I'm talking about a knee sleeve. I'm not talking about a big knee brace. I'm talking about a knee sleeve.
It was like time slowed down. And I had enough time for him to think, good God, John's moving slow. And to thinking, how is he going to get into this ring? Is he still got this jumping slide? And he's going to get up to his feet quick enough to get to it?
Well, then when he just poor decisions all the way around. He wore a hat.
Oh, he always wears a hat.
He wore the hat and then yanks the hat off. And when he yanks the hat off, I don't know if that's a toupee he's got on his head.
No, it's not a toupee. He's just missing.
Well, there ain't a John Cena there. As much TV as he does, he needs to have plugs up there.
He's got to. It's time.
There ain't no reason for him not to.
Well, and he's got enough hair where he can go get this done.
Well, he threw that damn hat off.
But it's got the times now.
He went to dive through that ring, and that damn hair trumped on him. It pulled old Donald Trump. He's got to flip forward, and he slid that thing backwards. And then they grabbed him again. Now he done threw the hat off, and he's got that hair, and it is slick back now.
Clint, it is clear he is thinking about that.
Oh, there ain't no doubt, man.
He went out there for about 5 minutes, and he fixed his hair 4 times in the 5 minutes.
Every bit of it.
He did 2 attitude adjustments. Before doing the attitude adjustment, he did it, and then he hit it after he did it, got out of the ring. Before he did it, got it right. Then after it, he did it.
Yeah, man, that thing was flapping around in the wind a little bit.
Yeah, man, that's all right.
Y'all know some people think that's Jim Carrey out there impersonating John Cena.
Jim had to put on.
We don't have enough time to get into this, but it's a real thing.
Jim had to put on the weight that they're saying that Ryel Blanco doesn't have to be able to get up there to get to John Cena's.
Yeah, look up those crazies sometimes. There's a big group of people that think that's Jim Carrey the last few months.
I have to look at this.
Hell of a conspiracy theory.
Big 3 at 3.
That's an
number 2.
That's an all-timer. That wasn't Jim. I know Jim Carrey well. That was not Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
No,
who slid into that ring. Not with that chest.
The headshot that zoomed in on his face. That is
the chest. Enough for me.
There's
a chance. That's not who Courtney Cox was. Anyway, South Carolina yesterday, they cap off their perfect season, moving 38-0. They beat Iowa and Caitlin Clark 87-75. And Clint, as soon as the tip started and they played offense and defense one time, and Iowa got off to a great start. As soon as it happened, I said, oh, Lord. Like, Caitlin's going to have to score 40 and maybe have 15 assists for them to have a chance. The size and the depth for South Carolina was just evident. And, anytime a ball went up and there was a rebound to be had and it wasn't a long one, they didn't have a chance. Just South Carolina, they were just too big, too strong, too deep. clearly the better team, and they were going to have everything go right, including some lucky things occur for them to have a chance. And they damn near did, but South Carolina, boy, that you could clearly see the difference in team.
Well, I mean, look, once South Carolina started knocking down long-range shots, I was like, it's over. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
when Tessa Johnson started hitting.
Had a freshman come in there, hit a couple in that Pow or whatever her name is. She knocked down a couple. I was like, look, that it's over. If that's what South Carolina
hit threes,
if they're going to knock them down and own the paint the way that they can, it's going to be tough for Caitlin Clark and company to keep up. And I tell you, it is interesting though, and just tip the cap to Dawn Staley here because and it's not
because she came out hot as hell.
Well, but Ron, it's like we talked about this a little bit before. I don't remember what basketball game we were talking about, but it's probably Gino Auriemma, one of the UConn games. Like with these great coaches, and I think it's always obvious, and maybe it's just more obvious in women's basketball because I've watched more of it. But like, there is obviously a talent difference between the two. But it seems like Iowa a lot of the times, which they do play ISO ball with Caitlin Clark, but they are taking poor shots. Now, I don't know how much of that is chalked up to the fact that they're just not as good athletically as South Carolina was, but they did it in the UConn game. They did it in they did it in the West Virginia game I told you that I watched them play earlier. Yeah. Did it in the LSU game. Like, it just seems like there's a handful of teams that just get what they want and make it a lot less difficult, and Iowa doesn't appear to be one of those.
Well, yeah, you watched it, and you can see throughout the time of the four quarters, one team is scoring a lot easier than the other.
Yes.
Right, and Caitlin, but then
my point in saying that, Ron, is it's easy to look at this game in a vacuum and go, well, it's South Carolina there athletically. They're just like 9 deep, 10 deep. But that's not – it's that way in a lot of Iowa's games.
Yeah, this size discrepancy was really like that was really
like why Iowa was ever trying to attack the paint offensively with bounce passes. I was like, what are we doing?
Like it's what you did all year long.
Yeah,
you go in and then you haven't faced
what a game though,
that
man.
6'7" young lady that just is throwing it back in your face repeatedly. Like the Iowa's only big player had 3 rebounds, and an old girl has 17 on the other side. So I can't wait to see the numbers when they come out. But she and Iowa in these games, they have gone up and reset records. I would imagine yesterday's game will probably reset another record. So great game. Congratulations to Dawn Staley and South Carolina. Congratulations to Caitlin Clark and Iowa as well. They put together a hell of a season.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
And then late last night, man, I'm sitting here, I'm watching WrestleMania, and then I see this alert that comes on my phone that says John Calipari is finalizing a deal at Arkansas.
Come on.
What?
Hey, Tyler, go on, cue this one up, man. I mean, look here, I may be a homer on this deal, so I'm going to set this one out. Ron, you tell me. Tell all the fine folks out there what John Calipari to Arkansas means, baby.
I mean, it means a ton. This is, first off, it's insane. The highest profile coach and most known coach in college basketball is leaving arguably the most known program to go to Arkansas, which is a good program. They've won a national championship, but Calipari is leaving himself to go to Arkansas, and I think he is going to make Arkansas a major player the rest of the way. This recruiting class that he has, already players from Kentucky have decided to enter the transfer portal. Like, yeah, he's about to make Arkansas a major player in the SEC and on the national stage, and he's pissed and motivated. And I don't know if there is any men's basketball game that I give a damn about right now at this point next year. I don't know what the schedule is, but if Arkansas is visiting Kentucky and Lexington and Rupp Arena, that is one that I am ready for. And it better not be sandwiched somewhere late on a Super Tuesday on ESPN2. This one better be out front ready for me to go because they are going to give his ass hell.
Yeah, look, anytime at Arkansas you can get a coach that's got more players than anybody active right now in the NBA. He's got a national title on his.
It's a big move.
It's a huge move, man. And a lot of people talking about the game is passing him by because he hadn't necessarily embraced the transfer portal. We'll see how that goes. Big shout out to John Tyson of Tyson Chicken, Tyson Foods. for making that happen. Apparently, he needed that NIL budget to be a little bit higher, and the school needed a little bit more money. And John said, "Well, I know Calipari. I think I can make that happen." So big shout out to them. Jerry Jones also is one of them that made it happen.
Well, the NIL thing, Arkansas is just one of those unusual spots that just has a lot of money in a state that normally wouldn't have a lot of that you would think would be competing like that.
Pig, suey.
Jerry Jones, Tyson, Walmart.
Pig, suey.
We're not going to do this all the way through.
Pig, suey. Razorbacks. Come on,
I can't say that I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again.
Hey, you ride all you want. You're the offensive coordinator now, Bobby. You ride all them motorcycles you want, Bo. Just keep John Calipari off of them, huh?
Would you say, what a time to be a Razor?
What a time to be a hog, baby.
Coming up,
I love Arkansas.
Coming up next, tonight's game. Do you give a damn? We'll discuss that next.
All right. Before we do that, I got to tell y'all about our Vision Home.
with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the national championship game tonight. Going out on a limb here. You'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't want to jump on the toes, man. I know you got Area 45, which is nightly here, 7 to 10, and the Astros post-game show right here, so I didn't know if that would be out. But national championship game, Purdue versus UConn, right? This is the matchup that I think most people wanted to see, 2 1 seeds, especially when they got to the Final Four. But even at the top, at the beginning, I think UConn and Purdue were the top 2 seeds in this deal. Houston may have been in between them, but I think it was UConn and Purdue. And I don't think that anybody has any real level of excitement for this game. I mean, I'm just talking about overall. I mean, I'm going to watch the hell out of it, but I'm not telling you. I was 10 times more amped and excited to watch yesterday's game than I am this one. To watch Iowa, South Carolina than this one.
I agree. Watch the women's finals than this one. I watched more of the women's final yesterday than I did the 2 Final Four games for the men, without a doubt. Had some people over the place cooking out a little bit, of course, drinking them cold silver bullets. Had the Astros on one TV, had that second game rocking and rolling, and just again peeking in on it every now and then, see what the score was. Which, by the way, I should have. Gosh dang it! I let you talk me out of it.
What?
I like both of I like both of those ones. Those 1 seeds to cover, and I backed off and didn't bet it. I should have.
You should have.
Should have. I let my college basketball connect. I let my college basketball plug talk me out.
Well, you didn't lose money though, right? You just didn't bet.
I just didn't bet it. Didn't bet it. But
I feel better now.
But yeah, to your point, I was sitting on the couch, toes up. Wife probably not real happy with me because I came in from outside with the baby. I was like, no, I'm turning that game on. The game's at 2. If she wants to sit on the couch with me and watch these ladies hoops, and she can. If not, then we'll open that back door and she can play on that back patio. So yeah, I mean, clearly I was more stoked about that. Now, being a Monday night, I'll get home and flip this on and give it a peek. I am intrigued with this game.
I can see myself watching a lot more Astros than I normally would.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But I am intrigued with this game. In a day and age where the big man in the game of hoops just seems to be damn near extinct, at least the true big, this game's got a couple of them in it. I mean, this game's got a couple of minutes. So, I mean, that's
2-time player of the year. That's the part that gets me.
Did you see? By the way, sorry, I mean, Tyler, you like this. Did you see where apparently he can't get any NIL deals?
Edie, because he's Canadian.
Because he's Canadian and can't legally make money in this country.
He's here on a visa. Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about 2-time player of the year. I mean, you're talking about millions, man.
I would hope so. I would think so.
I mean, multi-millions in 2 years.
I would think. Yeah. Yeah,
that's wild. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
That does suck for him. No, I just that's to me. It is you have the defending champion there, and the 2-time, as you just said, 2-time can't get an NIL deal, 2-time player of the year in Zach Edey, and they are the clear undercard to the women. Like except for Tyler, but to the women, like Tyler's watching that game, didn't watch any of the Iowa South Carolina game. I think now he's just putting his digging his heels in at this point. But they're the clear undercard. They need to get this game over with, and they need to sit down. I don't know who they are, but they need to sit down and figure this out, because just like watching, like as you said, I watched all the Final Four games with the women. I watched a lot of the Elite Eight games with the women, especially that night where it was LSU and Iowa, and then UConn and USC. Like, the game is just more entertaining. Like those women's games have been just more entertaining than the men's games.
Yeah.
Like it's more free flowing. The game, like, first off, the college basketball men's, they've got to stop with the half thing. I think I think they're the only people who play halves. High school doesn't play halves. Olympics doesn't play halves. Women don't play halves. NBA, WNBA, nobody plays halves except for these idiots.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying, and like the foul game, like Zach Edey is going to get UConn in foul trouble. They're going to have 7 fouls probably before the 10-minute mark. And then they're just going to go to the line every single time they get fouled. And it just slows the game up.
Yeah.
It's just not entertaining. And the women are vastly more. It's not just Caitlin Clark is there. Like, once you get in and Caitlin gets you in for some people, or the rivalry that she's had with some, the game is just more entertaining and enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. 90% of the women's basketball that I've watched clearly this year has been Caitlin Clark. But I did. I sat down and watched that SC game that you just mentioned, SC and UConn. And to your point, the players are significantly better than I remember, and it is a fast paced game.
Yep.
I never got off into the weeds I'm a college basketball head like you in the sense of how do you fix the men's game, but you're on to something with the quarters. I mean, I am, because you get that down to the wire, seconds left. You get that 4 times instead of twice, obviously.
Yes, and like if you remember that UConn game towards the end of UConn Iowa game, like you can call timeouts and advance the ball, in the NBA. You can't do that in college. Like they need to revamp this, because you can. Tyler, I turned on Saturday Night Live. The first skit that they did was making fun of how irrelevant men's basketball is compared to women's. It's the first skit.
Yeah.
The first skit, they got fake Charles Barkley up there, Keenan Thompson, talking about, they said, all right, here we go. Tell us about tonight's men's game. I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I hadn't watched a second of it. I mean, they're just blasting men's college basketball. And, I mean, they got to do something. You can't just say, oh, that's just a Caitlin Clark thing. Like, it's just not entertaining to watch.
Yeah, well, and you're always going to have the Tylers of the world, the gamblers of the world. Who am I lying? I put in about 5 parlay bets on this thing, but that makes the game fun to watch. That makes it more interesting to watch, obviously, for me personally. But I'm not knee deep in it the way that you are. So it does make sense though if they're skits.
I mean, yes, TV. Like that's like it's. I mean, it's. They said, all right, name these players. All right, there is one black guy going up against another black guy. That's the point guard matchup. Then there's one big white guy going against one big Asian guy, Zach Edey. And I'm just like this is where they are. This is what people are doing. Saturday Night Live is making fun of your ass and then talking about the women's game. All right, coming up, I got to give it to Clint. Was dead right on this, dead right on something, and I don't need any more time to.
Come on over my way of thinking.
Yeah. You're right. You're damn sure right. Oh hell, and more news has come out to make you even more right about this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, let me.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, better talent, game is better right now on the women's side. At least in college basketball, it has been. Very true. Completely agree with that statement right now. Just at this point, we'll see. They got some work to do.
There's still too in the women's game. There's still like a Caitlin Clark ain't sticking around for 4 years in the men's game.
No, God.
Right? I mean,
Juju is coming back.
You're not building a roster. And I know a big part of South Carolina's roster with Dawn Staley is that they had to replace 5 starters from last year. But you're not building a roster that's 9 people deep on that's that good on a men's team. I mean, whether you're talking about the ability to leave and go play in the NBA and change your life, or you're talking about like
transferring.
I mean, if Dawn Staley, to me, she's obviously one of the best in the game. Don't care men or women. But when you look at, like, one of the most impressive things about Dawn Staley this season, people are talking about how she had to replace 5 starters from last year's Final Four team, which that in itself is impressive. But to do that, go undefeated, and oh, by the way, you got 4 coming off the bench that could very easily transfer and start at 98%, 99% of women's college basketball teams around the country, and she's got them to stay. So there's like that dynamic is like the men's game has changed so drastic over the last 5 or 6 years that it's just like again what we just watched in the women's game. Whether you're talking about the undefeated season and how unlikely it was, and how they're 9 people deep, 9 players deep, or you're talking about just somebody like Caitlin Clark that plays the game long enough to break men's records.
Yeah.
Somebody said she broke 45 records or something like that the other day. I mean, it's.
I want to say this year. Yes.
Well, it had to be this year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many of them were single season last year, but the point is like they just don't stick around that long.
No.
And to be honest with you,
and have the chance to get better.
Yeah. And Ron, to be honest with you, players like that don't go to the Iowas of men basketball. To be honest with you, very rarely does somebody. I mean, because look, I've watched guys leave the state of Arkansas and go to Kentucky and go to different universities and be one and dones, right? I don't know, man. It is. I mean, there's when you start thinking about it, it makes perfect sense why one game is a easier, more entertaining watch than men's basketball.
And everything you're saying, that would be like, all right, man, we can't control that, man. Yeah, man. They're staying 4 years, 3-4 years, whatever. But the fact that the pace and everything of the game has been more, in many ways, is more of an entertaining watch is something that you got to look into your sport and figure out what the hell is going on with that. All right, Clint, you're right on this thing here, as you were pushing last week about Ryel Blanco, and hey, man, he got to be in this rotation. He got to stay in this sucker. Well, I mean, I know it's just been 2 starts, and I know he's only given up 1 hit, and it wasn't as easy yesterday. He had some control issues, walked multiple batters. He's earned 4 or 5 walks in that game, but still, 15 innings, no runs, and 1 hit in that 15 innings, and then Hunter Brown's all over the place, and others are all over the place at times. And how about this? Ryel Blanco has just been named American League Player of the Week with his 2 starts. Whenever Verlander comes back, whenever Urquidy comes back, right now, Ryel Blanco is got to be one of the last dudes that come out of that rotation.
Got to be.
I mean, yeah, there's no way yet. Like for me, I thought, well, I mean, you got to keep Hunter Brown in there. You keep. I'd have said J.P. France. Nah. Not the way he's pitching, man, and it is so much better than the others right now through these 2 starts. You got to figure something else out.
It's like you've got to ride the Ryel Blanco train, right, as long as it'll last. I mean, given your bullpen issues, and I'm not even talking about the back end of the bullpen. I'm talking about the conversations we were originally having when the season started in terms of just that middle relief is a little – getting to the sixth is a problem, right? I mean, it just makes more sense to ride the Ryel Blanco train as long as you can in terms of him being able to throw more pitches, get deeper into games. And be honest with you, the expectations aren't the no-hitter. The expectations aren't the one-hitter stuff. But if he's going to keep bringing that to you, then you've got to ride that train. I mean, I think the question with Blanco is I mean, how stable can he work himself into this rotation? I mean, you got Fromber out today, you got Verlander out, for another week at least, if not another 8 days. I don't know where he's at in the 15-day deal, but another week at least. As you mentioned, Hunter Brown struggling. I mean, I don't know how. Jose Urquidy hurt. I don't know how the guy's not at least given time, which he will be. I'm not saying he won't. He obviously will be in the rotation for the foreseeable future with all these guys being out. But to me, it's about, I mean, how stable can he make himself in this lineup? I mean, this starting rotation. Because, I mean, based off what we've seen, with the exception of Christian Javier and the last Framber Valdez. Yeah, I mean, with the exception of those two guys, I mean, who else are you now?
He's clearly been this team's best starter and most consistent. Yeah. Like yesterday, but he's also done it twice, Clint. Like, he's come up with, hey man, we gotta have it performances. Like, I know it's early in the year, but he got the first win, didn't he? That was the first win of the year, was that after that sweep, he comes in and gets that no-hitter against the Blue Jays to kick off that series after an over. You didn't want to start 0-5, and it just kind of raised how you felt. And in this game, you just get your ass kicked by the Rangers coming in a big series. I mean, big for the early part of the season, and then he comes in and stops them dead and doesn't give up a hit again. So, I mean, he's come up in big moments where you needed him to stop the bleeding. He's been like aces are stoppers, and he has kind of, I'm not saying he's an ace, I'm just saying what he has done the first two outings were huge starts at times where you needed somebody, I think you said it, stop the bleeding.
Yep.
And hell, he sewed it up, cinched it up,
we got
it off.
We got 3 dubs on the season. Ronell's got 2 of them, bub.
He's allowed 1 hit.
I mean, come on. It's I mean, thank the good Lord for Ryel Blanco. That's for damn sure right now.
Yeah. From the text line, the sexists are rolling right through in a major way. As we roll through here, I could not disagree. My man said she did not break any of the men's records.
Actually, she did.
She did. Yeah,
several.
She did not break any of the men's records. She is physically unable to do so.
Oh, they're just saying that they're not giving her credit for it. I get it.
I don't. She did. Someone to text in. I could not disagree with y'all more about the men's and women's basketball. It sounds like you all have bought into the whole women should make as much as men. Never did that come out of my mouth, but if we want to look at ratings, TVs, interest, and what has happened this year, and especially in this tournament, the women have killed the men, crushed them.
Yeah,
the NC, and I'm not saying that the NC State, South Carolina game that did not involve Caitlin Clark got a 7-1. I'll be blown off my ass if Purdue and UConn on TBS tonight produce a 7-1 rating, let alone what she has. So they have been more watched and more popular in this NCAA tournament. So
look, I mean, I all I can speak to, one, is my opinion and what I enjoyed or didn't enjoy. So if you didn't, that's okay. You're not going to tell me how in the hell what I enjoyed and what I didn't enjoy. but the other part of it is, at the very least, look, I don't know if the women's game as a whole, that's kind of the narrative that's being painted here, is the women's game as a whole has been taken to this whole nother level. I don't know, like, if 5 years from now we're going to be singing that same song, so to speak. But I know for the time being right now, with what Caitlin Clark has done this year, the game is tenfold more entertaining, and there are millions more eyes on the women's game. Now, I can't personally say that that's been the case all year for me, but as it comes down to crowning the champion, it's just like the NBA for me. Like, I'm not real interested in
it's like
NBA
men's college
games.
basketball. You're
right.
not really
Until it comes down to the late season, things start mattering more. Playoffs, championship time, people start watching more. There's I don't know how you can even shape your mouth to say that the entertainment value isn't absolutely through the roof. Now I don't know about who should be making water, getting paid water. I mean that's beyond my headspace. But I've never sat down, like, it's damn sure not appointment viewing, and watched women's basketball, and I've done it multiple times over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean I had to go grocery shopping late at HEB. On Friday, and I'm with the phone in the aisles watching the game. I'm at a birthday party yesterday, Urban Air. Everybody all the parents are letting these kids go and run crazy off these trampolines. All the parents are around these 7 TVs. I don't think if there's a birthday party tonight that people are all sitting around these TVs for Purdue and UConn.
I mean, look, we're watching. To me, again, we're watching. You know, the way that Caitlin Clark plays the game, particularly shoots the three, is a lot like Steph Curry. And the way that Steph Curry has changed the way dudes play basketball, like Caitlin Clark has changed the way that everybody views women's basketball in that way. I mean, it's fun as hell to watch. I mean, she can get a shot off at any point in time. She can get to the racks. I mean, it's a different watch, man.
This may hurt some of you. Go watch Iowa, South Carolina, Iowa, UConn, Iowa, LSU. Go watch LSU and their games. Go watch UConn and USC, and then go watch Houston Cougars men's basketball against anybody. Tell me which was the more entertaining watch. Some people are going to be mad with that shot. I'm sorry. The Houston Cougars, Kelvin Sampson men's basketball, it's a tough watch. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we've got we've done this Astros top, man. This Astros topic, man. I got a question for y'all. Which one's worse right now? The first base issue or the Ryan Presley issue? We'll discuss that next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Look, I know there's folks out there that get up every morning, you look in the mirror, and you don't like what's staring back at you because there's some kind of hair loss problem that you're dealing with, and damn it, you're tired of it.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Had a little party this weekend, boys.
Oh, did you?
Had a little family over, a little cookout. Invited family over. Invited Jason, and Jay got on that Weber.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got
yours. Your Weber, or?
The Weber you gifted me. Yeah, Jay got on it. Cooked some good steaks, man. Some good. We had some good jalapenos. Bacon wrapped jalapenos with Cajun stuffing in them. They were phenomenal,
Cajun
man.
stuffing.
I've got to get better. I've got to get better. I would go with the shrimp. I would go with the shrimp. I'd go with the boudin stuffed jalapenos, bacon wrapped boudin stuffed jalapenos are phenomenal. The Cajun stuffing, or it was actually crawfish stuffing. It was all right, but I wouldn't write home about it. I'll tell you one of my favorite. You ever had duck poppers?
No, I never had duck poppers.
Duck jalapeno wrapped in bacon when you're duck hunting, obviously. Yeah, it's
I use a little duck fat.
That's the ticket, man. I like those as well. But yeah, man, got that Weber cranked up, man. It works well, man. Thank you. I appreciate that hand-me-down, man.
Yeah, man.
That's a big move, man. That's a big step in our relationship.
Yeah,
Tyler, he ever given you a grill?
What's that?
Ron ever given you a grill?
Sure as not. Not that lucky.
Yeah, you have one. And you use it.
Yeah, I did have that.
I gotta be honest, man. I just had a bad effort on the wings this weekend.
You did.
You weren't fully committed.
How did you screw that up? A man as experienced as you screwed the wings up on Final Four weekend?
Yeah, it's the seasoning combination, the rub combination that just.
It wasn't the cook, huh? It was the rub and the seasoning.
It was the rub, and it just wasn't. It just was a bad.
What did Courtney think?
We'll get it next time.
She wasn't there. She didn't taste any.
Oh, she was out of town. You did it for the kiddos, huh?
Yeah, at least it was just for them.
You could have fooled them and just told them how great it was.
They were good.
He said at least it was just
for them.
Ron, I've got to get better, man.
Damn it!
I've got to get better, Ron.
You got to get the reps in, bro.
I know. No question.
That fridge still staring at me.
Well, you kept them? That's typically. That's typical Ron.
Oh, hell, wait. Yeah,
I mean, cook something on the grill and tell us how bad it was, but keep it in the fridge for leftovers.
It wasn't bad.
The kids will eat them leftovers.
It wasn't the effort that I would like. I wouldn't. I'd serve it to you, but I tell you,
Well, you've never shied away from giving yourself credit.
It just wasn't the effort. It's good to eat.
You are clearly hurt about that.
Pissed.
It was probably still better than a lot of folks would throw on the grill, but Ron knows his standards.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I feel like there's a real opportunity out there for somebody, Ron.
It's just why. I mean, I knew I was putting lemon pepper.
Hey man,
on that, and I just doubled it up.
You're gonna next time around. We both know you're gonna kill it. Stop beating yourself up.
No, you got to be better, man. Hell with that. You're better than that.
We took him to the dog park. Got away from me.
How do you think I get better, Ron? You think is this like I think I need a little? I think there's I'm a free agent, by the way, in the grill and the meat and the recipe world. I'm a free agent. Yeah. I mean, I feel like if I teamed up with the right people, with the right people. Like, there's value in them taking a 46-year-old man that is a clean slate on the grill.
Clean slate, yeah.
And
open canvas.
Within a month or two, having my wife just rant and rave about what her old man can, not her dad, this old man can do on the grill. I feel like there's a real opportunity.
Well, first off, let's build up to brisket. Let's stay away from there. Let's build up to brisket, and I think we really hone in on a couple of things. And really get some good practice on those.
Like some burgers.
Yes.
Burgers, I'd say.
Brisket's a little bit. I'm not a big brisket guy.
Well, let's build. That's the tough one. I was thinking ribs. I was thinking maybe burgers, ribs. Like that. Let's really.
It's a good bridge.
Let's really go and make that our thing.
I like to do baby backs.
Baby backs, sure. All right, don't pull the skin off. I want to keep them together. But Not like you would do on the spare ribs or whatever. But
see, this is what I'm talking about.
But I think like let's just hone in on let's like really perfect the ribs first. See, when I got out of Spade, I tried to do everything. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do ribs
Not
this week.
you.
I'm gonna do a butt this week. I'm gonna do turkey this week. Like, no, man, let's really hone in on the burgers.
I don't think you have to worry about that with me. I think I'm pretty much in one line.
Grill them, smoke the burgers, do what I like.
Yeah, that'd be
that.
good.
Yeah, you got to.
I'm on the Weber grill. That's all I'm gonna do. Weber. That's I'm gonna turn it into nothing. I do my damnedest to get the damn coals hot. All right, we're not gonna do something. We're not doing.
No, you can make. I'll show you. You can literally make that a smoker. I've smoked a lot of things.
Like you said, don't try. You're sitting here giving me advice to keep it simple. Now
indirect heat. You can make one side of it indirect. Put a little wood on there.
Let's perfect a couple of things. And now he's giving me 3 different cooking techniques. Not even what kind of meat's on the grill.
Saying 3-2-1 baby backs can't go wrong. I don't like the 3-2-1 method. I think you leave them in there too long.
What is the 3-2-1 method? We can't leave the listeners hanging on that.
So it's what is it? 3 basically ends up being like a damn near like a 5-hour cook. But it's what 3 hours. Then you wrap at 2. And you let them go for 2 hours. Like cook for 3 hours, wrap it 2 hours, and then finally for an hour. And then at this point, man, I mean they're gonna be cooked. They're gonna be tender. Right. But I mean you ain't gonna be able to pick them jokers up. I do mines on a little higher temp in about 3 hours, a little over 3 hours. I wrap it 2.5, about 3.5 hours. Sorry about that.
You got any grilling input, Tyler? You got something to say?
No. I was just gonna say that 3-2-1, techniques like that. I'm always hesitant, man. Anything that a lot of people claim is that good and the way to go.
I just didn't like the way.
There's got to be something better.
I was hot. I'm like, damn, man, I can't even pick these damn things up.
Yeah.
Come out, they falling apart. No, I want to be a little bit firm to it.
Well,
so we can go like I'm telling you, ribs. Let's start with the ribs. Burger. I was going to say chicken. That's hard. That's hard to screw up. Let's get that burger rib chicken. Let's do that.
Okay. I'm game.
I should have came out there.
I'm game.
Should have brought the kids out there. I should have came out there.
Yeah.
Saturday.
Should have.
Damn it.
Should have. Next time I'll invite you.
Now I would have made those damn wings.
Next time I'll invite you, Chief. I should have. I didn't think about them. Courtney being out of town, and you could have entertained the hell out of them out there.
We could have ran their ass.
Oh, they'd have been tired. They'd all fell asleep on the way home, man. All right, Ron got some wing problems. I got an overall grilling problem. We don't have time to get into Tyler's problems, but we will get into the Astros problems. And this is simple, guys. For me, there's a couple of issues that we'll talk about, a million different issues, obviously, but there's a couple of them that I think could really need addressing sooner rather than later. You got Ryan Presley, who has been demoted, for lack of better terms. They went out, paid Josh Hader a boatload of money, said this is going to be our 9th inning guy. We know that you've been better than anybody over the last handful of years in the playoffs, Ryan, but we're going to bring in Josh Hader, and we feel like that's going to make our team better. And so we're going to move you into more of a setup role, which is the 7th or 8th inning, whatever that may be. And Ryan Presley has responded with 3 2/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits. He's given up 6 earned runs. He's given up earned runs, in 3 of his 5 appearances. Ryan Presley, for one reason or another, is really struggling. This isn't something that I look at and go, well, it's early. Well, the spring training, maybe something in spring training was a little bit squirrely.
It feels different than other times he struggled.
It feels different, Ron. He looks different when he's on the bump. Like before, I was always impressed with Ryan Presley's like unshakable, unbreakable confidence. So even if he had a rough outing and lost a game or lost a lead, it just didn't seem like it shook him. The next time he came out there in a pressure situation, dude was nails kind of deal. It looks like a different Ryan Presley. It looks like a guy that is either struggling with the situation of being a setup guy and the change, or he's struggling with the decision that the Astros made and have moved on from him as a true closer with this team. That's one. I'm going to ask both of you guys which one's bigger, which one's addressed first. Jose Abreu at first base. Jose Abreu at first base This is year 2 of extremely underwhelming, play at first base.
Tough starts.
My man's got a 0.74 average, 212 OPS. He struck out 9 times this year so far, and he's got 2 hits. This is just a guy that when you signed him, and when Astros acquired him, I thought, man, this is taking this lineup, boom, to a whole nother level. May have lost a little bit of power, but he's a 300 hitter. This is going to be absolute money. Clearly, Ron, that hadn't been the case. And we can, if we want to lean into a crutch or something, we can talk about last year's playoff where it got better in October, right? But it still wasn't what any of us expected from Jose Abreu, unless I'm missing something. Unless I don't want to minimize the stat that's out there that maybe it was, but man, it's been rough for those two right there. So let me ask you this question, because I think the other issues, Ron, whether it's injury related. Or it's like Hunter Brown, and for whatever reason he blew up. You got answers when guys get healthy. Josh Hader's going nowhere. Brian Abreu struggling, but he's going nowhere. I think these are the two real, hey, long-term, 162, come playoff time, what does this team look like, and what role do these guys in particular play? Ron, what's your thoughts on Ryan Pressly, Jose Abreu?
I think this is easy. By far the one that is most concerning to me, and the biggest issue by far, is Ryan Pressly. I mean, it's not even close. I think the Astros can get where they need to get if Jose Abreu is in the 7th spot and struggling. Right? He struggled all the start last year. Right? Even the year before that. I mean, they have had the Astros have not had great production out of the first base spot the last 2 seasons. Not like you would hope, and what they've, like even Hughley the year before. He hit 7th and then really came on in the postseason. What they can't do, they can't have Ryan Pressly be somebody they can't use in the bullpen. They can't have Ryan Pressly be what Rafael Montero became to be last year.
Yeah.
That they cannot have. This whole thing is dependent on Pressly, Abreu, and Hader, and trying to get to those guys. Everybody else in the bullpen has been better than Ryan Pressly.
Yeah.
Like it ain't close. Tay has been better.
Taylor Scott?
Tay. He's been. Did he go TAY on that team?
He does. That's Taylor.
Tay. He's been better. I mean, everybody. Montero's been better. They can't have that, man. They can't have that. That's what they can. They can have Abreu struggling. It sucks, but you can look at it. They still got Altuve in there. They still got Alvarez. They still got Tucker. They still got. Well, at some point Bregman's going to stop hitting 171. I think. They still got Pena is hitting, and obviously Yainer Diaz is there, and Chaz is there. They still got them dudes. Like he can struggle. They need Ryan Pressly is one of their top 6-7 most important players.
So Ron, you answered the obviously which one is a bigger problem. Clearly Ryan Pressly's the bigger problem. Here's where I'm at with it. I feel like, even though I do think Ryan's a little bit shook, I think Ryan figures this thing out. You talk about pelts on the wall. You talk about, weathered, experienced, been through the ringer. He knows. I just feel like, being an older player that's been through what he's been through, I'll be shocked if he don't come through this on the flip side of it.
I am still right there with you. I'm 2 outings away from completely completely rolling off.
Well, I'm gonna get Abreu's the one that scares the hell out of me, Ron. Because look, Bregman. Bregman, although at the end of the year you look up and his on base percentage is good, and you got to kind of talk around some of the flaws in his game or some of the struggles that he's had. Bregman's just not capable of carrying the lineup for a stretch. Tucker clearly is. Alvarez clearly is.
You don't think Bregman is anymore?
No. No. Is he capable? Maybe. But there's nothing he's done in the last year and this year to start this year, last year and this year, like where you can go.
He had moments last year. The start of this year has stunk.
Well, yeah, I just don't see a Bregman that is just like, all right, boys, get on my back. I'll carry you for a week or two. I think Tucker's got that. Obviously, Alvarez has that. I think even Diaz has that ability. Obviously, Altuve getting hot. It's just been too long, but I can't remember a time when Bregman was just on fire. Was there a stretch in the playoffs last year when Bregman was on? There was a stretch.
No, it definitely wasn't at the beginning of no season. I'll tell you that.
But the second half, Bregman got into.
But I'm talking about, Ron. I'm talking about like
just taking over.
I mean, clearly he gets better as the season goes along, and but there were times in the past, and now this is when I think they were banging on garbage cans, but there was a time in the past when Bregman, Bregman would go out there and do things like we're watching Abreu and Tucker do. And I just don't have that feel with Bregman anymore. Maybe I'm crazy, but my overall point there is
you're not crazy for that. I'm not ready to end that yet. But
I just don't have that level of expectation for him. I don't expect him to hit 300. I don't expect him to go out there and at times with power have a week or 10 days or 2 week stretch where you're just like, good God, that carried us through a couple of series. Like I don't expect that from him. And I say that to say on the flip side, or along with that, you've got Abreu, who you thought was going to be your 5-hole hitter that's hitting sub 100. Yeah. I mean, OPS 212 or something like that. Like I just
he's clearly the 7-hole hitter.
The Abreu thing really scares me, man. That's the one that really scares me. Unless Bregman can pick up the slack, Diaz can continue to do what he's doing. All of a sudden, Pena can continue to do what he's doing. Then it's a non-factor. But boy. You sign a guy like that with big money, you expect 300, man.
Yeah.
Or 270. How about that? How about 250? I'll take 250 at this point. Anybody take 240? Anybody go 240?
I'll take 230 with home run hit power. I'll say that. All right, listen, I've been known to panic. I don't even panic is not fair. I've been known to get a little nervous here. I'm getting a little nervous. I need to know what the hell's going on. And we may find out coming up soon. But there is some news here, and I'm just giving what's been reported here of late. We already told you Framber is not starting tonight. We'll give you the latest that we're hearing on that, and I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not trying to scare anybody. But I'm starting to get a little nervous about this situation. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that we all take for granted way too often until it becomes a problem. So if it is a problem for you and you're out there and you're suffering from allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems,
Donate to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, you get nervous, Tyler?
Oh, just a touch. Yes.
This is odd. We discussed this and brought this to you earlier, about an hour ago. Ari Alexander was the first I saw have it. And technically Tyler saw that first. But Ari said that Framber had been scratched, and Big Blair Henley was getting the start tonight, making his debut. This from Chandler Rome. It is unclear what, if anything, is wrong with Framber Valdez. An Astros spokesperson said Joe Espada will be providing an update at 4:45, and general manager Dana Brown will also be available.
Yeah, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I can use my context clues
I'm
here.
just like, what the hell you got to? What do you need to talk for, Dana?
Can't be good.
That Joe can't. Like, if they're coming together, Framber got scratched from a start tonight. I don't know what is going on, but Dana and him speaking, and Joe Espada speaking at the same time, it feels like. And they're speaking on Framber. It feels like something's going on here. We will find out.
That's strange.
Something.
I mean, all the other times, like when guys got injured, has the general manager felt the need to speak in the moment with the manager? Maybe that's something he doesn't feel like Joe can handle or something right now.
I don't know. I don't know. Now this is a new. Now
I don't know, but I don't think it's good.
I know Dusty would have probably told Dana, "I got it.
I got this. I can handle this."
In his way. But I think we have seen injuries also where the general manager is giving updates as well, speaking on it. Maybe Jeff Bagwell was doing it when he was the GM without title. But this something's weirdly up here. He was scratched today out of nowhere, and now they're speaking at 4:45 about it, and it's both of them, right? Generally, Joe Espada can handle this, whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because it seems like it obviously is something that the general manager needs to address, as if the general manager made the decision.
Yeah, it almost feels like he feels like he needs to be there to answer certain questions.
Yeah,
that Joe or give updates that Joe can't.
There's no moment that we can pinpoint that was like, I remember Framber got hurt here, he came off the field, or this happened, that happened. So whatever is to me it reeks of we've decided to shut him down, and I made the decision, and we as an organization made the decision. And instead of Joe going up there and saying, "Hey, man, I didn't do it. These guys made the decision to shut him down, and this is the situation." Maybe it's the general manager that needs to address that.
You think it's injury related?
Yeah, it's probably sore.
I mean, did you check the Harris County? I just checked the Harris County arrest records.
I mean, that's not a bad idea.
He didn't get a D-dub last night, did he?
I did. Like when you say
Dallas has done it to many of them.
It's a lot of salt up there.
You think he had a rental?
I'm just telling you. A guy like that could have a lot of fun in Dallas.
Of course, we're speculating. We'll hear in about 15 minutes that they're scheduled to speak there. But he like you say sore, and I see people like sore. Joe Espada can handle that. Someone texting in, could there be a trade in the works?
I mean, I guess there could, huh?
But even if that were, you wouldn't bring up the general manager if he wasn't traded.
You wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, you wouldn't talk about it. You wouldn't come. This to me reeks of some sort of an injury. Or or the other space, it could be.
Well, it'd still be injury, but like the team has decided to shut him down for some reason or another, and they feel like, which I would respect Dana, by the way, if that were what happens is, hey, we as an organization have decided that this is the best for all of us. Instead of pushing Joe out there and having him talk about it, I think I would respect Dana for making that call and being there.
Short of Jim Crane coming down and saying, he's going to be a part of this too. Now you're really kind of tripping what's going on. Once again, if you are just joining us, it is still, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, it is still unclear what, if anything, is wrong with Framber Valdez. He was scratched from his start earlier today, as Brian Henley will start tonight's game, the right-hander from AAA Sugar Land. But an Astros spokesperson said that Joe Espada will provide an update at 4:45, and general manager Dana Brown will also be available. As soon as we find out that information, we will obviously pass that along to you, and I'm sure we're you all right, Tyler?
I mean, I just got fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed right now, because this right now it's not going to be good, and it's already off to a pretty rough start for the Astros.
I just hope it's that hamstring that Cena had.
Maybe he just sweated real hard and he needs an IV this week.
But still, I don't know. I said I'm getting nervous because even things I'm saying, I hope it's a hamstring. I hope that's something that Joe Espada would handle himself. When the GM and basically, this is how I hear it, fellas. They're coming together to speak on this. It seems like we're in a joint press conference to speak on Framber Valdez.
Yeah. Well, Joe's got his hand full. He got a game tonight. They need to win.
With Blake Henley on the mound.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Dana's going to tell us a little bit about Blake, and Joe doesn't know much because he's been in the big leagues.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll see what this is.
Golly, man. Verlander out. Fromber, Jose Urquidy, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers. I mean, good God. You want to talk about a surplus of starters that aren't healthy.
Yeah. Someone texted in, so tonight is another loss. No, I wouldn't say that. The Rangers hadn't seen Henley.
I mean, you got one of your wins came in a one-hitter. The other ones you won 10-0 and 8-0. So it could be one of those offensive explosions where you just kind of the opponent has a third baseman pitching by the end of the game. That's always possible.
Anybody else out there feeling that Garcia fella might have the Astros number? Every time he comes up to the plate, I feel like he's about to just he is just about, with them big-ass traps, he is about to just murder a ball. Yeah, again, folks, if this was something to do with him looking into the eclipse, I think that Joe Espada can handle that by himself.
You would think so.
I would think so, although that isn't an easy one. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated on this as well. And
how about them Hogs? Boys.
John Calipari, it is shown he did see the eclipse.
Come on.
In Fayetteville. So good for him. All right, coming up, we saw something that culminated this weekend, and very few times we've seen it now. I just want to know why. Why did we see it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
Justin Verlander to the rescue. Not so fast, my friend. And it doesn't seem like he's in any hurry to get back, though.
Confidence level right now for you?
Just
Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, again, and Tyler, bust on in. I mean, like you can. Bust on in at any point. 4:45 after in this segment, we hear news about.
Like we're headed to the heights, man.
Yeah. I mean, come through. Swing. What? Swing. Come on through as we're waiting here. From what we're hearing, according to sources, according to Chandler Rome of the Athletic, Framber Valdez, he was scratched from today's start, and according to Chandler Rome at 4:45, Joe Espada and General Manager Dana Brown will provide an update. So we are waiting to give you news on that. That could be a huge. Hopefully, it's not a big story. Hopefully, it's nothing. But you get the sense those two making a statement together.
Yeah, it'd be a hell of an approach to say nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, moments after scratching Framber Valdez.
They came out and just said, "Yeah, I'll miss start." And
15-day IL, well, no big deal.
Oh man, that would be the greatest thing.
I'd greatly appreciate that.
Tell them, hey guys, man, we need a gauge on how we're going to do things. Like one person could have done that. All right, you know what, man? I've been thinking about this, and I think even Tyler, even though you've not watched a lick of it, you can jump in this as well. The people as well, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Like what we've watched, Clint, with this Caitlin Clark thing, she has pulled off, what Tiger did, what the Williams sisters did, especially those two, in I'd say, niche sport that they were able to raise the level and interest in their sport to heights we've never seen and high heights in sports that generally aren't that. And because of them, their sports are really, really popular, and especially when they're involved, right? Tiger and golf, I mean, Nick Faldo was good, and guys were good. Ernie Els was good, but nothing took off like he did. Williams sisters, they were good in the past and stuff, but nothing took off when they jumped in. Caitlin Clark has done that for women's college basketball. We'll see what happens at the next level, but women's college basketball, they're just not only is she breaking records, but they're breaking ratings records and everything like that. I'm just curious from anybody out there. It's not like we've not seen great women's basketball players before. Not like we've not seen white great women's basketball players before. Right? There's when you look at the uniqueness, it's not like we've not seen anything like this. Why do you think it is that Caitlin Clark has been the women's college basketball player, or really women's basketball player, that has been able to pull this off and raise her sport to the heights and levels the way that Tiger and Venus and Serena did? What is it about her?
I think there's a handful of things, Ron. I think number one, she's the best scorer of the basketball we've ever seen as a woman. I think she comes at a time in the way in which she scores is a lot like Steph Curry. I mean Steph Curry.
Steph too.
Yeah, Steph too. But Steph Curry, which is this long range sniper that can create their own shot in unique ways, and they're unbelievable. They're as good as anybody's ever been, if not better than anybody's ever been from long range. So I think that has people can relate to it. That are basketball people can relate to it because we've watched Steph change the game at the NBA level. But for me personally, I think a big part of the draw, Ron, is she's the one that went to a school that wasn't a powerhouse. She went to a school and she carried a school, put them on their back, and took them and beat some of the powerhouses and went to 2 straight title games with a team that just, she had to carry. Whereas most times you turn on really men's and women's basketball. Really men's and women's basketball. You turn it on and you've got Like, look at the men's side. You got 2 1 seeds that are playing against each other. The two, and you can argue Purdue maybe not is obviously not a powerhouse, but when it's
they've been a basketball program.
Yeah. Well, I just think there's something about, like, if Caitlin Clark was at South Carolina or if she was at UConn, and one, I don't know that she would have stayed as long as she did, but I just don't think she'd be getting I don't think she'd be getting the opportunity or the attention that she's getting at Iowa. Like, Dawn Staley ain't letting her girls run out there and shoot like Steph. Because, look, let's be honest, some of the shots.
No, they can't. Yeah, Diana Taurasi said, "You think Gino would let y'all do that?" Hell
that ain't
no.
happening, right? So it's the opportunity to take the shots, but it's also the ability to make them and put the team on her back. I personally love that story, but I've got a somewhat of a chip on my shoulder. Like, because I love turning the TV on and listening to guys talk about football that played at Alabama, Georgia, LSU. Like, you got it, which is great. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but you've got a different lens, man. I mean, every day you took the field with better athletes, like, across the board. And, again, not taking anything away from them, because it's beautiful and they're really good. But when you take the field or the court in this instance with a team that if you ain't super special, you have zero chance of winning. There's just a storyline there that I'm attracted to with Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I think it's a few things. What we're talking about here is, listen, Caitlin Clark is not the first great women's basketball player we've seen. There are a lot of them. You can roll through and name them. There are a lot of women's basketball players. What is it about her? Why do you think it is that she was able to basically pull the Tiger, basically pull what the Williams sisters did is, all right, we've got a sport that many people don't watch or generally care about, and then, bam, it has absolutely jumped off the screen.
I mean, Dawn Staley thanked her last night on the podium.
Absolutely, yes.
So I mean, that's what she's done to the point where the opposing team's coach, who's the greatest in the game right now, and who's a former player, and in the moment where it should be all about my team, she took the time to thank her. That's what she's done for the game.
I think it's 3 things for me, and probably more than that, but 3 big things that jump out. And I think it kind of mirrors a little bit of what we saw with Tiger and Venus and Serena. Is one, clear greatness, which, like, you want to see just the best and great players do what they do. And then seeing something that you've never, ever seen before. And Tiger, when you remember Tyler, you remember this. Tiger in 96, 97, we see drives off the tee like that. We had never seen anybody hit the ball like that and do everything that he could do. Venus and Serena, the power in which they played with, we never saw that. And with Caitlin, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I think there's a little sexism with this on me. I'm gonna say it for me is. One of the things that's really reeled me in is even more is, to a point, the way you said it, is her game more than any female basketball player I've ever seen looks like when I'm watching men play.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like she looks like Steph for a woman. She looks like Steph. I've never seen a player to ever, and we're seeing a lot of kids try to replicate Steph Curry, right? Or even like Harden, the side step 3 that she is patented for her. Looks like she plays the game. Her style of play is like that. And I'll be honest, for me personally, since watching her, I'm seeing more of the women play at a different level than like they did when Taurasi and then played. And it does, like I said, for me, it feels like a bit of a sexist thing that I'm now drawn in because I'm seeing them do things that look like men, and that's what's brought it in. But I'm just being honest there. And then I think the whole Angel Reese, LSU, South Carolina thing, that whole deal that had sides and had it made her level and all of that raise even more and made it become interesting for a full year that we cared about. So I think all of those things, like we just never, me personally, I've never seen, I didn't see Cheryl Miller. I like all of that, but it's still that I've seen highlights. There is nobody that's game has looked more like the version that we see. I mean, there are Houston Rockets that I, honest to God, I don't believe can consistently hit step back shots like she does, the range that she shoots, like from the consistent level.
She does it effortless like men do ultimately. And I'm telling you, the Becker girl from she's got a little bit of that.
One when you flip it on, you look at her, she looks like clay.
Now, I don't know if she can shoot it from 30 feet effortless the way that
she's coming off pitch. She looks like clay.
What about the young gal at South Carolina that comes off the bench?
Oh yeah, the speed and it looks like Rose.
Coach, I mean that's one of them. Now again, I don't know if we'll ever see it because Caitlin does it from 30 feet damn near. I don't know if this girl will have the chance to ever shoot from that far. I don't know if Dawn Staley ever let her do it. But good Lord, you talking about making it look effortless now.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Oh, God. What's the breaking news, Tyler?
So what we've been waiting on, the powers that be over at Minute Maid Park are talking about Framber Valdez right now. It's not good news, but it could be worse. It's being reported from the brass of the Astros. Framber was scratched from today's start because of some elbow soreness at the top of his elbow after a play yesterday in which he made a catch. Joe Espada, the Astros manager, also said, quote, "The fact we didn't put him on the IL is a good sign. We'll see what the doctors say." Framber Valdez is, in fact, not starting tonight. He is on his way back to Houston to be evaluated with that soreness going on in his elbow. So,
did he catch it with his bare hand?
I see it, Chandler Rome. Framber Valdez felt soreness in the top of his left elbow after playing catch. He is in Houston seeing team doctors.
After playing catch or after catching a ball? Like that seems a little different than what you just said, T. Are you reading that?
Yeah, no. I've seen a few different people say it was from a catch that occurred in game, but yeah, that tweet in particular sounds like he was just in the backyard throwing one around.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you what they could say that it's a good sign we didn't put him on the IL. Pitchers and elbows, soreness, tightness, whatever in the elbows is always scary. We'll see. I hope he's good, and forgive me if I know the history of the Astros and how they are with injuries and how vague they can be with injuries. I'm a little nervous about this.
Well, here's
and it sounds like you're right, Clint. I mean, if it's coming from Joe Espada's mouth, that's what I'm going to take as gospel. And he said it happened playing catch yesterday.
Good hell. All right.
Well, the good thing is with social media, the era we live in, boys, is if it was from something that happened in the game, Twitter will find it. I'll have it posted here in a minute.
Yeah. All right. We'll continue with this breaking news. Framber Valdez, he was scratched from his start today due to soreness on the top of his throwing elbow. We'll continue with that. We'll give you more news as we get updated here. But coming up next, 5 o'clock fire, we'll discuss the latest breaking news. Framber Valdez will tell you about and discuss his injury. That's coming up next.
All right, the future of medicine.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF. The big DILF. And Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And right now, the thought that we were going to be talking about is the Astros looking to try to even up this series, this 4-game set tonight as they take on the Rangers in Arlington, the final game of this series before they head to Kansas City. But the breaking news, and Tyler just broke this about 4:50, that the Astros scratched Framber Valdez due to left elbow soreness. And this is according to Brian McTaggart. We had learned earlier in the day, Ari Alexander, KPRC2, earlier said that Blair Henley would be called up and would get the start tonight in place of Framber Valdez. We didn't understand why. And then Dana Brown and Joe Espada spoke to the media at 4:45, saying he'd be scratched, had left elbow soreness. Valdez went to Houston this morning to be examined. He felt the soreness after playing catch yesterday. Espada said that the fact they didn't put him on the IL is a sign they don't think it's serious. All right, Framber is out at least one start here. He is back here in Houston as the team is in Arlington, getting looked at by the doctors. Your thoughts on this? Clint, here's Framber is at least going to miss one start.
Well, I got my fingers crossed here that the exams go well when he gets back here. The second opinions, however you want to couch it, hopefully that goes well. Look, I just don't know how much more the Astros can take. I mean, from an injury perspective, man, with the starting rotation Ryel Blanco has been the savior so far with 2 phenomenal outings, one being a no-hitter, and it's Framber's one of the guys, although we get into deep discussions about where is he an ace, isn't he an ace, what's going on with him from a mental standpoint of being able to handle managing the game, yada yada yada. I mean, clearly he's one of the top 2 pitchers on his team, and we need him to be as much. So hard to do that if he's going to be injured. Hope just fingers crossed, hoping that he can go and is a part of this rotation next time his turn comes up.
Yeah, that it is. That's a tough one there, as you said. Verlander, your ace, is already out, and hopefully he's getting closer. And I mean, they've got this would be the 4th starter, right?
Yeah. I mean, when you
Lance
look at this,
and Urquidy out as well.
Well, not just that, right? You look at this starting lineup right now, and you've got Justin Verlander out for another week. You got Framber Valdez in the wind. Not real sure exactly what's going on with the elbow. Lance McCullers is out. Jose Urquidy is out. Not real sure how long that's going to last. Luis Garcia is also out. It looks like Hunter Brown is again struggling this year in a couple of outings. He struggled big time this last outing. His first outing, I think he went 4 1/3. So who exactly is Hunter Brown? I mean, again, with the exception, Christian Javier and Ryel Blanco and JP France are your healthy guys that you can really lean into right now. So yeah, man, there's so many guys injured that it's at some point it's got to become difficult to put a 5-man rotation together.
Absolutely, and they are fighting it. Dana Brown, the general manager, as we said, they spoke together. He said the Astros could hear back tonight or tomorrow from doctors on Valdez. Brown downplayed the severity of Valdez's soreness and said he is not really concerned at all. So that doesn't make me feel refreshed.
It makes me feel better. I feel better.
Does it?
I don't know if I should or not, but it makes me feel better. Yes.
Yeah, I just call me negative, call me whatever. I know Dana's new here. I just don't trust the Astros on injuries. Every single time it feels like I've been here and they downplay an injury. It feels like it's more. Every single time. they do it. So, and then when I just hear elbow soreness, throwing arm, that makes me nervous big time with him and with anybody. So I hope he's good. I hope he is all right. But historically, the Astros, they've been really weird and vague with injuries and have tried to downplay injuries big time. Hell, I remember that one time they tried to act like Verlander actually didn't have to have Tommy John surgery. The thing was reported. Everybody knew. They came back and said, no, that's not the report. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It had to. So we'll see. I will feel better once he gets on the mound. They give us some time. What happens here? Hopefully it is just one start. Hopefully he is back. I would imagine they're going to be very, very cautious with this. They're going to take their time with it because the elbow, that's nothing to play with there. So it is something we're going to keep an eye on, and hopefully they get really good news back. But, Clint, tonight that doesn't make this any easier, as they're going to take on the Rangers, and they are now 3-7. And this would be losing this series, and that would potentially mean if they lose tonight, and you got Blair Henley. Good luck, Blair. First game ever in the big leagues. You're going to the defending champs.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth. I just fixed to say, good luck, Blair.
You're going to the defending champs, and they have been offensively crushing.
Got a 24-hour notice.
With the exception of Ryel Blanco. Yeah, there you go. They've been crushing. Hopefully this is a situation where we see this at times, that a team like the Rangers has no tape, nothing they've seen of Blair Henley.
Yeah.
And he can catch them off guard a little bit. But this is a game that the Astros need. Like, you do not want to come out of – obviously, if they lose this game, it's not over. But, Clint, you don't want to come out and have 2 4-game series to kick off the season, one against the hated Yankees and the other one against the hated Rangers, and go 1-7.
Oh boy, that'd be tough.
And that's what would happen here.
I mean, who was the last pitcher that the Astros brought up when they were thin, and it didn't at least pan out to be okay? I mean, it's been a while.
Who did they do this with last year? They had to have done this.
Well, hell, they did it with. I mean, over time, they've done it with several of these guys.
They've done it with Bielak. Those Bielak ones have not.
Yeah, I mean, Bielak wasn't. I mean, he at least gave you a chance, and now he did enough to hang around to date.
Yeah, at first. Yeah. Whew, good luck, man. They
burn me in the H.
Again, I said. Well, you know what? I said this the last time. Ryel was making his 8th start, and I was like, this offense needs to really be big for the Astros, and they again need to be really, really big in this game. And of course,
what do you like tonight, Tyler?
I don't like the lineup. This is the lineup they put out. Altuve is DHing tonight. Alvarez is in left field. Tucker is in right field. Bregman's at third base. This could be a hell of a time to come on out of it. Bregman's batting 4th, cleanup. McCormick is in center field. Pena is batting 6th at shortstop. Jose Abreu, he is in there at first base. Dubon is playing 2nd tonight in the 8-hole. And old Big Vic, Big Vic Caratini is catching tonight. And there is no Yainer Diaz in the lineup, which he probably needs a full day off. That'd be nice to start this year off, as they've only had one off day. But this is not the strongest of the lineups that the Astros can put forth behind Blair, but hopefully they can get some runs scored here and help out their pitcher, their young kid, to start off with a little confidence.
Tyler, I mean, Ron, I feel pretty good about these Astros tonight. Tyler, what you betting on? You got that smirk on your face like you got something.
This is one I'm probably going to stay away from, my friend.
You going to take the night off?
What do you feel good about?
This is one where I will let my fandom carry me into this watch.
I feel good about the bats.
Over under 4.5 runs.
I feel good about the bats. What's the over under in the total game, just in case our bats let me down and old Henley's not up to task?
Let me look into that.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. What do you mean? What do you feel good about, Ron? I'm sure you don't feel good about anything.
For the game, it's over under 10.
That's a big number, isn't it?
Yeah,
I feel really good about the top 3 in the lineup right now.
Is that all you feel good about with the entire Christian and Ryel?
I'm talking about in tonight's ball game. Tonight's ball game in particular. You ever talking about betting on tonight's ball game? I feel good about Altuve, Alvarez, and Tucker. Would like to see Bregman get out, but I'd be lying to you if I told you I felt good about Alex Bregman tonight.
I feel good about the Astros bats.
I know you do. Hopefully they score about 8 or 9, 12 runs.
I actually feel 100 good about the Astros bat. Tyler?
I'll be honest with you. I do not feel great about the Blair Henley, Aroldis Garcia matchup.
That's okay.
That matchup in particular. Corey Seager one as well. Don't love that one either.
I need the Astros over 4.5, Tyler.
God.
I'll lock in.
What is the? It's 4.5.
It's 4.5.
You turn that old can up over there like you want to get in on something.
Dude, I thought you were Godzilla Mad Dog for a second.
I do not want to get in on that. I'm in prayer for you.
I hope you win it.
5 o'clock fire.
Real sign Tyler's not even flinching to get on this. All right. Tonight.
Glad he's bad luck anyway.
Tonight, the college basketball season comes to an end as the men. The Purdue Boilermakers, the number 1 seed, they take on UConn, the number 1 seed. They have been the 2 best teams in this tournament. I feel bad for Purdue for what I'm about to do. I have not been a big fan of Purdue the whole way, and I kind of like them tonight.
You like them, huh? Getting that 6.5?
Yeah. Man, that dude, man, he is just. I mean, there's nothing you can do about Zach Edey. There's just nothing you can do, and I know. Donovan Clingham is a really good defender, maybe the best defensive player in the sport.
You won't find out tonight.
Well, he ain't seen nothing like this. And they got those shooters around him. Even when Purdue shoots bad, it's like 10 of 27.
Yeah.
It's 10, right? And their defense is a lot better than I thought. UConn has been really, really good. These been the 2 best teams in the tournament, and you could even argue through the season. UConn. Minus 6.5. Why don't you go ahead and just
you jump on that too?
Parlay this thing, huh?
No, I can't parlay. It's a total. That's a prop bet.
Oh, that is.
I can't parlay that one. Not with Tyler's guy anyway.
Tyler's guy.
So what's the total in tonight's game, Tyler? You get the total in Purdue UConn tonight. What's your line too? I don't trust Ron's line.
Purdue UConn tonight. I got UConn favored at 6.5.
Shut up.
And the over under is 144.
144 and 6.5. I like Purdue. I like Purdue tonight. I can't. I don't have a feel for the over/under.
Yeah, I don't have a feel for the over/under. I like Purdue.
What do you like, Tyler?
Purdue sounds good.
You don't have anything on the.
What do you like it, Purdue?
Boy,
these
betting segments have really turned into some thrilling radio.
For you, Tyler, what is it about Purdue? Like, what do you think? Like, what do you think is going to be?
Obviously, my friend, I was being tongue-in-cheek. I'm not betting on this. I don't like anything because I'm not going to be watching it.
That's what we should.
I'll be watching the Astros try to get 4.5 runs for Clinton.
That means you put some of your money on it with me.
He can't help himself. Still got this with Tyler. We should have had Tyler breaking down these women's games.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think about this UConn Iowa game? No, someone texted in, Zach has a triple-double tonight. He might. I think he'll have a double-double. Safe to say that. My man's out here getting double-doubles by the half, Jack. By the half.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, I think the biggest news in college basketball, even bigger than tonight's game, is John Calipari is leaving Kentucky. There had been some issues seemingly between Kentucky and Calipari, but then it was the thought that he was going to come back. There was nothing, no one hearing anything about it, and then Arkansas lost their coach to USC, which is just, I don't even know what world I'm living in. That the coach, I understand the living part of it, but they don't give a damn about basketball at all at Southern Cal. But Arkansas loses their coach to SC, and then John Calipari leaves Kentucky to go to Arkansas. And I know you know this university very, very well. Clint, I don't know if this happens if it weren't for the NIL period of things right now. Because not only can they pay John Calipari, Arkansas is just unusual with the money that is in that state and the people that have money that are in that state that the program's important to, that they are a player when it comes to NIL.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. With the players that are specifically in Northwest Arkansas, but the entire state, but where the university is in the northwest corner, and you're talking about Walmart, Tyson, J.B. Hunter, the three big dogs up there. I mean, those guys alone should put Arkansas in an NIL situation, and really in football as well. That's as rich as anybody in the country.
Psycho Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones, the Cowboys. I mean, yes. I mean, there's several. You got Stevens. You got Stevens Financial, which is a Central Arkansas company, which is an absolute monster that donates big time to the program. But I mean, I've always wondered, like, what in the world? Like, why would Arkansas not be one of the top 10 NIL schools in terms of budgets? Year in, year out at this point. We've had 2 or 3 years worth of this stuff for everybody to work out the kinks and figure this thing out. Well, this hopefully is just the tip of the iceberg for the Razorbacks in a sense of, John Tyson of Tyson Foods, Tyson Chicken, apparently had a really good relationship with John Calipari that goes way back, right? And essentially John Tyson made this thing happen. And Calipari needed $5 million at the very least for NIL per year. And I believe Tyson Foods steps up and guaranteed that and made that happen. So, to your point, one of those Fortune 500, one of those monster companies up there, ponied up the money and made it happen. And so,
but you can't get Cal to leave Kentucky if not only can you pay him, but can you be competitive in the NIL market?
Right, you got to do it all,
and
right?
they damn sure can.
Well, and the interesting thing about this all of college basketball, and with this particular move, Ron, is that think about it like this: USC's coach went to SMU, Arkansas's coach went to USC, Kentucky's coach went to Arkansas. Those would all be viewed as steps down. I mean, Kentucky's a damn blue blood. That's one of
the most high profile job in college basketball.
So I mean, like every one of those took a step down. If you want to talk about the changing of the college athletics landscape,
you don't leave Kentucky for Arkansas.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't leave Arkansas for USC. You wouldn't leave USC for SMU typically. But these guys are doing it left and right.
But that's like Alabama, like leaving Alabama to go coach
Arkansas,
Texas Tech.
Or Texas. Yeah.
You just don't.
It's crazy.
Yeah, crazy. All right. Coming up, we'll keep you updated on the Framber Valdez thing if you're missing that. And who's going to be this team's number one receiver? Once we get into January, I believe the Texans will be preparing to play in the playoffs. Who do you think by the time we get to the end of the year is going to be this team's number one receiver? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. I got to tell y'all about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. If you've lived around these parts for any time,
radio610.com/contest to register for your chance to win. You can thank us later.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just want to make sure we keep updating folks. I know many people are just jumping in their vehicles, jumping in their cars. Framber Valdez scratched from tonight's start. It has now been reported as Joe Espada and Dana Brown, the manager and general manager, spoke to the media earlier today, roughly 45 minutes ago, that he has, and that means Framber Valdez, was scratched due to left elbow soreness.
No, God!
Left elbow soreness, but according to Dana Brown, they could hear back tonight or tomorrow from the doctors. They sent Framber to Houston, back to Houston to meet with the doctors this morning. And Espada said the fact they didn't put him on the IL is a sign they don't think it's as serious. So that is the latest. If you're just jumping into your cars, jumping in, Framber Valdez scratched from tonight's start, back in Houston, meet with doctors with left elbow soreness.
I got to confess, Ron, I had the break there to think about, You and I were on two different pages there in the when this report came out. Joe Espada at the very end says it's.
I'm sweating bullets.
I'm sorry. About what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you.
What you the part about the Brown downplayed the severity of Valdez's soreness, said he's not really concerned at all.
Yeah.
It's a positive thing that they haven't put him on IL at this point in time. The more I'm sitting here thinking, I'm connecting the dots. Like if he's heading back to Houston to get it evaluated, like if he hadn't even had it evaluated yet, why would you even think about putting him on the IL? So that decision hadn't been made yet.
No, it hadn't been made.
So I mean, it's not like you looked at it and you got the opinions of the doctors and then we're like, okay, we're not going to put him on the IL. Clearly, he's coming back here to get checked out further to see what the hell's going on. So I mean,
But they sent him this morning, so I'm guessing they may know now.
Okay, now that'd make me feel a little better. I could really lean into Dana and Joe's comments about how they don't feel it could be worse. They don't feel as bad about it, knowing that it's after they evaluated the whatever the second opinion was, and after they roundtabled this whole situation with a couple of doctors to let them know what was going on. Maybe they did that before which would make sense. They would do that before they address the media. Hopefully.
So that is the latest there. As Framber won't get the ball tonight. All right, straight up right here. Come on, Tyler. I want you to jump in. I want to hear it from you.
Tyler's a little off today. Man.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you know what he would say to us. Pick up your energy.
Yeah. Did you get grounded this weekend?
Oh wow! Come on, man.
You got grounded.
I haven't been grounded in like.
What'd you do?
Forever. You don't have to say everything we're thinking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean that like I was thinking that.
I mean,
I was.
One of your puppies pass?
Oh,
Jesus.
Man, he wouldn't be here.
I would not be here, but no. My
Okay.
puppies are all healthy and good.
Okay. You didn't get grounded.
No.
You taking the day off if your dog were to pass?
No. Absolutely not. Is your game box, is it broken?
Game.
Did you call it a game box? I can't.
Console. I'm sorry. Your game console. Is that what it's called?
I
was trying to think about. I was trying to figure it out before I said it, but I said, "Hell, I can't pause any longer."
You never sounded older in your life.
Your game console. Is that what it's called?
God, dog, is this your dad?
My PS4, I think, is okay.
Might as well be when it's
Man
the
said
PS4. It's
your
okay.
game box.
There was a GameCube back in the day, but even that would have been dated.
Well, you know what the hell I was talking about. Is it?
No,
is
I
it
did.
dead?
No. My PS4 is good.
Then what the hell's your problem?
There's something though. Yeah,
I know I'm off.
not with the game box thing.
I don't know, man. I was wondering if I was sick this week, and I stayed in bed all weekend, and just a little bit.
He doesn't have a Monster. I didn't see him drink one.
I have one, but it doesn't seem to be doing much.
Oh, you have one? Yeah.
Last time we talked, you had a heart problem.
I didn't have a heart problem. I said my chest was hurting a little bit.
Man, he made it a point to announce it to us boys. If I bounce and something happens here, I need.
I didn't say I was going to bounce. I just said to y'all, I wanted y'all to be aware in case I hit the floor or something.
So that's one thing.
I have had a seizure in the past, so it's good to let the guys I'm working with know.
I'm going to panic and I'm not going to know what to do. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
I've been around seizures.
It's not fun.
And you had what night was that Rockets game last week? Thursday.
That was the same day. Yep. Where we
it is April the 8th, 2024 at 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
This is a sign
of what?
Of it's time for your ass to grow up.
He didn't.
I feel grown up. I just
he didn't eat this frame.
I don't know where you're
Tyler,
going.
right now,
God,
this is a result. All of it from the heart issues.
I didn't have heart issues.
From the heart warning to your
text line curious if you're pregnant.
To your right. No. What he is he's too damn old to be staying out till 3 a.m. getting just sloppy with. Yes, you are. Here we are Monday, and you're still affected by it.
I wouldn't say there's any evidence to say 100% that what's happening today is an effect from Thursday.
I think it's a hangover.
No.
That's a long hangover.
No, I know what a hangover feels like.
Not it.
I think I had some allergies over the weekend. Kind of.
Like, for me, I think he's got to take a good dump. Or something like.
So I'm worried about his health, and you think he just has to take a dump.
I do.
Well, you can tell a lot about your health from your poop.
Have you never been off and then you get in and get a good one in, and then it's
I reached a point where when I went out, I not only stayed out till 3, I was severely overserved. My liver was screaming at me. My heart, I had heart stuff because it feels because you're so dehydrated. And I felt it 3 days later, and that's when I was like, hey, you know what? It's time.
It's time. It's time to call OT Center. Is what it is.
That's a good start. That is acknowledging that you got a little bit of an issue going on.
My
you
man Kenny will take care of you,
Kenny,
man.
that's right.
Right there,
over on the west side, no
Katy
doubt.
location, he'll take care of you.
Good point. Great point.
Thank you, LOT.
That's right. That's a sign of growing up. Is when you realize that you need a little assistance.
I'm a little concerned that you don't know what it is that's got you.
Well, I think it was
I just
allergies.
spent 30 minutes telling you what it is. Okay, your allergies. Your allergies are jumping on you. Why? Because your alcohol tore down your immune system,
or this weather.
And so you felt the weather attacks you. And
It's the eclipse. Maybe that's it.
He's not prepared. His immune system. At some point in your life, you've got to realize
man.
Your immune system.
That's right.
You've got to keep it strong, man. The minute you tore it down Thursday night, just drowning your sorrows because the Rockets got eliminated.
I can assure you that he didn't drown. He didn't have sorrows because the Rockets.
Your immune system was crap. And then all weekend, here we are. And now look at what we're having to deal with.
I just don't know that for certain, though.
Text in. It is the eclipse.
I thought about that.
Is that what's wrong with him?
I mean, people's hormones get all thrown off from like just full moons.
Yeah.
So I can imagine what an eclipse does.
I think it's finally gotten to him. Oh my God, Jack Easterby is really a part of this program.
Where?
The Texas A&M Aggies. I think.
Has it been announced?
No,
it could be a part of it.
Jack will never have it announced.
I just feel a little off.
I bet it's in the program next year.
I just feel a little off. If that was announced, I'd feel sick.
If Buzz takes a Kentucky job, he'll be at Kentucky and he'll be on the roster.
He'll be a Wildcat.
I can have it.
He's an Aggie now. He won't announce it. It won't be put in.
I don't need to see that. I'd go from feeling off to just feeling sick.
All right, again, coming up. Who's going to be the number one receiver? End of the year, who's going to be the number one receiver? I'll be damned if we don't get this topic off.
I'm worried about you, Tyler.
I am too, but I don't want you to stop drinking. It's just like playing.
Because it takes away from your fun.
It's like playing sports, man. You don't stop.
Yeah, at some point it comes to an end.
But you don't stop until you have to. You still got some in the tank. You keep going.
Guys, I just felt a little off this
and I
weekend.
think he still has something in the tank.
Too expensive.
Hell, I do.
Too expensive, not good enough.
I do. I got enough in the tank. Yeah. I'm not quitting.
See, now we know what it's.
You don't retire.
He don't want you,
you
to
don't
quit
retire early.
He wants to once a week go have drinks.
That's why Tom played till he's 46. Tom wanted to keep going because once it's over, it's over.
My tank ain't ever empty.
It's right. It ain't over.
That's right.
It ain't over.
I ain't no quitter.
That damn gas light's on right now.
Yeah, we all know how you pay attention to that, don't we?
All right, guys. Now we're just getting back in quarters. More of the drive coming up next.
All right, H-Town, I got a quick question for you, man. Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident?
Now through April 23rd, get a $15 gift card when you buy 5 or more quarts of Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Claim based on Sequence 3 H-test versus API SP test limits.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. January, I believe that the Houston Texans will be preparing for postseason play. They will be preparing to try to get back to the divisional round and get further and ultimately trying to win a championship. We'll have all the season, most of the season finished in January. We'll know this team. And my thought and question is, will Stefon Diggs be this team's number one wide receiver? Do you think by the time the season ends, we will look at this as Stefon Diggs is the number one receiver? Stefon Diggs is the guy that defenses are trying to stop in the passing game of the receivers. Stefon Diggs is the guy that the Texans need to get the ball to because he's their top playmaker in the passing game. And we understand they have guys like Tank Dell coming back. We understand that they have Nico Collins, who was this team's number one receiver. I did a poll on this, Clint, and it had 49.5% that Nico Collins would be the team's number one receiver, almost 27% to Diggs, and 23% to Tank Dell. Do you agree with it? Do you think Nico, like many people have voted here, do you think Nico will be the guy that will be this team's number one receiver by season's end?
I hope like hell he is, because
Nico?
Yeah, absolutely. If Nico Collins is a guy that stacks 2 big-time years in contract years, like which would be last year and this year in 2024, if he stacks 2 years where, 1, he can stay healthy, 2, he's clearly the number one guy, then the Texans have a very clear answer to what they do at the wide receiver position. You pay Nico Collins, you make him your number one guy, you continue to develop Tank Dell, and whatever happens down the list there, you got to stay healthy. I mean, you got to keep the room healthy is what I mean. But there's no longer a need to find a one. You've got that guy. He's homegrown. You developed him. You drafted him. You paid him. So I hope that it's Nico Collins. I don't believe that it will be Nico Collins though. I believe that it'll be Stefon Diggs. And here's why is I believe that Nico Collins is a true X. I think that's where Bobby Sloak wants him to play. He wants him to be the boundary receiver. We saw him move around a lot last year because there were so many guys in and out of the lineup and so many guys that were injured that I think you had to get creative and find ways to get Nico the ball because he was your only weapon sometimes at the wide receiver position. And so I think his numbers were a little bit inflated for that reason. And I think the way in which he was used was probably a little different than what I think Bobby wants to do. I think ideally for the Texans, Nico Collins is your ex-boundary receiver. I think Tank Dell is better off as your field receiver, Z receiver. I think he is a better outside receiver than I ever gave him credit for. I think that's where he needs to be and he needs to stay. Great route runner, can create separation, and that's a spot where I think C.J. Stroud can consistently find him. Now your veteran in Diggs, Stefon Diggs, is a guy that should be able to retain every bit of the playbook. He should be able to handle and execute at a high level, knowing all the different positions, being the move guy, all the shifts, all the pre-snap movements, and that guy usually is number one in the quarterback's reads a lot of the time. And so Stefon Diggs is the guy that whether you look at how long he's been in the league, you look at how he's produced, or you look at how much money he's making, he's the guy that's got to just flat out, he's got to be able to do more than everybody else. You can take your time with Tank in year 2. I think it'd probably be unfair to ask Tank Dell to be the all-do-it-everything guy and know every position on the field guy, I think you're better off putting him out wide and letting Diggs be that guy. So I think schematically, Diggs is going to be the answer more times than not. Now I think we'll have to run. That'll be something that we watch the games, and you can just tell Diggs is a bigger part of what they're doing than the other guys.
Well,
but statistically, I think they're probably going to be pretty similar.
I certainly think that I think early defenses are going to, in the passing game, probably going to look at Diggs. We'll say, all right, we don't, of all people, we don't want him to get matched up in matchups where he can kill us. I think early on that's how defenses will look, and we'll see how the season moves on. And I think early on, Clint, maybe in a way they didn't really do a lot last year. I think Bobby Slowick, CJ, them together, the offensive staff, if there is any player that they're saying, all right, in the passing game, we want to make sure we at least give ourselves the opportunity to give him touches, something, I think it would be Stefon Diggs. More times than not. I think they'll have things that they want to get to Tank, whatever, but I do think of all of the guys in the passing game, it will be Diggs in which you're like, all right, we know in a game we want to get him these many touches. We want to get him this, and we want to do this to get him going, and I think he probably falls in that line more than others. I don't know how often in games they felt we got to get Nico this, maybe until late. We got to get Nico touches here. We got to get Tank. We have to get Tank here, touches here. I think they were just playing and let's get guys open. I think they will probably this year make a more concerted effort at times to get the ball to Diggs and run plays to Diggs. We saw like whenever they run screens or something, Nico, they wanted to make a real effort to get him touched.
Well, Ron, I think that's fair. I think that makes the most football sense coming out too. I mean, I love all these guys together. They're all complimentary. I love them all together. I don't think anybody's going to have 160 targets. I think Tank had 75 in 11 games last year. What did Nico end up with? I mean,
you said in the 120s or something like that.
It was a big
Diggs
number.
Had like 164.
Yeah, Diggs had 160 plus. I mean, so I don't think any of these guys, assuming they all stay healthy, I don't think any of these guys are gonna even flirt with that. But when I see this group, Ron, like I think for the first time, you watch this group together, and I can close my eyes and just picture Nico to my left to the boundary, and if the corner's soft, I'm just gonna throw a short side quick game. If the linebacker for some reason, because we put trips to the field with Diggs and Tank and Dalton Schultz, we put trips to the field. If they want to slide their backers over and give me the slant window, boom, I'm gonna bang the slant, right? And so now the defenses can't do that. So now that they can't overplay the trip side, not pre-snap anyway, they can't do it. So now we can out leverage them. We can do some different things in our trips package, our bunch package. You can do some different things and create leverage just because you have an answer in Nico Collins' backside. I just think that's the most efficient way to attack a defense is I've got this guy back here to my weak side or to the boundary side that, damn it, if y'all try to overplay this trips or y'all try to overplay this bunch that I got going on over here, or if you just try to overplay Tank or Diggs this side, I'm going to bite you. I got an answer right here all day long, right? Nico is best used to me in that situation, not a big move situation. And I know people aren't going to like this, and a lot of people aren't going to agree with it. I think Tank Dell is used as that field receiver where a lot of times he's stationary, Ron, and he's because he is a great
though he looks like the body type of a slot receiver.
And you want to use him with all that twitch. Once you get in the red zone, you want to use him with all that start and stop stuff, and no doubt about it. But as you're out in the field between the 20s, man, this guy's ability to run a comeback route and use different stems, make the DB think he's going to run a post and all of a sudden run a comeback and he's catching the ball without nobody within 5 yards of him on the line of scrimmage, on the sideline. Like that's something to me that a guy like C.J. Stroud, if your quarterback didn't have a big arm and couldn't consistently make those throws, then you do something else with it. But the fact that C.J. can make all those throws, a guy out wide that can make He makes a hook route, which is a very easy route for a quarterback to throw, but it's also a very easy route for a cornerback to jump typically, right? But because he's so good with his stem and his burst and his head nods and all this, he creates 4 yards of separation. It makes it a throw in the ocean for the quarterback. Like, I just don't know how, watching that kid run routes, I don't know how, especially if you have Stefon Diggs and Dalton Schultz, I don't know how all of a sudden you go, we want to use him inside. We want to ask him to overthink things. We want to ask him to do all this movement, and we want to ask him to think a lot instead of just play, where you can just couch him out here at Z and say, hey, young fella, go play. Let the veteran that's making $22 million, that's got a similar game, that knows the offense, that's been in this league, that should be able to do it all, let him take the workload mentally, and you just get out there and do what you do. When I think about this offense, I think this offense has a chance to be ridiculously explosive, and a big part of it, I think, is Nico, stationary, and Tank just, torturing corners running with his route running.
Texans All Access coming up behind us. They may continue to talk about the potential of this offense. Behind Texans All Access tonight, you will not get your Area 45 fix or the post game, because the national championship game will begin. Coverage will begin following Texans All Access, so stay tuned for that as Purdue and UConn get going a little bit later on after Texans All Access. Clint, while you were talking about this offense, and I do think they want to try to move all three of them around. We'll see. As you were talking about this offense, I was watching Tiger up here show some practice rounds as he's at Augusta. Tyler, he couldn't even pour out those bag of balls.
And you aren't even being hyperbolic. I looked up and I said,
he couldn't get down there to get the bag of balls and pour them out.
Where's his caddy on something like that, man?
You're exactly right, Tyler.
He's got to be able to pick up a damn bag of balls, guys. He's got to be able to reach down and pick up. What'd you say? He's only got too many bins?
If I'm Tiger Woods, let me tell you what.
Tiger's got 160
If I go home and hit balls tonight, I'm going to see if my wife will come out there and sit on the bucket and toss one out there. And I ain't Tiger.
He had a bag. He just had three bag of balls. He was trying to.
Ron, did you see the bet? This is how bad Tiger's falling. First of all, he's got those little bitty tigers on his shirt and his hat. But did you see the bet on the screen, Tyler? The bet, it's not the bet was literally Tiger missing the cut.
Oh.
Minus 115, Tiger misses cut.
Oh.
Unless I read that wrong, that's where we're at with Tiger Woods. It's not.
Sounds right.
It's not can he win the tournament? Can he finish top 10? Can he do this or that? It's does he miss the cut?
That hurts my heart.
And it's a likely bet because it's minus 115.
Yeah, that hurts my heart.
Oh, he's really been on it. He played a half nine. He played the back nine today.